Thank you, Ash. Thank you so much. Do you know where they are? I'm sorry that it's my responsibility to be on the backstop. I need to do something about it. Do you know where they are?
Dead for all I know. Or in the cult's tower with the others who were taken.
Are we getting like a little leg right there? Do you guys see that? Like a little leg? Ooh, if they're alive, I'll rescue them.
They're my responsibility.
He's so dramatic!
You go save the world.
They're my
Or your
responsibility.
own arse. Or whatever it is you do. I'll fix this.
Gone! They're dead for all I know! He's so but look, he's looking at me now! He's so dramatic! Oh! Bolderin's Giant Slayer. That's the name of my strap-on. That's so weird. Where are your pants? You want to know what else makes your face tingle? What? What did she say? Possessions belonging to victims of homes. Wait, what? Wait, when did my bearing update? Okay.
Kate, check this out. It's his hat.
Who?
H.H. Holmes.
You're gonna touch it?
You okay?
No! This fucking thing popped out of nowhere. See?
What is it? Some kind of animatronic?
Yeah, a fucked up looking one.
It can't hurt you.
It scared you.
It scared you twice.
Hey, Charlie, it's 8.
No, because I actually made it out of there, Astarion. I'll be more careful next time. I brought you back tonight. I thought the Mind Flayer parasite protects you from the light. I think it prefers you as a pile of ash. So this one, right?
Apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun.
16 months.
At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now shall we go?
Should we
have more
go?
of the chaos you need to unleash here.
No chaos, just some questions.
Gods. All right. What's on your mind?
So about you biting me.
Apologize. What more do you want? Fine.
The pattern swirls before you, runes hacked crudely into his flesh. You can't read it, but you recognize the letters. Infernal. The language of the hells.
Thank you guys so much for starting a hype train. You guys are so sweet.
What does
What's
it
up, Aaron? It's mostly Texas. Are we looking? I just want to like bounce a quarter off it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but like our booties would make a good couple. I really hope my audio's working. We'll see. We'll see. Can you guys hear me? Because we had so many fun audio issues the other day. Yippee. Hi, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Happy Wednesday. Who was first today? Moon Courts, first Drebin. Not first Drebin. Mwah. Escape. Mwah. Spades. Mwah. Shadow Prime. Mwah. Kaya. Mwah. Also, Kaya, thank you so much for the 16 birthdays. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad free view, add your sub badge. Nikki. Mwah. Beth. Mwah. Chloe. Mwah. Danger Dan. Mwah. And Brad. Mwah. Oh, Danger Dan. 6 7 kisses. I always wanted to get DBD because it looks interesting, but I heard the community is super toxic. I mean, I feel like that's like that with any like IP schmack. But for what it's worth, I personally very seldomly ever experience any toxicity. Personally. Like, you're gonna find it, but I mean, it's also the internet, so you're gonna find some sort of like toxic something, like someone's gonna say something that's gonna be upsetting, but it's the internet, so you're always gonna find that. But I think it just depends on who you surround yourself with, and I gotta say, like, I have not had that issue. You know what I mean? Not the 67 stream streak. It's the kissies. It do be Wednesday, my dudes. When do we have the group scrim? Right now. Everyone grab a pillow and just... I'm not going to. It's going to be a long stream today. I don't want to ruin my throat yet. Call me Rogue. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Right, exactly. Schmack. I'm sorry, but I can't say your name any other way. Your name makes me so happy. Not gonna do it? I was close. I was close to doing it. Oh, you have a 67 streak. You stop that right now. That's awesome. The end of my workday was chasing down a file for accounting that someone saved to the wrong folder. Yippee. Love that for us. I'm sorry. Were you able to find it? Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Dead by Daylight Attack on Titan giveaway day. Also, you may have noticed a new dongle on the stream. Is somebody being sponsored by Opera GX this month? It's me! And you know what's amazing? Did I or did I not just tell you guys, oh, hey, I just downloaded Opera GX? For the record, like 2 months before they even emailed me. And I was like, oh, Opera GX just sounds awesome. I've been using it for about 2 months now. And then they emailed me a couple weeks ago. They're like, hey, you want to do a sponsor? I was like, do I ever? And I don't know. I just feel so, like, official now. So you guys can use my link to download Opera GX. It helps me out a lot. So if you guys were on PC and you don't have Opera GX downloaded yet, you literally don't even have to do anything. You could just download it onto your PC and it'll help me out a butt ton. So yeah, thanks Opera GX. Love you. But yeah, I've been using them for about 2 months now. I don't know everything about all of the features and functions it does. They gave me like a brief that I can talk about. And some, like, really cool things. But, like, honestly, my favorite part... Hold on. Do you guys want to see my favorite part about it? And, again, I did this well before I was being sponsored. This was the first thing I did. I made my background Lord of the Rings. So, thank you, Opera GX. I'm really glad that I'm able to add some nerdy swag to my browser background. So, love you. Yeah, I thought that was super funny. Like, the very first thing I did when I downloaded Opera GX a couple months ago was like, what Lord of the Rings widgets do they have for backgrounds? And it's like, oh, it's so dope. Tronic, think of the forehead kissy. Mama J, what are you working out today? Yeah, long stream today. It was a landslide, overwhelming vote in the poll on Discord that we did the long stream on Wednesday for the Attack on Titan giveaway codes. It was like by like 10 votes. People voted for Wednesday. So big long stream today. Can I give you a forehead kissy? Oh, sure, you can. Did you do it? You better have, or else I look silly. Supernova. Mwah. Mama J. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissies. Time to reset it. Reset what? 6769 are out here having their own meme. I know. I feel like every time I do like the PP commands or something like that, I get like 68, and it's so boring. Hi, Michelin. Am I saying your name right? Hi, Michelin. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. I hope I didn't miss anyone's message. I'm scrolling up. Are you really, Shido? Death God Shido. Oh my god. Wait, Death God Shido, was that you? Does someone already downloaded it? Shut up, Death God Shido. I'm gonna give you the biggest, wettest kissy of your life. Hi, Raven. Everyone say hello to Raven. Raven, how has your birthday month been? Bloody drummer boy. Think of the forehead kissy. Lord Raiden. Think of the forehead kissy. Lynn. Hi, Lynn. What's up? Yup. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes, or Thursday, depending for our some future peeps and poops in here. Currently 7 minutes into your bike ride. Cardio day. Hell yeah. Oh, Rylu! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope I didn't miss anyone's messages. Because I missed so many messages on Monday because I was having so many tech issues. Like, I missed every single message that ever existed. I already have Opera installed, but personally does not really work for me. It looks a bit too cluttered with sidebars. Oh, I love it personally. And this is before, and like I said, I literally started using this 2 months ago, well before they ever emailed me. Excellent! Yay! What did everyone have for lunch today? Just got done with oh, that's so Lord Raiden. Oh my god. Huge Omega brain. Just got done with lunch, tacos, and enchiladas. Oh my god. What did everyone else have for lunch? I love our same brain that we had there. Been putting off downloading it for months. I guess I finally had a reason to download. Like, okay, but Shido, seriously, first of all, thank you so much for that, because that helps me out so much. Second of all, I feel like such a official streamer now, because I feel like all the big, like, streamers and YouTubers have had or have Opera GX sponsors, and was like, that's me! I don't know, I just feel so, what, how are you still dirty? Oh, I think I need to clean my cleaning cloth, because I need to wash this. I just feel so official now. I feel so fancy. Chili cheese dogs. Oh, yum. Oh, really, Brad? Oh, for now. For now, Brad. Well, happy Wednesday for now. I just installed the GX Opera now. Let's see if my texted Frank can understand how to use it. Escape. That's why I was like, I don't know all of the features yet. Like, they gave me like a brief that I can read, talking points, but the only things that I know is that you can add sound effects, and which I haven't used because I get overstimulated, so I did not add sound effects. But I like what, hold on. Like, the first thing I did was I added this background. There's a couple other Lord of the Rings backgrounds that I liked. And there was also a Halo background. You can actually tell that I had the Halo background first because I had the blue theme. As you can change, like, the theme. Like, you change, like, the color of, like, your board here or whatever. Like, mine's blue.
I'm bored at work, BTW.
Oh!
Person shrugging emoji.
Person shrugging emoji. Weatherman, thank you for the Prime sub. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Oh, please crack, please crack, please. Oh, please crack. Thank you so much for your Prime subby. Hello. Oh, little baby crack, I'll take it. But I did have a Halo background first. And then I was like, wait, Lord of the Rings. But then I really like the blue. So, I like the customization options. I love the sidebar. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep doing this. Okay, you can kind of see my webcam's out of the way. I love this sidebar here, where, like, you can, like, quick button to all of your different, I don't know, socials that you want to have access to. Again, I'm like this with all tech. Like, I've had my phone, my Google Pixel whatever phone. I've had this for like 10 months and I still don't know all the features about it. I'm just really slow on like catching up everything because, like you said, like, I get overwhelmed. But so far I love it, and the CPU usage seems to be not bad at all. Like, not definitely better than Google Chrome, which is what I had been using. I still use Chrome sometimes. But I have been starting to use Opera GX more and more as I've been getting used to it. Also, hi, Mood Cards! Happy Wednesday! Do you have a Discord server? I do! But as, Raven mentioned, we have, it's locked behind the channel points. Just make sure that we can, like, control who gets in there. You do get your channel points refunded, but it's just to make sure that we can control who gets into who gets access to it. All we gotta do is download. Yes! All you have to do is download it. That's it. And we have two people that download it. Thank you guys so much. That seriously helps me out so much. You guys have no idea. I am getting financially compensated, so we are getting sponsored. I'm so happy for you, from Gunner to Opera. Oh my god, thank you! Simply that's kind of Cheeto. What the heck, Kate? Thank you so much. I like it feels, I don't know. It's like it's I don't know. I'm like I'm so gagged about it. But Weatherman, again, thank you so much for the 4 monthlies. I'm sorry you're at work though. Can you change my bank account to being rich so I could buy Pokemon cards? Gear, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Because it's not even like, not even having the money to get Pokemon cards. It's not even, it's being able to beat the scalpers hanging out at like 10 p.m. the night before the store opens. That's like, you can't beat them. I can't do it. Raven, thank you for the 165 stream streak. Salted Loki. Mwah. Everyone say hello, Salted Loki. I hope you're doing so good, Angel. I want to make mozzarella sticks with chipotle cheddar sauce. Yum. Yeah, so I actually started using Opera GX Moon Quartz about 2 months ago. And because I've been thinking about it for a while, and I'm just like, because everyone's been telling me to get off Google Chrome because it's like it's a CPU monster eater, and I was like, I know, but like I'm so stuck in my ways, you know what I mean? But 2 months ago I swapped over to Opera GX, or like, and I even said this on stream. I on God, you go back my files and be like, oh, Pixel, like she did it, and I only like a week or so ago did they email me asking for a sponsor, so. That's how you know it's legit. When months ago I was talking about swapping over, and then now I'm going to sponsor for it. So how cool is that? So I'm not using Opera GX just because I got sponsored. I've been using it for a couple months now. Also, Ellie, mwah, Geargrim, mwah, Mr. Ware, mwah, thank you for the forehead kisses. Ah! Karma, exactly, a ram hug. Oh, I don't know, Moon Quartz. I'm not sure how that works. All I know is that it's for PC only. Like, you can't, like, download on your phone. Have you understand what you just done? This GX thing is gonna be so much fun. Really? Yes! Oh my god, you could do, that's right, you could do keyboard sounds, and you could, have sounds when you open up tabs. The customizations on it are fantastic, and I think the only reason why I swapped over to it, and why I had been putting it off for so long, was that there is a move over everything from Chrome button. So, you can click a button, and you can move all of your bookmarks, all of your tabs, all of your everything that you already had on Google Chrome over to Opera GX. I'm not sure if it works for Firefox or like Microsoft Edge. Who the fuck uses Edge? But I'm not sure if it works for other browsers, but I know for sure it works with Chrome. Hi, Panda Monster. Mwah, Cookie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, it's gonna be dog treats, because Jasper's not down here yet. I'll try it. You're so sweet. Did you really? Oh my god, 3 people! Thank you guys so much. You guys don't understand. Thank you. And like, even if you guys already have installed, you guys don't have to like try to uninstall it or anything just to get it. Like, but the effort is really awesome. I really appreciate the hustle. Can you eat this? Can you eat this? Can you put this in your mouth? Put it in your mouth. Put it in your mouth. There you go. I don't want Boo to steal it again. But I really appreciate everyone for downloading it. It's not like one of those things where it's like you gotta download it and then use it for 30 days and then it'll get access to it. No, you just download it. But hey, if you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Hi, Dark Lady Cosplay. I saw Blizzard make their tweet about you that you retweeted. Oh, that is so dope. How cool is it to be like the Blizzard girl? You know what I mean? That's you! I'm so proud of you. You deserve all of the love and flowers that you get. Hi, Astral. Hi, Chilla. Yeah, Charlie definitely needs it. I've been a Firefox guy since the mid-2000s. Tried a new browser before. Now? You've never tried a new browser, or you have tried a new browser? I only use my PC for gaming and bills, really. And for Opera GX. I'm joking. I'm so proud of you, lady. Lady, I love you, moist. Thank you, Panda Monster! Oh my god, and thank you for the 45 stream streak. Why are you guys being so nice to me? Oh, shite! You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't announced that the giveaway's open. I meant to do that, at the beginning of the stream. Oh, I misspelled cosmetic. How do I edit this? I just realized I misspelled cosmetic. How do I edit that? Oh, here we go. Edit giveaway. Yikes. Imagine misspelling something. Cosmetic codes. Save. Manage. Announce. There we go. Why does it say no one's entered the giveaway? It says we have 0 total entries. Can you guys type AOT again? Hashtag AOT again? Yeah. Okay. Okay, now it's working. Okay. Now it's going down. Now it says 3 people are entered. Okay, cool. Which is Raven, Chilla, and Panda Monster. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, 4 entries. Okay, cool, cool. Thanks. Okay, 5, 6. Okay, cool. 6, 7. Thanks, guys. For some reason, it wasn't going up. I was like, did I break it? Oh, God. Cookie, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Thank you so much. That means so much. No, I did edit it, Pina. I know, I'm weak. Vivaldi? AOL Explorer? What the fudge is AOL Explorer? I had... Oh, you just missed Treat Time, Angel. I had used Firefox, like, once in my life. I didn't like it. I think I've only used it if, like, Chrome isn't working. But I don't even think I have, Firefox installed on this PC that I've had for a while now. But... and it's only because I never really gave it, like, the old college try, though. Like, no tea or shade against Firefox. I just never really used it. Of course, thank you for the 4 million stream streak. Thank you so much, Angel. Chat, Twitch Whisper. Oh, God. Oh, did it really? You were so hot. Chords. Thank you. Double thank yous. Everyone go follow Mooncourts, tell him how hot and tall and handsome he is. Are you streaming today? It used to be great, but it's not. Oh, for Firefox? Oh, it got bad. Oh, no. What? Okay, question. What got bad about it? I'm just like, I have no idea. I've made Firefox installs version 3.6 now. It's fun. Oh, my God. That's a lot of updates. Sweetie. Mwah. Awesome boy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. You don't stream on Wednesdays? Well, you streaming tomorrow? Cool, Cam. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See? Whatever. 333. You're only half evil. You have me open on Opera! No way. Oh, thank you guys so much for downloading Opera GX. You guys are so hot and tall and talented and particularly handsome. Who remembers the AOL, you got mail? Yeah, I remember that. I'm doing all right, Cool Cam. Cool Cam, how are you doing? Friday? All right. I guess I can wait that long. I guess. I love you, moist, guys. Yahoo! That's a good verbal stem. It was 2 decades ago since I really used it much, but I remember 5 million toolbars blocking my screen I couldn't get rid of, and slow loading, and less websites working on it. Oh, interesting. You know, when I'm so tired of Microsoft Edge being on my PC. I have, like, uninstalled that and removed that so many times, and it keeps popping up on my GD toolbar every time I open up my PC. Pisses me off. Just get UpperGX out, or not, no, I love UpperGX. Get Microsoft Edge out of here. Like, I'm so tired of seeing Microsoft Edge on my toolbar. Just get out of here. So tired of it. It's easy to understand. It is. It's just, for me, it's learning what all it can do. Awesome boy, thank you for the 25 stream streak. One might say that that's awesome. Thank you so much. What the hecky? And you're watching stream on Opera GX too? Mr. Weir, that means so much. I have good news. I just enrolled to get my level 3 qualification so I get to uni to be a social worker. Shut the front door. How many levels of qualifications do you need? Didn't Rihu stop making Edge? All I know is that I keep removing it. It keeps coming back, Rosaria. It's like a bad ex. Keeps coming back. I'm joking. I did some on the entry exam. Of course you did. Proud of you. Pixel said keyboard sounds and Panda instantly click download. Now, I don't know which sound scratches my brain best because I like 2 of them. I know that Let's Game It Out, which is actually the reason why I downloaded Opera GX, because he kept getting sponsored by Opera GX and was like, fine, I'll download it. I know Let's Game It Out, if you guys are familiar with that YouTuber, has like a whole thing that you can download for him, and it'll make sounds for him. Like, you open up a tab and it says, hey, welcome back to Let's Game It Out. And you can press his keyboard sounds. So say you press the J, it says T. and you press Y, it says I. Like, so you're pressing like the buttons, but it has different letters that make the sounds when, oh, it's so funny. Yeah, and no, it's so annoying, but so funny. It's so funny. It's definitely like a good like prank one. Like if someone else has Opera GX, like download it or something like that. Shabby, I was thinking about you. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Shabby, Pokemon Center had a bunch of new stuff on their website, and they had a bunch of Porygon stuff, and I thought of you about that too. Let's get enough. Oh, I just read that. Get me in these games. Oh, let me. Hold on. Should we make this the pinned comment? A giveaway for the yeah, okay, cool. We'll make this the pinned comment for the day, just so people can get in. I'm thinking we have 10 people in the giveaway right now. I'm thinking to reward the peeps and poops that have been here since the beginning of stream. What do you guys think that we just do our first giveaway right now? What do you guys think? I think that'd be pretty cool if we did that. What giveaway? Peep the pin message and the stream title and the comments that have been in chat. So we're gonna give away 10 codes. 2 for Eren in the Trapper skin, so just like base Trapper or base Eren. 1 for Crystal Eren. 2 for regular Eren Trappers, 1 for Crystal Eren, 1 for Ember Eren, 2 for Levi, who is the Jake cosmetic, 2 for Mikasa, who is Yui, 2 for Sasha, who's Talita, and that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, but 1 is gonna be given away. It's for all. Anyone can redeem it. Steam, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, etc. So it's open for everybody. I think what I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna go in order. Maybe, you know what? I'll do one of the Trapper skins for the Discord one, because there's gonna be I'm only giving away 1 code in the Discord just for anybody who couldn't make it today. And so we'll do that one. I'll do one of the Trapper skins in the Discord. And so we'll give away 1 Eren, 1 Crystal Eren, 1 Ember Eren, and then 2 Levi's, 2 Mikasas, 2 Sashas. We'll do that in stream today. Also, hi, YBC, mwah, Barrel Daryl, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. I'm just gonna go in order. Just so that you only have to enter once today, and that way it prevents anybody from double winning. Because if you win 1, that's it. You can't, like, just so, like, we don't do multiple giveaways and someone wins, like, 10 in a row or something. Not that you would let that happen, but you want the Yui one? Well, we're giving away the Trapper one right now. And if you guys don't like it, go find someone else who gives free shit. I'm gonna do the first giveaway winner right now. Okay, I need you guys to know she's not, just because they're a VIP doesn't mean it's rigged. Are you here, Mooncourts? Congratulations, Mooncourts! Rigged! Yeah. Get all your rigs out of the way. Thanks, Supernova. See, Supernova, that's why I keep you around. It's only rigged as a mod. I was so scared it was gonna be a mod first. Mooncourts, are you here, sweet angel face? Oh my god, that was so funny. I was like, there's no way. Rigged! I'm gonna send you your Trapper skin in our Twitch DMs because I have them open right now. This calls for a toast, so pour the champagne. Well, that is a big heckin' thank you. Ray! That's a big heckin' thank you for everyone for being here right in here in the beginning of stream. Thank you guys so much. Before when the streamer allowed it. Oh, yeah, that's their prerogative. I personally just, I want to have as many people win as possible. So, no, thank you. Thank you guys for being here. So everyone who was entering the giveaway, there are still 20 entries in the giveaway right now. There's still gonna be 8 other winners in stream, and then I'll pull the last winner from the Discord. Also, hi, Jesky. Mwah, think of the forehead could see. Shut up! Wait, how many people have this downloaded now? Escape, thank you so much for supporting me and Opera GX. Jesky. Know you? 4 people have downloaded Opera GX. I really appreciate that. I don't have one yet, but they're working on it. So all of the new Eerie creators have codes, but they're not working yet. Like, they haven't installed them yet. Oh, someone just saw a new user. High 5! Oh my god. Thank you guys so much. Why are you guys being so hot and talented and handsome to me? How many skins for killers are you giving out? I only ask because you should remove me after you've done giving those out, since I don't play Survivor, so I'd love to see Survivors players get those skinsies. Okay, that's gonna be, we just gave away the Trapper one. Should we do, because I have them in order, so they gave me, oh, Jasper. They gave me Trapper, and then Jake, Mikasa, Talita. Do you want me to go back and forth? Or should I just go down the line? Hello, Angel. You know, I'm not going to complicate it. I'm just going to go down in order. So the next 2 polls are going to be the Trapper skins. I'm going to do that. Just for me and my... Because it's all random technically anyway. But, Loki, if you do win... Because I can't, like, remove people from the giveaway. I can't, like, remove or take people out of the giveaway. If you do win a Survivor one... I'll probably ask to, like, double check, are you sure about that? And then, we can just repull. Phantom, shut up! Thank you so much! I'll just not be here. Yeah, I got all the tags, so if I'm picked, please re-roll. Oh, well, don't enter if you guys already, just don't enter if you guys already have all the skins. Also, hi, Spades, how are you doing, Angel? Chloe with the VIP steal. Who did you steal it from? I don't remember. When I was a young boy. I almost removed it from Chloe. I was like, no, Chloe just redeemed it. That would have been so funny. That would have been... Oh, it was Kaya! Oh, Ewok was the one before that. Kaya is now. That white boy needs some lovies? Wait, who does? Also, hi, Coffee. Oh, so those are the ones too. Oh, gotcha, Rosaria. Well, if anybody wins and you guys don't want it, you can just tell me to re-roll it. Also, Chrissy, mwah, Rex, mwah. Think of the forehead, Kissy. I keep telling myself that I'm gonna make a separate channel just for the VIP redemptions. But I keep forgetting to do that. Well, I gave them enough time to enjoy the shiny badge. Time to remove that enjoyment. It's mine again. Yeah, I think Kaya had it for what, two streams or something. So. And hey, at the very minimum, at least 24 hours. I mean, I don't think it'll be too messy if we just add another channel, no? What do you think, Raven? Ooh! Rex! Pickles! Oh my god. You disgust me, and I love you so much, Rex. You disgusting pickle enjoyer, you. Rex, I am gonna get you the pickle roll in the Discord, because I'm not doing anything right now, so. How do I do it again? Server settings. Server settings. I know how to do this. Members. Rex. You. Role manager. Add role. I almost gave you my Pixel brother one. Pickles! Oh my god, you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Might be easier? Okay, cool. As long as you agree. Guys, everyone go tell Rex how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is! Thank you so much for saving up 1,005,000 gajillion babillion channel points to become a pickle. Spartan, I hope everything's okay. And I had previously had it for like 2-3 weeks because yeah, I can't remember. I want to say Ewok actually has the record for like having it the longest. I think Ewok had it for like a month. It was awesome though. It was so funny. Pina! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. If I've missed anyone's kissies, I'm so sorry. Honestly, Rex and Chrissy, I don't know if I did yours. Mwah, mwah. Oh, thank you! In this economy? Why stop there? Everyone go tell Rex how much we love them. Yippee! Alright, so we already gave away one code. Wait, no? Again? I'm just trying. Oh, are you really? Wait, the channel, Raven? You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. That's not like too much. No. Nah. I don't think it's too much. Because only the mods are going to see it, right? So. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. So we are going to play some DBD today, but I want to show you guys something. Womp womp. You get loved on. Yeah, take that, Rex. I think I did it for a month, if not close to a month. It was when you took the break for TwitchCon, and guess people forgot about the redeem for a while. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We should keep a... I wish there was, like, a way that we could, like, keep track of it. Obviously not through Twitch, because Twitch is, you know, Twitch. But, like, I don't know, like, a mixed-up bot. Something like, oh, who's had this redeemed the longest or something. Also, Bravo Penguin's probably asleep right now. But I did get my throne from Monday. This came yesterday. So I don't know what Amazon gods delivered this. But what the heck. It was like less than 24 hours for this to get shipped to me. Yes! The Nerd Wax. Stop Slippy Specs and Sunnies. I have been wanting to try this ever since, I believe it was Salted Loki that recommended this. And this apparently, wipe off glasses to remove any surface oils. Roll it. Make sure there is lots of Nerd Wax to work with. Apply directly to the nose pads of your glasses. Lay it on thick. If you use too much, you can always wipe it off later. Nerd Wax will wear off naturally over time. Any residue left over can simply be wiped off with a paper towel. If you actually get Nerd Wax in your lenses, don't panic. Just grab a microfiber lens and wipe it off. I can't wait to try this. I'm going to put these on right now. I was driving to my parents' house yesterday, and I was like, my glasses like started sliding off, and was like, wish I had some Nerd Wax. But I know normal people say, thank you when that happens, so thank you, cuties. Oh my god. I'm the same way, Rex. It was like, whenever people will do nice things to me, I'm just like, if I don't respond, it's not as awkward. That's how I felt like whenever, like when I was a child, and they would get to like the birthday present parts of birthday parties, I would get so uncomfortable. I was like, I would literally hope that people would forget that they either got me gifts or to get me a gift in first place, because I hate, like, I don't know, I hate when people are nice to me. I did almost wear my shirt that says "Don't be nice to me, I'll come," but it's really cold today, so I did not wear it. But I did think about it, because I know how you people are. People are way too nice to me. I don't want to put on too much. I know you could wipe it off, but I have a too much gene. All right. Maybe a little bit more. Ooh. Okay. How if I just do this? Oh, okay. There's the technique. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Oh. Bring it back. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I can't wait to use these on my Toki Doki mozzarella glasses, because these don't have dongles. Ooh. Ooh. These don't have dongles, so you can't, like, I was gonna say edit them. You can't adjust them. And so these are what I really want to use them for. I love when you get me. I love when people understand my brain, and you get my brain. And I appreciate that. Are we getting high? You want to get high? Not in the beginning of my long stream, but maybe later. They also have super cute glasses. Oh, do they really? Oh my god. I did you may have shown me that before. That they have either you showed me that or I just saw it and I thought of you. They have wipes that look like different things and that looks like you're wiping your glasses with sandpaper, but it's really a terry cloth kind of thing. Oh, that's right, Chloe. You did have it throughout the year. Also, absolute ground zero. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I think I did, but it's been a while. They have Lord of the Rings subtle. Wait, what does the Lord of the Rings one look like? Got emergency test earlier. Release. Oh, really? I believe Shabby's Canadian, right? I think I did, but it's been a while. Oh, I just read that. I have to make sure that this flu goes way fast because the cancer that she had when I was in high school, smallest cold. Oh my god! Oh, please take care of your mother, Spartan. That's so scary. I'll link it. Thank you, Angel. A Melodol, nutmeg, mwah, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Oh, look at this! Raven made the Who Stole the VIP. Slay. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Raven. WR Raven. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. That's awesome. Thank you so much. What did he say? What was that? Chevy! Thank you so much for the 35 monthlies. Shut the front door. Secretly nerdy. So it has the... Oh, that's cute! I like that. It's nerdy, but without the chance of being made fun of for it. Thank you for the 35 months, 1 month away from 3 years. That's disgusting. Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewed, and your sub badge. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. So I'll do much Pixel Company time. Oh my god. Oh, that made a tear come out of my eye. That is so funny. Nutmeg, thank you for the 75 stream streak. Willie, no you. No you. Oh, Chloe, thank you so much. That means so much. Thank you guys so much. Watching Pixels a great use of company time. You guys are... there's about to be a free spot in the mod list. I'm joking. Loki put a cleaning cloth that looks like a pickle. It's disgusting. Maybe Rex would like it. You little pickles. Oh man, that is very funny. Really? Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. All right, so before we get into DBD, I got sent this. Oh my god, I feel so badly. I got sent this. They did say it was like a non-expectation thing, right? So it's like it's just for fun, whatever. But they did send me. Celestials did send me this box like 2 years ago. I filmed an unboxing, and it was so cute, and I think I edited it. But I never posted it. And I do that a lot. There's so much stuff that I have done and filmed that I just never post because I'm such a fudging perfectionist. And if I don't like the way it comes out, or if I'm scared that like the sponsor won't like how it comes out, I won't post it. And I feel like that's really bad. But that's what I did. Hi, Domo! How are you doing, sweet angel? Everyone say, hello, Godo Domo. I just made lemon tea and honey. Oh, you got this, Spartan. W Spartan. Were you really, Brad? What did you decide to? What did you decide to do for your sound effects? Also, everyone go tell Domo how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Yeah. But Celestials has like trading cards, and I don't think I opened. I don't know. I haven't opened this box since I filmed the unboxing. But Jasper, stop it. Jasper, stop. Just gonna knock over everything. Love the lipstick. Thank you. It's 2 different colors. Mwah. It's ColourPop Safia Nygaard collection that came out in 2020. It's Mrs. Norris and Bury Me in Lipsticks. Yippee! Now this is our Illustrals Moonrise. So this is, I think it has a number 1 on it, which I think means it was like when it first came out. Again, this is from a couple years ago, so I'm so sorry, Illustrals. I did film an unboxing, I just never posted it because I get really nervous and self-conscious, and I know I'm lame. But it comes with so much stuff. Again, I have not opened this since they gave this to me forever ago. Okay, so that's how to play. I don't want to learn how to play that yet. But, oh, look at this little plushie. So, his name is Voldusk. Voldusk. And look at how cute he is! It's a whole Ask plushie. It's a whole little guy. He's so cute. Oh my god, I really wish I posted my unboxing. I'm so bad. I'm the worst streamer ever. Oh, I did open some for my unboxing. I did. Yeah, I'll get those in a second. But they sent blisters. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 blisters, and they have a promo card in each one. This one's the same one. And then this one. And then there's like some booster bundles and a booster box. And look at the details of this box. Like, is this not insane? So cute, but not as cute as you are, Voldusk. Not as cute as you are. All right, so yeah, it comes with 3 booster packs and a starter deck, and they have two different guys in each one. It's a baby. It is a baby, and he's so cute. I gotta make sure that this stays away from Boo because this is perfect Boo size. Mad-Eye, mwah, thank you for your forehead kissy. You picked a Fallout theme? Shut the front door. That is so smart. I love that. Oh, is Jasper? Are these treats for Jasper? Oh, Mad-Eye, how are you doing? How is the job? Eat the bad treats as always, as the king does. Oh, try that again, sweet pea. Okay. Thanks for not biting me. Oh, I still need to pick my G for the day, too. Good job. Oh. That was not a hard bite, but he just straight up just like on my entire finger. Oh, you ate already? Okay. That's a good doggy. Good doggy! Thank you for the kitty treats. It's your fucking nightmare. He's like, don't pet me through. You're gonna give me a treat. Okay, can I sit him right here? Alright. I want to open up some card packs. It looks like I did open up a blister. Because this is empty. Kumquat! You come here, Quat. Oh, I opened a few! Looks like this is one of the promo cards. I've been feeling the pack ripping itch. Oh, I opened 3 packs. Look at me. I opened 3 packs in the unboxing that I filmed. Alright. Let's see. Oh, here are some of like the hollows. And that's so pretty. I love the como se dice? It's what is that hollow called? It's like a scattered hollow. I'm trying to channel my inner Christine from Hollow Taco and Simply Neological. I'm trying to figure out like the names of these specific hollows. Oh, here's another one. Holy! Look at these. Oh, look at this one. September. So pretty. It kind of looks a little bit like Magic the Gathering. A little bit. I get like little Magic the Gathering vibes from him. You are smart. Ooh. I bet Rootsy would like this one. It's like a lichen looking one. Focus. His name is Lycavoid. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. Focus. Oh, look at this. Yeah, this is dope. You know, I wonder, what's this guy's name? Voldusk? I'm not sure. I don't know. That evolution line would make sense. Alright. So yeah, we're going to open up some Illustrals, and then we'll get into some DBD 2V, obviously. Shabby! Shabby, are you gonna be playing? It's okay if not. It's okay if not. I was curious if you are. I want to open up one of the blisters. Let's open up this one because I got doubles of this one. Babe, I'm set. Ew, that was a really long scream. Shut the front door! What's up, Freeze? Oh, okay, so pretend like I've been following you forever, Freeze. What the hecky? I swear to God, I was following you on Twitch. My bad. Yo, what's up, Freeze? Yo, Freeze is a heckin' awesome dude, G Fuel gamer, and everyone should go follow him. Very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. Freeze, where did we get up to? Welcome in, Raiders! We're doing long stream today. What time is it for you? It was like, I don't know, 9, 10? What time is it for you? How's stream? It's going fantastic. We're doing 10 p.m. Cool. That was close. Well, good evening. We're doing some, I'm gonna open up some Elestrals cards. And then I'm going to start playing some Dead by Daylight. What were you getting up to? Electric Panther. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Ah! Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. I know. Long stream. The Discord voted for today being the long stream as opposed to Friday being a long stream. So I was either going to do a long stream today or a long stream on Friday to do these Attack on Titan giveaways. Ooh, also, hashtag AOT for anyone who wants to enter the giveaways. You must be present to win because I can. But, sorry, it's really cold in here, so my nose is running. It's really cold in my house today. It's like a high of 50 degrees today. It's gross. But thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. Electric Panther, how are you doing today, homie? Also, Freeze and friends, if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please go get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourselves. Get your post-stream self-care. But, we're gonna open up some packs. Also, Black Star, welcome in. We're gonna open up some packs, and then we'll... yeah! Freeze engine rated, and the temperature dropped by 10 degrees, yeah. Sounds about right. Thanks a lot. But yeah, I was gonna wear a cute little crop top today, and I was like, it's too cold. It's too cold, so I wore one of my workout long sleeves today. I was like, this is fine. This is fine. But yeah, seriously, welcome everybody. We're gonna open up this pack of Elestrals. I'm not entirely sure what the chase cards are, but the thing is, I'm not really into card collecting for, like, finding, like, the rarest or the most expensive or, like, whatever cards. I like to collect cards because they look pretty. I do be getting some food. Please do, Freeze! Please get your post-stream self-care. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We have given away one code so far. And we'll give away another one probably when I open up the game in a little bit. Dangos. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Here's the promo card. It already comes sleeved. What the hecky? It already comes in like a little sleeve. I'd have to put it in a like a top loader. You can see how little bent it is. Oh, look at the back of the cards. I never show you guys this. I need to put this in the top loader. But she's so pretty. It's Auluna. Aulune? Focus. Alright. Pretend it's focused. Pretend. Oh, we had this the other day when we were opening up the Pokemon cards. Alright. Pretend it focused. Tanker. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Is it winner's choice? No, because then, it would just be a mess. So I'm just gonna go based on the order of the email. So we gave away one Trapper skin. The next giveaway is gonna be for, and it's all gonna be one. You only have to enter once, and you're in for all of the giveaways that we're doing. I'm just gonna go in order. I had thought about. Can I open this? Am I crazy? Okay, there we go. I had thought about doing that, but then I just like. I think adding more variables makes it more stressful for people, so I decided to take out the extra variables and just make it so that I just go in order of how they are in email. So we gave away one Aaron Trapper skin, and then the next one is going to be the Aaron Trapper skin in Crystal, and then after that is the Aaron Ember Trapper skin, and then 2 Levi's, 2 Mikasas, and then 2 Sashas. Oh, I did not mean to close that. Opera GX, come back! Alright. I don't know if there's a card trick for this. So let's see, what do we got? Focus. Please focus, please, 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 because you love me. Oh, oh, oh! Tox Eerie. Have a cub. Oh my god, stop. They're so cute. Drakid. Porcu Wraith. Oh my god. They're so cute. Oh my god. Ardbud. Instead of an Aardvark. Oh my god, this is so cute. Have a cub as cute as Heckies. I'm kind of digging Ardbud. Helios Slumber. Doppelgator. That's so cute. Oh, it's got like extra eyes back here. Oh, I like this one. These are so cute. Theraheart, like a heart, like a deer. Oh, that's so cute. These are very clever. I really like that. Luminape? Oh, I'm getting Sun Wukong vibes. No? I'm getting like a little Sun Wukong, eh? A little bit. You know? And then Lycaris. Oh, so cute. These are so cute. Oh, I love them. Thank you guys so much for joining the giveaways. Let's open up another one. Let's open up another one. Let's do... Oh, let's open up this one. Because it's got a werepup. His name is Werepup. And it sounds so cute. Alright, let's open up this one. And then we'll open up DBD. I'm not sure if I'm going to do open lobbies right away. Maybe I can be convinced. Oh, I didn't even take out the card. Maybe I could be convinced to do open lobbies, but we'll see. We shall see. So here's Werepup. So cute. Look at him! Oh, 1 second. Oh. This it? No, okay. Here's what the pack looks like. Moonrise. Yes, get in the giveaways, guys. We're going to be doing the giveaways all day. All throughout the day. Oh, I just saw who we first got. Ah! So, we just got Voldusk. No way! So cute! Oh! When you cast Lunar Phase, you can draw a card or return... I'm assuming that, like, that's like, I don't know, that's like a symbol. I don't know what that symbol means. From your underworld to your spirit deck. This effect can be activated only twice each turn. Oh, we pulled our plushie. So cute. Oh, I love that for me. Yippee. Oh, thank you, Loki. You're so hot, Loki. Thank you so much. Boop. There we go. Okay, cool. Fall Dusk. Gloombat. Oh, what the fudge? The art on this is insane. Tox Eerie. Okay, so we got him before. Have a Cub. We got him. This is the one that you like, Loki. Kind of looks like they're wearing, like, cut-up fishnets. Draken. You took the same pick we just got. Oh, here we go. Lunar Phase. That's different. That's pretty. I like that. That's really pretty art. This is, like, literally, like, my like, logo colors. Tsunami, the name of my parents' Great Dane. Aurora Borealis. Oh, look at that. Look at Zen Pride Rock over there. Like a Void. So pretty. Hello. I love this scattered hollow. They're so pretty. Oh my god, I love him. And then, and Luminate, but in the non-hollow. So now we have a hollow Luminate and a non-hollow Luminate. Where? Oh, right here. Here we go. So here's the difference. Yeah! Oh, Rootsy! Some of these are so cute. I actually opened this one because I think you like this one. His name is Werepup. Werepup. Therepup. Get it? Oh, it is so cute. And then there's, oh, here. There's, like, some of these are just, like, so doggy. Like, look. Like Horus. Like a void. Like a virgin. Ooh! Touch for the very first time. You're so cute. I want to open more, but I think a lot of people want me to just go play some Dead by Daylight, but it's fine. Oh, wait. Let me pull this card out again. Hold on. Where are you? Yes! Alright. Valdusk. Oh, they're so cute. I love him so much. This is like literally my favorite part of it. Oh, no! Rootsy! Rootsy, I'm so sorry. What are you sick with? Also, I still do have our 2 starter decks and our holy shiitake mushroom, our like booster bundle. How many are in here? Entire Celestials Moonrise First Edition set includes over 100 cards. Each player must have a 40 card main deck. Hello? Jesper! He's trying to take my cards from me! How many packs are in here? Oh, it looks like I opened this already. Maybe this is where I opened up some of the packs. Hold on. How many packs are in here? I'm gonna guess 36, right? Oh my god! There's so many! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Yeah, so 36. There's 36 packs in here that I need to open. Oy jamoy. Oh, I cannot wait. All right, so I'll just keep opening these either throughout the stream today, or we'll just do like another stream where it's just dedicated to me opening cards, because I have been getting the card ripping itch, and you guys probably have seen that the card market is crazy right now, and you can't get your hands on cards ever at all unless you're a scalper. Don't be a scalper. And so thank you, Celestials, for sending this to me. I'm sorry, this is like from 2 years ago. I also have another box right there that they sent me that I have to open that as well. But thank you, Celestials. I can't wait to keep opening these. Okay. Ugh! Jasper! Jasper knocked down my Voldusk! What a little bitch. Does anybody want a cat? Giving away a free cat. No code word needed. Just, first dibs. Anybody want him? He's so cute. No thanks? No, you want him. You want him. Look at him. He's a big boy. Big boy. Big belly. Oh, he's got the biggest... You step on the desk, thank you. Got the biggest belly ever. Oh, so soft. So soft. Oh, good boy. Good boy. His nails are freshly trimmed. We just trimmed his nails last week. I know. A smooch, if I wasn't wearing lipstick right now, I would absolutely smooch him. Alright, let's open up some DBD. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Oh, I wonder why. Oh, I didn't take my allergy medicine. Oh, allergies. Oh, wait, Rootsy, what are you sick with? I would never punish him by having him interact with Crowley. Wait, what would Crowley do? Oh, actually, Slim. Mwah. Jordan. Mwah. I don't know if I got you guys kisses. I'm so sorry. I'm sick with balls. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Oh my god, here I am sitting waiting for DBD to open. I never opened it. All I did was open up Steam. I didn't open up Baldur's Gate. Ugh. There are so many memes that have been coming up on my, like, my For You page, my various For You pages, that are Baldur's Gate related. And I want to put them in the mod chat, but I'm like, I'm not sure where you are yet. And so I don't want to put them for, like, potential spoilers for you. Ugh. Oh! Welcome back, Mama J. Mama J, proud of you. Proud of you for getting that workout in. I hurt my knee the other day doing all my walking. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Rootsy! Okay, so for anyone who's just joined us, sorry, there's like an eyelash on my eyeball that's driving me crazy. Actually, there's probably a cat hair in my eyeball. In case you guys did not notice, we have a new widget on the screen. And I'm just going to wink at you guys because there's a cat hair in my eye and it really, really hurts. But we have a new widget on the screen. And it's because we are currently sponsored by Opera GX right now, if you guys could believe it. I am officially like a famous YouTuber and streamer because we are being hit with an Opera GX sponsor. Yippee! So, if you guys want to support me, exclamation point Opera GX, and click that link on PC, because it's only for PC only, and download Opera GX, and it helps me out. Also, I'm getting weird echo again, aforementioned echo. I am going to have to change my audio settings really quickly, and then I will fix it in a second. So let me change my audio really quickly, and then I'll change it right back. So just give me 1 second. This is what I was talking about on Monday, by the way. Okay. Hello? Hello! Okay, good. Oh, sorry. I have, like, my mic feedback into my ear hole so I can hear the voices from, I don't know. I just like being able to hear my voice. And it was, like, a 1 second delay, so it felt like an echo, and it was really hard to pay attention. Anywho, what time is it? We've been streaming for an hour now? Okay. How long am I going to be streaming for today? What time did I start? I started at 2:30. Okay. Okay. All right. I was going to say let's do a giveaway every hour, but then I'll run out. So we'll do like whenever I feel like it. Bad company, I can't deny. Yeah. Also, I'm sorry to hear that you're sick, by the way, Rootsy. I hope Baldur's Gate makes you feel better. New user! Did someone download Opera GX? Thank you! Thank you guys so much. You guys understand. It really does help me. Shabby. Oh, I was going to play Sable. Sable's going to be our first game on. That is what we're going to do. Also, do you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? I know we're only an hour to stream, but I really have to pee. Do you guys mind? You guys don't mind, right? I'll be right back. Yeah, he's on me.
You're dead, though.
You're dead!
You guys are assuming I'm going to get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm going to assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. I forgot to pick a G Fuel flavor. Just do hashtag Jasper giveaway. That's so funny. Oh. Rootsy, I just... Mwah. Shabber, are you gonna do Torchbearer class? Because I wanna do silly, goofy things with you. If I can. What blue G Fuel? Or something pink? Ah! Oh, so I picked this color. So it was either oh, 7! Somebody else done. Thank you, guys. I wish it told me like a list so I could like thank everybody. But thank you to everybody that has downloaded Abra GX. You guys don't understand how much that helps me. Oh, I know. We're gonna do Mad Love, the crushed tart candy, because I was editing a YouTube video for this of when I tried it for the first time a couple weeks ago. Last month, or the month before. It had to be February, right? Holy shite, it's already May. Oh God, it smells so good. It smells so good. Alright, let me change my guffle today really quickly. Superhuman mind, kryptonite is Chucky's crushed tart candy. Crushed tart candy was my name of my pussy. So anyways. Alright, now I'm gonna load in. And we're playing as Sable. Sable squared. The tub in the DBZ box sounds like it's gonna be delicious. Wait, okay, I didn't see all the different flavors, but Tom tagged me and said that the strawberry banana is coming in the 2.0 formula, and you guys know strawberry banana is my king, my top flavor ever. Oh, what? I didn't look. What are the other flavors that are coming? Oh, I'm so gassed. Oh, what I was gonna say is that there were other designs too. Oh, yours mom's at Costco. Tell her to pick me up some Pokemon cards for me. I'm joking. Lemonade and Jawbreaker. So there was also this one. I can change it to like horror. I was thinking of doing the horror one. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I like the horror one, but I think the other one. This one is cuter. The player list. Oh, mom's at Costco. I thought you were just telling me your mom's at Costco. I was like, yeah, tell them to get me some Pokemon cards. Oh my God! Did you guys ever see my Android 18 cosplay that I did? Majin Buu or whatever. I'll ask next time. Thank you. Guys, I just want some Pokemon cards. No way! Everyone go tell Spades how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Space System, how was your stream? Oh my god! Hi, Leon Smones. Hi, Space System. Everyone say hello to our raiders and our mods. Hi, Angel. How was your stream? Were you doing some Dead by Daylight? Oh my god. Oh, also, hashtag AOT to be entered into the giveaway. I did a 2v8 game with the Oni. Not the living cat skin earlier. And got paired with the console trapper. We cooked at 8K and did the Moriana Fungman. Oh my god. But you did your cat one? I love the cat Mori. Leon's moans. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. We've only given away one skin so far. We've only given away one skin. Want to do killer? No. I don't know if I hate myself that much today to do it, but I'm tempted. I'm tempted, Shabby. That's a good question. We'll see. Maybe. Who put that wall there? Maybe I perchance can be convinced. Alright, Talbot and a Hoomst. I gotta find my Shabby. That's true. I got all day to think about it. Everybody go follow Spades System. Spades, please make sure that you go get all of your post-stream self-care, which includes, but is not limited to, Deathslinger. Your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch to a drink. I just remembered I have to pull up my stream so I can read chat. I have to charge my phone. I just saw that there are 67 viewers in chat. Whoa! Can we get some 6-7s in chat? To piss off all of the people that have kids? Please. Ow. Yes! Thank you! They get Leon's votes. Great match. Just remember to Valley. We had 2 genders left to finish. Not too shabby, some might say. Uh-oh. Only one. Oh yeah, not 2 shabby, only 1. Oh, I love the emote so much, Supernova. Never stop subbing to Ray or Narvaez Jr., please. So I can constantly see these emotes. You're probably never gonna let me stop making that joke. That's because that joke is top tier! Damn. That joke is top tier. It is so funny. I was gonna get that hun hook, but I guess I won't. What? I love 2v8 so much. Don't get me wrong. I love 2v8 so much. But I hate the servers. I gotta figure out food. Please go feed yourself, Angel. I'm proud of you for eating. Can you leave him alone? Jasper keeps trying to steal my Voldusk. Oh, from Dipria. No, Chilla, literally, Rosaria, literally. Oh my god, I never. There you are! Yippee! Oh, thank you. That tickles. It tickles a little bit. Oh, you know what? No healing points for you. No healing points for you. Alright, let's go be rats, Shabby. But I had such good games. We're 7. Okay, can we get another shout out for Spade System, please? Can I? Please. There has to be 7 people in this chat that are not following Spades. Can we have 7 people follow Spades? It would mean so much to me and Spades. Remember when Spades lent you guys their Lamborghini so you could pick up your mom from the hospital? Remember when Spades flashbang saved you in Dead by Daylight? That one's a little bit more feasible. Remember when is this Shabby? Yeah, this is Shabby. No, that's not Shabby. Shabby's over here. I'm getting stapled. Remember when Spade System lent you their library card so that you can pick up that one how to loop on Dead by Daylight for Dummies book? You're on PC, me on Switch. I think it's it definitely has to be the servers, right? But it's it's funny though. Oh yeah, get Shabby. You followed them, escape. See, this is why you're my favorite. I have something funny to tell you guys. Do you want to know how long his phone call is? Kind of not much of a thing anymore with cell phones. Yes, I do know what that is. I actually wrote and published the how to loop on. Yes, exactly! Oh, Shabby, I don't know where you went. I was reading chat. Oh, shite. Ooh! Where's my boy? Is this you? No, that's injured. Where are you? That's Fungmin. Alright, had a great time. Oh, were you really hanging out in cages, holding hands? Oh, there you are. There you are, Angel. I was scared. Thank you. Thank you for putting up your bat sign. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Let's go, girls. How many are gonna escape, guys? Get your channel points in. Thank you so much, Salted Loki, for the prediction. Every time I turn my camera, it's like, oh, there's Leah. Really? I bet you guys had the best time escaping together. Because you guys always escape. Because you guys are actually good at this video game, unlike moi. But you know what? I'm here for a good time, not a long time. That's so funny. How we are an hour and 20 minutes into stream. Where does the time go? Alright, so Shabby is right here. He's got the long skirt. Ooh! Ah ha ha! Cool, cool, cool. I already lost you. Hold on, hold on. She'll find you again, don't worry. How? Oh, there you are. There, I found you, I found you. Thank you, Shabby, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, rub your bum. Oh, this is the new Zarina outfit. I didn't know that was out already. Please do. Oh, take your time, Space. Please take your time. Please take care of yourself. Oh, I'm gonna get the unhooks. I'm not gonna lie. I do want the unhooks. Rift! Oh, it's the Rift! No way. What the heck? Ugh. Jeffrey. Ugh. Yucky. I was gonna say something. Not remember what I was gonna say. Oh, I really want a flashlight save. Darkest dungeon. I don't know why I thought that was gonna be like its own cosmetic thing. Oh, excuse me, love. Excuse me, love. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. Wasn't there a cosmetic collection that came out today? Or am I crazy? Yeah, like I literally want that skin so badly, Rosario. You've no idea. I want that skin so badly. Ooh, okay. You're being chased. Can I be any assistance, my lady? Oh. Maybe not. Are you still in chains? Oh. Everybody's here. Hello, love. Dangos, I hope so. New day! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope it's gonna be W. No promises, though. Oh. Who does he want? Whoa! Whoa! We gotta go, gamer! We gotta go! Gamer! I'm panicking! I'm sorry, I got scared. Ugh. Too many girls. Too many goyles. Not enough goyles. Too many goyles. May the 6th be with you all. Yeah. I guess technically today's Revenge of the 6th. Because Revenge of the 5th, Revenge of the 6th. A double revenge day. Ooh, here we go. Can we get a flashlight save? Can we? I don't think they're even being chased. Are they? Don't look like it. I mean, they're being chased by me right now. Hello, love. Then may Spock be with you all. That's... Star Trek. I know that one. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. They gave leopard to Vittorio. Oh, really? I'm gonna have to look. I actually haven't even looked at all the cosmetics. I just saw whatever they posted on socials and in the Discord. There says one that makes her. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, that one I've been seeing or hearing, I guess rather, because that one's pretty early in the Rift. I'm gonna assume, eh? Because she's kind of been all over the place. But she does sound quite velociraptor-y. No. Haven't bought the pass yet. They said that said the community skins on the free track are fire. Oh my god, yes. Though I can't wait for the Susie one. I don't remember that one. If you get premium, it's the first. Oh, really? Okay. I did unlock the premium thing because they gave us a lot of RXLs again. Thank you, behavior. I love you. Love you. Thank you for all the free shit. Did I finish healing you? There you go. Sorry, I thought I finished healing you. Oh, Shabby! Where's my Shabby? Where's Shab? No, that's Jeff. Oh, bagging. Maybe I don't want to save him. No. Oh, she's over there. Maybe I don't want to save this Jeffrey if you're gonna bag at a pallet like that. Oh, get him. Get him, Talbot. Get him. Get his ass. He's right there. Talbot, get him. Talbot, get him. Talbot! Oh, it was that one! No, because that skin is so pretty, though. Oh my god, I didn't remember that one winning. That's awesome. Hell yeah. I actually am pretty sure I had bought all these skins, the AOT skins, with the RXLs that Behavior gave us. Thank you, Behavior. I'm so grateful. Thank you, I love you. Hello, Angel. Why were they not saving you? What did you do to them, Shabby? Because, like, there were 2 people over there, and none of them saved you. What did you do? And I'm glad that I did get the use my RXL, so it's that way I didn't take any of these skin codes that they gave me, so we can give them all to use guys's. I made the Jank Mini skin for my Rift when I play here. Oh my god. I saw that one, I remember. Why are there like a me? I want heals! Thank you. I'm inside of you. Oh my god. You just Ace Ventura'd me. I'm the Rhino, and you're Ace Ventura. Does my audio sound weird to anybody else? I feel like I'm getting another echo again. Echo! Yeah. You're my Shabby, right? Is this my Shabby? Oh. Ah, that's my Shabby, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. All you Sables look alike, alright? Where are the killers? Oh! Look! Look! Oh, you know. Oh, well, shout! Shabby, where were you going? What, you guys see that? Audio's good? Okay. I don't know what's happening. That was so funny. You remember the chest tech? Yeah, you saw that. You saw what you did. Okay. Yeah, you did that, and then you zoomed away. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you saw it. Sounds fine to me, because it's doing the thing where I'm gonna have to fix my audio again. Because it's like a 1 second delay. Oh, they're dead. Well. Oh, they're not dead. Oh, my bad. Oh, so I'm gonna reset my audio again. Again, chat, again. Uh-oh. Guys, it's so cold in here. My hands are freezing. I'm gonna lift my sweater upstairs. All the way over there, guys. All the way over there. All the way over there. I'm gonna try to save them, and then I know I'm gonna die. Hi, Hopeless Buttercup! Are you really? Panda, literally my favorite level. Oh, I was actually just saying the other day, and the other day I mean Monday, that I really want to play Outlast Trials again. I miss it. I miss it so much. Oh, Hopeless, no you. There is an escape challenge to get 6 people out that I want to do. So if we can consistently get 6 people out, minimum. Oh. No! Okay. Oh! So if we can consistently get 6 people out, that'd make me so happy, because then, Jeffrey. Okay, so Sable died. Even if Jeffrey did die, did die. Even if Jeffrey did die, we'd still be 6 out. Why did y'all heal? Points. That's so funny. Why did you all heal? Blood points. Stupid. Alright, I have to change my audio again. Sorry, guys. Oh, give me 1 second. Hello? Alright, we're good. Alright. Ads now! No ads in game! I swear I don't see how that one won, but oh really? Which one was it? Which one won? We're gonna play Jacob. Ooh, can I use my new Jake skin? Did I get? I have it right. The AOT skin. Did I get that one? Yeah, Levi. Okay, so we'll use Levi. How many out? Oh, 6. Right? 6 people. So I think the Jeff died. 6 people out. Sorry, I missed that. Kaiserion. Sorry, Loki. I know. I do that. I do that. I do it just to bother my mods. I'm joking. Kaiserion. No, 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 no. Your fit kind of reminds me of... Oh, not that one. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Oh, okay, I don't have it. Ignore all of those, Shabby. Hopeless. Think of the forehead, kissy. What did you think of my Jake fits? And then if something happens endgame and I miss it. Oh no, you're so Gucci. You're so Gucci. I should be paid attention more. Bum, 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 dun, dun, dun. Everyone dies. 5+ out. 4 or less. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Congrats to all of our prediction winners. Also, while we're here, don't forget that we are sponsored by Opera GX this month. So if you guys are looking for a new browser to check out that has crazy customizations and what is it? It has browser to browser, like, what? How come up with D say? You like transfer. So any like the bookmarks that you have, like Google Chrome, you can just easily transfer over to Opera GX, so you don't have to like start over from the beginning, which is amazing. And I used that feature when I downloaded it, but well before I got sponsored, because I've been using Opera GX for about 2 months now, 2 or 3 months. Time is weird, guys, but we are sponsored by Opera GX. All you gotta do is, oh, me too, Loki, me too. All you gotta do is download using that link on your PC, and it helps me out enormously. A boon that makes the nearest generator in range so that all survivors get permanent generator repair progress on great skill checks. However, they repair the generator 50% slower. I am surprised that that one won as well. Maybe a bunch of killer mains voted for that one. Yeah, I definitely did not vote for that boon. I bet a bunch of killer mains voted for a absolute. What do you think? Yeah. On great skill checks. Well, I guess that would have to be like build dependent. I think it'd be fun if you make like a build dependent on it. Like you make a build that turns like your good skill checks into great skill checks, right? I think that'd be nice. Hey. Wesker's back! I forgot Wesker's back! So it's either a Nemesis or a Wesker and a nurse. Oh, Stakeout. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, Nemesis. Why me? What did I do? What? Girl! Oh. Okay, bye. Oh, shite. Oh, James. Oh, he's tier 2. Well, James got away. He's gonna kick that gen. Oh, they finished a gen. My bad. Can get grades. Can't get. Then they could just do a different gen. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, Via. Do you think people will do that though? Especially if they're not in comms. Oh my God, he has Lightborn. My boon. My beam is almost gone. The zombie has Lightborn. Irish Queen. Irish Queen. Hi, Angel. Do you want a cat or dog? Please tell me I'm not crazy. And I definitely. Oh, thank God. Thank God. that was behavior. Thank you, behavior. Love you. That was behavior giving me a flashlight after stealing all of that. Heck yeah, plus we're efficient. I love that you think that people will think that way. I love how hopeful you are. That makes me so happy. I'm not being condescending. I'm not being condescending or facetious. I love that. I love that optimistic silver lining thinking. This one puts that boon in a 3-gen. Yeah, because you can't cancel a boon once you put a boon up. Unless you die or they get stomped out. Guess everyone better start hitting those great skill checks. That's actually super funny. Either one sounds good. Irish Queen, I hope you're doing so good. Happy Wednesday or Thursday for any future peeps and poops. So I know it's in the EU, it's almost midnight. My shabby's in trouble, but I want to finish the shabby before I do that. Doing good? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Or if you move, oh, that's right. Or they can move it. That's true. That's true. They can just do another boon. Oh, Shabby got. All right. Shabby will come over here, like good little boy. Or you'll get hooked all the way over there. It's fine. I don't want to unhook you, anybody. Anybody. Anyway. What's this? Guys, I have a purple beam. I gotta find somewhere to use it. Okay, hold her over there. Where's my Shabby? It's gotta be over here, right? This is where he was hooked. As an Eve, I can confirm it's 11. Hey! Well, happy almost Thursday. Shabby's in chase. Aha! I found you! I found you, sweet summer child. Ah! 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 What is happening? Ah! Why? Why? What did I do? Woo! All I wanted to do was protect Shabby. But I kind of did, because I took both killers from you. Ooh, yeah, that got my foot. Oh, Shabby, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. Oh, I didn't hear him wind up, because I was just about to duck before he did that. I didn't hear him wind up, though. Do more harm and good in the team, in my opinion. Plus, I say again, I'm not on board with how much River loves permanent generated progress with new perks. Oh, really? Oh, you didn't hear it either? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear his wind up, or else I would have ducked. I should have looked behind me, but I think I paid attention to that. Stop being cared about their own lore. Yunjin is selfish. Let's give her a perk that rewards altruism. Oh! That makes perfect sense of the lore. Which perk are you talking about? So I know, oh, thanks, James. Yeah, which perk? 38 stream streak? Sheesh. Thank you so much, Irish Green. That means so much. I'm sorry I'm asking you so many questions, Absolute. I just keep forgetting. Like, what's what? And whom's who? Oh! Hello, lovely. You don't mind if I take this syringe, do you? Sorry, there's only one. I can rub your butt if you want. Because she's got self-preservation, which was very her. No. Does she also have fast track? Right? I can't remember what other perks are. I can't remember. I'm so dumb. Should we do another giveaway after this game? What do you guys think? We'll do the Trapper, the Aaron Ember Trapper skin after this game. Yes or no? One's in chat. Hi, Jinx. Jinx, Happy Wednesday or Thursday, depending on your time zone. One's in chat if we should do a giveaway after this game. What do we think? Yes? Oh, that's right. The new fast track. Yeah. That's right, that's right. See, this is why I keep you around, because you pay attention to things. Yes? Sounds good. Sounds good. Ah, there you are. Oh no, they're dead. They're dead. Oh! Me. I want the unhook points. Me. Wednesday? It's Wednesday, my dudes. No, I want the heals. Okay, we're good. Yes. More heal points for Pixel. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Here we go. Here we go. Can she get some use out of her purple beam? Yeah, go down. Go down. Go down. Get her ass. Yes. Yes! Levi reporting for duty! Hell yeah, that was awesome. Hump day. Oh, I'm sorry, Chloe. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, hello. Fawn. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oof. Yikes. Shabby's injured. But not in chase. I hear you. I hear him. I hear Shabby. I hear him. I hear you. I hear you. Ooh! Ah! There you are! There you are, Peter. Oh, Wednesday Addams emo. Oh my god, that show is so good. I loved Wednesday. They explode. I like that. I like... Oh my god. I'm not using my precious purple beam on you. I did get one flashlight save, and I'm very happy with myself for that. Like, I'm... Whoa! Goodbye! Why? I hear him! Yeah! He stomps. He stomps. He does the dummy stomp. He stomp. He stomp. Where? Where is he? There he is. Get your big old stinky forehead away from me. There you go. Away from me. Is he gonna come in? Yeah, he wants me. He wants me. Is the pallet here? 'Tis not. We keep going. Oh no! 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 Okay, it's alright. It's alright. It's alright. I'm not worried. Not worried. You guys are worried for no reason, Master Chief. Oops. It's alright. Show me a little leg. Show me a little leg. We jump. We I can't hear his wind up. HRT is thinking the patch is great since I feel like crying because I can't find my lip gloss. So relatable. So relatable. I'm so glad it's kicking in. She saves Eden. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah. Well, I can't imagine she wouldn't save Eden. You know what I mean? Ooh. Everyone would need to survive in order to get 6 people out this game. I don't think it's looking good, homies.
Yeah.
We shall see, though. Can we get 6 people out this game?
Yeah.
Oh, Nia. Nia's got me. Yes! Thank you, Nia. Thank you, Angel. Hi. Hi, Sandra. Oh, it's Sandra. Do you Sandra the name of your zombie? Is that what you call her? Or is that a reference, a popular show reference? I'm not getting because I'm dumb. Oh, she's in chase. Oh, oh, that's a Jacob. Yes, perfect. Good boy. I'm sorry, Shabby. I don't think it's a good idea if I pick you up right now. Yes! Oh, I got you, homie. Oh, God bless America. That's alright. I gotta be careful because I am Deathhook, so I don't want to die. You know what I mean? Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shabby's such a juicy juicer. Juicy juice. Juicy juice cups. With real fruit juice. Welch's fruit juice. It's alright. Too early? Nope. Perfect. We're good. Yippee! Alright, Shabby. You're scaring me. Don't die. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Alright. Oh! Here, I got it. No! I don't got it! Alright, that one didn't have Lightborn, so we're okay. What's up, Toy? Oh, sorry. I got excited. Toy's here. Oh, run, Toy! Run! Oh, that's weird. That was so weird, Shabby, that happened. Shabby, that's crazy that happened. You know what I mean? Oh, she's not looking at me. That's alright. It's alright. Shabby can take that hook stage, technically. But no one else can. Die! Is she still on me? She is still on me. Oh, okay, door's open. Which one? Not that one. And not that one. Oh, she knows! She knows the trick! She knows the look down trick. I didn't think she did. Good for you. Knowing a thing or two about a thing or two. Oh, there's the door. It was open. Damn. And here I die. Yeah, I die here. Yep. Damn. Oh, Megan. Heals. Oh, both killers are here. Yeah. Damn. You would have been so proud of me, Spades. I had such good flashlight saves this game. Ugh. They were so good. They were so good. Damn. No 6 outs. Damn! I fumbled. But I got 3 flashlight saves? Or 3 flashlight saves that game? 2 of them on Shabby? I'll take it. GG's. Does Shabby get out? Oh! There he was. Wait. Oh, I just pressed leave. Sorry. I thought I could go back. Oh, here's the other button. Guys, Shabby got out. You'll never believe it, but Shabby got out. Spades! If you're not tired of gaming, I would love to have you. Oh. Put TTV in your name. Do it. Wait, how many follows are you away from 1,300 follows, by the way? Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed your message. It's the code for a specific AOT. I'm going down the list. So, I'm just going down the list of all the cosmetics that they gave me. So, they gave me in order Trapper Skin, regular Aaron, Trapper Skin, Ember, Trapper Skin, Crystal, and then I think it's Levi, Mikasha, then Sasha. So, I'm just going to go right down in order. I'm bleeding. No, you're definitely escaping. I mean, you do have your... Oh, did you just get up? Because you can't use the recover yet, can you? Damn. Hi, Ada. We're gonna do our giveaway as soon as this game's over. Or another giveaway as soon as this game's over. And the giveaway is gonna be for the Ember Trapper skin. And then... Oh, Sasha? Yeah. And then, only one person... Or you can only win once for the day. So you only have to enter in once. And... Oh, no way. No way! She used her heal thing on you. That's very funny. W Nia though. W Nia. I don't think the Nia gets out because of that though. I don't know, she might. I don't know, by the time that Nia gets out, Shabby might be able to use his thing. I don't know. Oh! Oh, I don't know. So technically he can get up now. Technically. But the thing is, he's just gonna smack you. Yeah. 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 That's alright. As far as I'm concerned, Shabby got out. Shabby got out. GG's. That was a fun game. That was very fun. Why no Mori? They had to wait for the Nia who was on Hook to die. They had to wait. Yeah. Alright! GG's. The Nurse and the Nemesis both had perfect games. Look at this. They both have perfect games. Holy. GG's. Deserved. Such a boring tease. Yeah, but it wasn't the Oni with the cat skin, so. Alright, are you guys ready? So we're gonna pull the giveaway winner for... This is for the Aaron Crystal. Oh, I lied. Crystal's first, then Ember. Alright, you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Draw entrant in 5, 4, 3,
Hello,
2,
beautiful.
1. Hi, Eclipse! Eclipse, how are you doing, Angel? It's Escape! Escape is our second winner. Escape, are you here, Angel? Escape, are you here? Hump day. Are you here, sweet summer child? Oh, Spades, I missed it. I just missed it. Yes, Escape. Congratulations. Can you send me another join request, Spades? I just missed it. Sorry, I had MooBot open. Thank you. All right, go. And then now I'm gonna send you a whisper. Escape. And this is for X. No, I will not be sending you dicks. But Eclipse, thank you for my daily dose of dicks. I'm gonna be sending you over a code for the Crystal Trapper cosmetic. And remember, you guys can use it on Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch. Hell yeah. Congratulations, Escape. And then our next one will be the Ember one. Oh, caught in a bad romance. Alright. So this code is for you, Escape. Enjoy. Congratulations. I have not had any dicks today, Eclipse. Oh, Eclipse! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. You also gotta do a treat. Looks like it's just Boo here for now. And oh yeah, no mobile. I want your loving and I want your revenge. You and me can find a bad romance. Come here. Want a treat? Want this one? And just in case Charlie comes down. Cute little Boo. Isn't he the cutest? I want your love. Oh, okay. Stacked lobby. Yeah, sure. Stinky. Smells like dog treats. Alright. Well, I have an extra dog treat just in case Charlie comes downstairs. Hi, Quality. Quality happy Thursday. Right? Is it Thursday for you yet? Isn't he just the cutest little snuggle bug? Also, reminder that we are sponsored by Opera GX this month. So if you guys want to help a Goyle out, we are doing a sponsor with Opera GX. All you gotta do is click that link and download Opera GX on your PC, and you help me out enormously. Shabby, I hope I'm not annoying you, but I'm gonna try to twin with you every single time. I hope you're annoyed by that. Let me buy a PC. Yeah. Yeah. Waiting. Also, I had to play an ad now. No ad in game. Is that a boostus powder? I was like, what are you trying to say? A boostus powdered donut? I don't think I have. You got a golden kappa? Whatever. Alright, ads now. No ads in game, because we're not going to be able to finish this game in 7 minutes. Ads now. Oh my god. Isn't he so cute? Alright, and that was our second giveaway. We still have the giveaway in the Discord that I'll do at the end of the night or tomorrow. You guys still have until end of the day. Pretty much until I pull it. But the next one is going to be the Ember Trapper, and then 2 Levi's, 2 Mikasas, and then 2 Sashas. Ah. Oh, nice! Oh, I didn't ready up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh, caught in a bad romance. And the early upper is apparently not me. No way! Irish Queen! Shut up. I'm so excited for you. Music Kid saw it last week, or earlier this week. Last week. What day is it? Yeah, that last week. And he loved it. I gotta go install DBD again. Hell yeah! I don't think there is an expiration date for these. Yeah. Doesn't say that these must be used by so-and-so time, which is nice. Holy Diver! The midnight sea made of me. Alright, cool. They should, so they won't be kept to sell if they have... Oh, really? I didn't think about that. Well, I mean... It's only so many codes, you know? Yeah. And I guess people can do whatever they want with it, right? It's theirs to win. It's theirs to use however they want. Oh, what's the prediction? The prediction is, will Pixel get that 6 out challenge? Will she get 6 people out this game? Because we need to get as many people, as many 6 people outers as possible. So we'll see. We shall see. Oh, Jinx, if you're still here, have you found your lip gloss yet? I don't mean to bring up any like bad memories, but have you found your lip gloss yet? Guys, my thing is... Ugh, hold on. I have to fix my audio again. Hold on. I don't know what's happening. I think it's something DBD related. Because I feel it's like every game I have to reset my audio. And it's getting really fudging annoying. Hi, V. Bunyasak! Nice. Yeah, oh, it's so annoying. Ew. Hey, thank you so much for the follow! I have anonymous follows on, but I see your name and I love your username. Oh, is that my Leon's Moans? It says an Oni! Ooh, uh-oh. I do not like having both killers right there. No, thank you. Oh, I like that. Thank you. I like that a lot. Otaku! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, it's not even a kitty cat, Oni. Ooh. Hey, do you see this? Do you see this? Whoa! We were not teabagging you! We were not teabagging you! We were not teabagging you! Oh, no. Damn it. I should have went to the house.
Are we about to kiss right now?
Gem! Oh, shite. Oh, shite. Oh, I don't know if I get this, guys. I don't in that one, 2v8 servers, I don't. Yeah, in 2v8 servers, I do not get that. Damn. Jen, thank you so much for the reset at tier 2. Are you okay? Did you mean to do that? I don't know if you meant to do that. What the heck? Thank you for the tier 2. Enjoy your 100. Count him. Your 100 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Hey, Leanne's Bones, make sure that I get that one tonic. Yeah? I'll get the green tonic. Chad, thank you so much. Wait, Shabby, did you change it? Also, quality. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hi, Rune Dragon. Rune Dragon, happy Wednesday. Jem, thank you so much for the tier 2. That is awesome and very, very helpful. Oh, this is not looking good. It's not looking good at all. I don't even know who the other killer is. I think I might go second. Because just like, they have to unhook them. They have to unhook them. And now, oh, and now I'm about to get, oh. No way! No way this person came to save me. No way. No way, but what about this person? Oh, oh my god. No way. I hear a Leon. I hear a Leon Mo name. Who is that? Who did that? Yeah. Who did that? Oh, Jem! Oh, I didn't even hear that alert. Jem, thank you so much for giving a sub to Violent Violet. What the hecky? Oh, I'm so sorry, love. Thank you so much for the gifted sub! Yo, enjoy your 90, count him, your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and add your sub badge. What the hecky? Oh, thank you, V. V, give me a sec. Oh, it's Wesker? Oh, we haven't gone against the Wesker in so long. It's gonna be so nice, isn't it? I haven't even seen any. I'll look at you. Oh, this is rough. This is rough. This is rough. Oh, is this you? Is this you, Shabby? Yes, this is you. I haven't even seen any, oh my god. I almost got speared. Almost got a Serena butt plug. I haven't seen any, like, Resident Evil boxes. Sheesh. Jem, thank you so much. Also, enjoy your lurky turkey, koala! Wesker? You mean daddy. Papa, no. Papa, yes. I'm not gonna lie, I am selfishly gonna go back to that green tonic, see if it's there. Oh! I didn't realize that was already down. If he uses his powers here, I'm screwed. Whoa! Very good. Very good, Wesker. Oh, so close. Thank you, whoever that was. That was so close to being needed. Damn, this is not looking like a good game. For me. Hi, Lily! Lily, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Jem, I can't tell you. Thank you so much for the resub and the gift sub. That is way too kind. Thank you so much. Lily, hope you're doing so good, Angel. Oh, I gotta find the box. Oh, perfect. Right there. Whew. Gotta lock in. Why am I holding my flashlight like that? See how I'm holding my flashlight like right at the tip? Oh, now it's gone. Wait. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, it didn't add me from the reset. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, Jem? Oh, someone got it. That's alright. Hopefully it was one of our teammates and not the killer. Just the flashlight tip. Really, Lily? I don't know. I love silly little bugs like that. Oops, we're gonna have our first death. Arella. Oh no, Ada's. I didn't realize that Spades died too. Okay, so Spades and Arella are now dead. So now we have to get 5 gens done. No one can die in order for this to go towards the challenge. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, do hashtag AOT. I love it. I miss the chest bug though, or the chest tech. That was my favorite. I love you. Wait, was this like Papyrus eats spaghetti? Welcome in. There we go. No challenge this game. That's okay, because this game has been really rough. I got the killer brought to me 3 times in a row. Every single time I got healed, whoever was in chest was beelining. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was reading chat. Was beelining to me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I blame the servers. Yeah, me too. Ooh, thank you, whoever that was. Hello. I'm very scared about you. Okay, thank God. Oh, thank God for that tile. God bless that tile. Is that my Lord and Savior? Whoa! Beeswax! What's up? Welcome in, Raiders! What the fudge? Whoa! Oh my God. What's up, bees? Buzz, 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 buzz. Thank you so much for the. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, good. Welcome in. Oh, wait, hold on. I can catch up on chat now here. Yo, what's up, Beeswax? What's up, Kayla? What's up? Hey, it's Chels. What's up, Ghoulish Bunny? What's up, Disco Queen? What's up, Lane? Hi, Bees! Bees, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Everyone go follow Beeswax right now! What's up, Kayla? Mwah, Lane. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Welcome in, guys! Welcome to our long stream today, where I play a lot of DBD poorly, and we give away some Attack on Titan skins! Yippee! How was your stream, Bees? Oh my God, everyone go follow Bees right now. If you guys want to follow someone who's actually good at this video game, go watch Beeswax. How was your stream? What were you up to? I'm trying to do the 6-person out challenge thing. We've gotten 1 6-person out escape so far. So it's going great, is what I'm saying. Also, we were opening some Illustrals trading cards. So we did some of that earlier. Look at how cute this little guy is. Look, here's his trading card, and then here is the plushie. Ah, they're so cute. I'm gonna die. We did 2v8 dating with Shy. Oh, that's right. You were doing the big one. Wait, how many escapes did you guys get? I bet you guys got all of them. Every single one of them. Oh my God, was it the best time ever? Oh my God, I bet it was so fun. I saw Staggy's typo to Heather on Twitter, doing cock callouts. I was just playing for saves. That's what I do. Because seriously, like, you saw that. I love doing flashlight saves on 2v. It's so satisfying, you know what I mean? I had a really good one earlier. One of our teammates, Shabby, got yoinked off a pallet, and I was able to get a flashlight save, and that made me feel very good. Do you see what I did earlier? No, what did you do? Did I? Say it, just in case I didn't. I've been putting some good flashbang saves too, which I never do. I feel like I'm Spade's system, who we're also playing with right now, who is our flashbang god. And I've been feeling good. 100. I did not see that. Did you post that on Twitter? Oh, that wasn't you, Shabby. You're right. It wasn't you. No, that wasn't you, but the other 2 saves were you. That's right. It was a random. No, you're right. I lied. 100 saves in 11 hours. That has to be a record, no? It has to be. If not, it is now. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. 100 saves. You know what? That would be super fun to do. It's like a 12-hour stream. I need to make a montage. That is literally what I do. Anytime. Oh my God. Indeed. Can we get happy belated birthdays for Ari Queen? It was Ari Queen's birthday last week. A couple days ago. Everybody go say happy belated birthday to Ari! Thank you for the 12 months, sweet angel face. But yeah, I need to see a montage stat. I do that all the time. I clip every single save that I do because it's the only content I get with this Dead by Daylight. Because now I'm a variety streamer now. And so my only content that I get is just doing 2v8 now. Oh, Bees, do not let me keep you. Bees and Raiders, please go get your post-stream self-care. Please get your post-stream stretchies. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, peekle, poo, go stretch or drink. But for any of the Raiders that are here and feel like hanging out for a little bit, we are giving away some AOT Attack on Titan Dead by Daylight skins all day today. So keep checking back periodically. or at least have the tab open, because I'll ping you if you win in chat, because you'd have to be here to claim it. Also, welcome back, Mad-Eye! The games are so much fun. I'm having a great time. I'm not doing well, but I'm here for a good time, not a long time, right? What's up, Dale? Dale, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, if you guys didn't know, anytime someone resubs on a year anniversary, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, they get a special Pokemon card in my Spank Bank binder, where I keep track of everyone that's done a year resub for water Pokemon. There's a lot of them. 2-year resubs, which are electric Pokemon. And if you do a tier 2 resub, you get a reverse holo. And if you do a tier 3 resub, you get a holo. For 3 years, you get a fire Pokemon card. For 4 years, you get a fight team Pokemon card. And for 5 years, you get psychic. 6 years will be grass. 7 years will be dark. 8 years will be Matto. And 9 years will be fairy. 10 years will be dragon. But we're only on year 5 right now, so chill. But Ari just subscribed for a year! So I'm gonna get a Pokemon card for you. Are you ready, Angel? What is up, Dale? Also, Dweeb. Mwah. Hex. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Thanks, Beast! It started off being energy cards for every month, but then I ran out of energy cards and I ran out of space in my binder because I couldn't... This is for all year subs. This is all full of cards. And I couldn't do it for months anymore, so I did have to change with the times, guys. I do still have every single one from 2020. I have all the ones. I still have it. I have them in ETB boxes of all of the 1 month anniversaries that people resubbed on, and I will never get rid of it ever because it still means a lot to me. You know what I mean? Ari Quinn. Oh. X. I got you. I know the spell. For 1 year. Max. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Attack on these nuts. No you. No you. Alright, Queen. You're a whale bear. Look at how cute he is. Hold on. Focus. Oh! There she is. Yippee! And you're going to hang out right next to Electric Panther. Thank you so much for the 1 year. And I hope you had the best birthday ever. If I've missed anyone's message, I'm so sorry. Oh, I missed your Chevy. 3 years is fire. My brother's work got a wrong order as he works in a warehouse thing. I don't know what he does, but I got free Prismacolors. Wait, like Prismacolors, like the colored pencils? You can't use... Wait, you can't, Hex? That seems illegal. Saf, I hope you're doing so good, Angel. Yeah, the pencils shut the front door. Those are expensive as heck. Also, Joker. Joker. Also, Shabby, I think you said you're going to go on a smoke break. So I think it's time to bring out Gabriella. Oh, do you guys want to see a raid trailer?
Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this?
I can't stop looking at my cleavage. I'm sorry.
Pixel!
It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thanks for the raids. I got some pencil stick things. 2 1-packs I got from my stepdad. He used to. Wait, hold on. I left. Before he met my mom. Oh no way! I've been too scared to use them. I don't blame you. Wait, what's your son say? Chrissy, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Cinco de Mayo. Shut the front door. Did he mean to say that? Or was it just like, or did he mean to say that? I don't know how old your son is. Oh, Pokemon My Cards. Where? Hold on. Let me see, Shabby. We're looking for your 3-year one? Did Spade say they were going to be right back? I don't remember. Oh my god! Look, Spades has 2 cards. It had the glitch. Spades has 2 cards in here. I didn't realize that. Well, here, we'll get rid of the Charmeleon because we have a million of those. Oh my god, that's so funny. I love the Twitch glitch. Oh, you don't have one yet, Shabby. Oh, 2 years. Okay. Let me see what you are for 2 years. Oh, you're an Emolga. Yeah, next month will be 3 years for you. You're an Emolga. A terrible and give treats. Hello, God. Deanna, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. What is up, raiders? Holy shiitake mushrooms. What's up, Leo McGirl? What's up, Caitlin Maddox? What's up, the almighty Rago? Hi, Deanna Darby. What's up, Sonic's Red Shoes? I love your name. That's so cute. What's up, raiders? Welcome in. All right, do not let me forget. I have treats here for the doggy. Mad Eye and Raven, do not let me forget to do a tarot pull after this game. Sonic Red Shoes. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, it is 4:32 p.m. for me. I have to fix my audio again, guys. It's literally every game I have to fix my audio. It's starting to really starting to piss me off, but it's fine. We're only doing a long stream today. Let's keep having audio issues. How is your stream? Deanna, mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. What were you getting up to? We're doing Dead by Daylight 2v8 today. Giving away a bunch of Attack on Titan Dead by Daylight cosmetics today that were gifted so lovingly from Dead by Daylight. So thanks, Dead by Daylight. 10:30. Sheesh. Hi, Oni. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. No one taught me how to read. I dropped out of college. Ah! Also, shout out to Gabriel. Yeah, it's like my outfit. Oh, you want that? I got that just for you. It's been good? Hell yeah. You deserve it. You deserve all the love. Uh-oh. What's happening here? Leo's bones. What is happening? Oni. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yeah, I don't know either. A lot of Weskers. Were you doing DBD too? I just had my first Wesker. Last game. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, how long were Weskers out of the game for? Oh, does she want to get healed now? Okay, now she does. Good girl. Is that word? Is that? Oh my God, Nom! No, you. Nom, how are you doing? Happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on your time zone. Oh, he's still bugged. What are the what bug does he have at the moment? Healing soda. It is the kitty cat. Yippee! Oh, hell yeah, Buddha. Hell yeah. Nice. Good stun, good stun. Do you come back to this gen, though? He does not. Good. Oh, really? No way. Whoa, gotta go. I have been noticing there's been a lot of family reunions. Damn. There's a lot of family reunion Like a lot of Rins and Onis, I've been noticing. Oh, she's absolutely gonna come for me. Yep, there it is. Damn. Damn. If I just kept running, I would got that. Marta, thank you for the 4 hit kits. Also, Dale, thank you for the 5 stream streak. If you guys need to go raid and run, please make sure to do so. But make sure you guys give Deanna a big old follow before you do. Please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, numbings, and vibes. Eco, pico, puko, stretch, or drink. We are going to be giving away a bunch of Attack on Titan skins. Hashtag AOT. You'll be pinged in chat if you win, so if you don't want to be watching the stream the whole time, which I don't blame you, I totally get it. We're going to be doing a long stream today. If you don't want to be watching the whole stream today, make sure you have at least the tab open so that you can see... Damn, I almost got it too. So you can see when you get pinged if you win. Because you have to be here to claim it! No kitty cat. No kitty cat. I was hoping I could like sneak past. Do a little sneaky snake. Oh, I hear you. Who's that? Oh, Victoria. Oh. Just break it, just break it, just break it. Let's break it! Did I just screw somebody? Oh, okay, I see. Oh! Someone was here. I saw somebody. Whoa, no! Damn, that's right. Damn. I saw someone here. I was trying to get healed. What's up, Father? Father, I hope you're doing so good. So you guys are so sweet. Can you imagine they added a Dead Hard class? That would be so much fun. I would use that all the time, though. I would only use the Dead Hard class because I don't know how to use Dead Hard. And I would use it just to learn how to use Dead Hard. That's so funny. Angie zooming bear noises. Oh my god. I love this skin so much. I feel like he's one of those things where you hear, oh my god, I thought this is like Sable cosplaying Ada. Look, 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 look. This is like Sable trying to cosplay Ada. Thank you, lovelies. That's so funny. What was I gonna say? But I would so use that. No, I never used Dead Hard. The only time I've ever used Dead Hard is when, are you kidding me? There you go. There's no way. I'm not gonna say I got tunneled there, but I feel like he definitely picked me out. There you go. Good. Oh! Yeah. I feel like I definitely got, like, he's like, not to tunnel, but he's like, oh, I'm gonna get that Twitch shirt. You know? Definitely wanted my ass. Because when are you gonna get someone who's just sitting on a hill, not doing nothing? Get someone who's doing a gen, freak. I'm leaving. Hi, Danny. Oh! Oh, I guess you're not going to go to the bathroom. Looks like you gotta go find a bottle. Whoa, shit! Oh my god, this guy is so good. But I don't know why he wants me so bad. What did I do? At least save me for the Mori. Well, that was a fun game. I didn't do anything this game. I literally didn't do anything this game. I just wanted to have fun. Oh, you know what? That gives me time to do my tarot pull, though. Yippee! Okay. Ooh, my phone's almost charged. Yes! Alright. Danny, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. That was you last game? Yeah. I feel like it's always like somebody who's like gets out super early, whether like the killers wanted to or not, because when I play Killer in 2v8, sometimes you can't choose who you're going for, you know. Sometimes it just happens, Captain. Ah, yes, the terrible. Oh, also I am using my new nerd wax, not beeswax, my nerd wax that Bravo Penguin got from my Throne wish list. I'm using them, and they're working really well. I could definitely notice, like, a difference wearing these, so Love them. Thank you so much. Also, hi, Disco Queen. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Also, while I'm shuffling, do you guys want to see another Raid trailer? Okay. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the Pope.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. You know what's another thing that's putting me in a sour mood right now is the fact that I have to reset my audio settings every single time I enter a DBD game. I think that's putting me in a sour mood right now. Like, I'm fine. Like, I love this video game. I love streaming. I'm having a great day today. My cat has been decently not annoying. Decently. There's still a lot of hours left in the day. It's just having to reset my audio settings every single game that's pissing me the French toast off. On my head and colored it that purple color from the beginning. Yes. Yes. What'd you say about your cat? Someone tell my cat that she does in fact have wet food in her dish, and she is neither starving nor wasting away. As far as I'm concerned, she's starving, and you never feed her. You know what I see? The ADHD needs to see more of the tism. You know what I see? The ADHD need to see more of the tism. Wait, what do you mean? Need to hear a 30-minute rant about a special interest of yours? Well, when I was opening up the Celestials cards earlier, like, everyone left stream. So no, I'm good. Here's our tarot poll of the day. Ooh! The King of Pentacles. You're finding opportunities to attract and manage wealth. Ooh, I so claim this. You're achieving great things and can finally say you've reached the pinnacle of your achievements. Sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Yeah, I'd like to think, yeah, I wish. Yeah, I wish. King of Pentacles. Abundance. And then here, for anyone who's curious. I just said you were doing okay today. Okay. What was I about to say? Ugh. Wait, should we do... Hold on. At Jasper? I don't know if this would work. Jasper is feeling 79% bratty today. Seems a little low for you. Father, thank you for the 7th streak. Okay period. I think okay period sounds great too. I claim this. I claim this a lot. Okay. I'm a broke bitch, right? Sorry, my audio's fucked up again. Now I'm just so annoyed. Can't just be in a short stream. Can't just be in a short stream. It's just getting so annoyed. Like, I'm just getting really fucking annoyed. I'm sorry. It's literally not you guys. This audio thing is really pissing me off. Ugh! It's fine. It's fine. Also, I had to do an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. Ugh. Change my audio settings again. It's the thing I was talking about. So every single game, it's like every 30 minutes. No, it's just on my end. It's just on me, which is fine because I'd rather have it on me than you guys. I'm sorry. I have to change these. Hold on. Every like 30 minutes or so. Hold on. I have to check. Hold on. I can't talk because it's pissing me off. Hold on 1 second. So it's the thing that happens to me all the time. Like, it happens maybe like once a week, but it's happening every 30 minutes today. And it's like, it's pissing me off. And it's where my voice feeds back into my headset, right? So I can hear my voice. It's basically, I just want to make sure that I'm not talking too loudly because I do have neighbors. But it's where my voice is about 1 or 2 seconds behind my actual voice. So when I'm speaking, I hear when I'm speaking. That's weird. So it's right now it's fine because I just reset my audio settings where I go to my gunner settings and I go back to regular. So what else do I talk about on Monday? I don't think the two issues are correlated, but it is pissing me off. It is Shinedown, yeah. I love the song's Enemies. This is one of my favorite songs ever. I'm sorry. It's just driving me bonkers. I'm so sorry, guys. It's not you. It's just, I hate tech issues. Whoa! Big pee-pee! Big pee-pee! Oh my god. Huge pee. Mazel tov on the giant hog. Holy sheesh indeed. But yeah, I just like, who was just saying that, like, I don't think you're autistic. Like, one of my biggest things that pisses me off is tech issues because I don't deal with anger well, and I don't deal with frustration well, and this is pissing me off, and it's just like, you know, I'm trying to like keep like a happy face on because I still have like 7 more hours of stream, but Autistic Panda, why are you gonna come in here and that's gonna be the first thing you say to us? No warning or nothing? Now I'm afraid about finding a snake in my toilet. There's a snake in my toilet. There's a Talita whose name is I Suck Toes, and there's a Jake whose name is I'm Toes. Oh my god, I love this standoff. Spades don't. Oh yes! Spades is the chosen one! Good gamer. Danger Noodle on the pooper? I'm running. This way. This way! It's a ghost face and a Vesker. A ghost face and a Vesker. Not good. Oh, this gamer's about to get got. Look at that! That Jacob stood no chance. I'm leaving. It came up the toilet. Oh my god. I've had a spider in my toilet bowl before. And that was terrifying. Never flushed so fast. How is someone already here? The 2 killers are right over there. What the hecky? What the hecky? Who are you? Toes? Okay, you're Ada. Good. Oh, Ada! Look, I got this for you. What kind of snake was it? A toilet snake. Did you catch it? What do you even do in that situation? Like, what do you do when you find a snake in your toilet? Like, do you try to grab it? Do you call somebody? Like, what do you do? Oh, good gamer, yeah. Are you trying? Oh, he's actually, I think he's going for the tunnel. Look. He is! He is! Oh, and there's a green tunic right there, too, that Jay could really need. I can't even pick it up. Ah, Spades! Spades, come to me! Come! Spades, come! Spades, come! Oh, shite. I think he saw the tonic. He wants it. He wants it. I'll try to run him away. Is he getting it? No. Okay, good, 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 good. Ooh, gotta go. Where? Where? There. Ah, he got it. Damn. Sorry, loves. Oh, you should wake him. Whoa! No way you got that. You're scary. You're scaring me a little bit. This guy knows a thing or two about a thing or two. He knows a thing or two. Oh, I'm scared. Look at him. This guy has been counting the minutes since he's been able to play Wesker. This guy knows everything. But not that. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. But not for me. Oh, I am hindered, though. So that's going to be fun. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. I'm just trying to run away. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. I am hindered. That's fine. Look at you. Ah! Damn it. Oh! Yeah, get that! Get that! Yeah! 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 Wesker in his cake smuggler outfit. I've never heard someone say that about it, but I can totally see that. I love Wesker. I haven't played Wesker in a long time, and I should, because I do like. I think he's definitely top 5 killers I enjoy playing as. I do love playing him. I'm really bad playing against him, especially when someone knows what they're doing. Like this Wesker knows what they're doing. This Wesker's been counting down the minutes since they can play again. Oh, and look what's right here! A box for Pixel. 46% 5. That's not too bad. I think being a pet, it was pretty chill. It was a pet? It was your neighbors? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just catching up. I never play him. Oh my god. Wait, Raven. Ask Raven what prestige her Sable is, and then ask her how many hours in DBD she has. It's funny. She's like more prestigious than hours played. Because, you know, like you use like blood toys. Come touch my... What did she say? Oh, Chloe, what? Are you talking about the Wesker box? Oh. Thanks for telling Raven happy birthday. It was birthday's Raven on Sunday. What? 8 million blood points. Who are you gonna put them on, Leon? Who are you gonna put them on? Ooh, I hear a friend. Oh, Leon Wesker, slay. I'll protect you. Less than 100 hours in my Sable's P11. Didn't you get a flashlight save on me? Does that tickle your butt plug? I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, Yui or Michaela? I'd say Yui, yeah. That's my vote. I vote for Yui. Although we do love Michaela. Also poisoned. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Remy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. Danny, did I give you a kissy 16 minutes ago? I hope I did. Oh, no. Stop knowing things, Wesker. Stop. You're so scary. I'm not going to win this fight. Okay, that helps. I know. I know there's no pallet here either. Oh, I thought he dropped it. That's why I felt safe taking the window. Damn. That's right. We just run. We runnin'. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, that didn't work though. He still sees me. Whoa! 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 These servers, Batman. man, that was definitely a server. Oh my god, that was so funny. Look! That Wesker is so funny. I love him. He's like, yeah, I did that. I have all the characters out in P3. Oh, I still have to do. I actually have to do quite a few people to P3. I think in Survivor, like the new ones, like the Stranger Things. I love her little headpiece. Look. Oh, I like that too. Oh, wait, come back. Oh, that Wesker's so fun. Wait, do you think I can try? No. How's my Cinco de Mayo? I don't know. I'm white. I don't know. Am I allowed to celebrate that? I don't think so. My Tuesday was fine. I didn't do anything. Wait, hold on. Do you think I could try to be cute with him? Do you? Ooh, not that guy. Nope, not Ghostface. Nope, anybody but Ghostface. No! No! Do you think I could try to be cute with the Ghostface? Do you think he'll let me? Okay. Oh, he had tacos? Oh, yum. Yeah, there's a Ghostface in this game. That's my first time seeing him, actually. I'm gonna try to see if I can be cute with the Wesker, because I know I'm gonna die regardless if I use the spray now or not. I know I'm gonna die. I know this is it for me. Neither. Oh, I don't know. The Wesker gave me a slutty little taste of personality. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna die anyways, right? I'm Death Hook. The Wesker knows a thing or two. He needs to be killed. So he's got the same bugs. Oh, really? So that's why he gave the nod. Okay. That's so unfortunate. I wonder if anyone's reported it yet. 2 of the best killers. Smash. You can keep them. Yeah. Oh, do you really? Did you submit a report already? I need to edit it. Oh, you probably don't need to edit it if you're gonna submit a report. Unless you're just gonna do it for your socials. Yeah, if you submit a report, they'll take care of it. I went to a casino with my grandma and mom. We ate tacos! Huh. Yes! No way! Oh, thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Oh! Yes! I was so scared that he was gonna kill me before. Because I'm a one hit, like he just has to hit me once and I'll be he'll pick me up. Oh, yay! Now we just have to hope that his ghost face friend will also let me live. Yeah, take care of them. Take care of them. Kill them. Or any of my friends. Oh, Leon's alive. Leon, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna sell you out if I have the opportunity to. I need you to know. I need you to know it's not personal, but I absolutely will sell you out. I am absolutely gonna sell all my friends out. Wesker, bye. Not Leon, I'll do it. That's a mod unprivilege. That's a anti-mod privilege. Wait, you're 4% faster than me. Hold on. Wait, am I faster? Oh, Serena needs to get sprayed. God, Judith! Shut up! Don't call me Judas! That's funny, though. Whoa! Oh! Sorry. That's right. Thank God, I did not see him. Thank God I haven't sprayed myself. That was so scary. Call me by my real name. What's his name? Benedict? That's the real traitor. Gath, Judith. That's so funny. Not good. No, we're friends. No, we're friends. No, he didn't talk to his teammate. Aw, boo! 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 I deserve that, though. Hey, all the jets are done! So, we know the Wesker's doing solo queue. Damn it. I tried, though. Does, Oh! Couldn't even give me the TTV special? No? Does Winchester escape though? Oh, hatches? Oh, was there a hatch right behind you? Or was that maybe it was from Zarina? Oh, it was. It was right there. Serena, get hatch. Serena, oh, it's right there. Oh. Oh. No! Oh, not even a Mori. Damn. Damn. GG's. GG's. Hey, Zarina made it out. GG's. That's cold. It was cold as ice. Willing to sacrifice our love. Seen it before, I've seen it all the time. I'm joking. That was really fun. That was a funny game. I liked it. I liked that a lot. Whom should I play as next? I feel like we've had good luck as Ellen. Or, I'm sorry, Rain. What time is it? All right. How many more giveaway codes do I have? Oh, also, reminder that I am being sponsored by Opera GX this month. And so if you guys click my little linky and download it on your personal computer, it helps me out enormously. Oh, GG's! Yo, everyone say GG's to Wesker! GG's, Solar, you were so much fun. Thank you. First of all, you're so good. I hate you. Second of all, thanks for letting me live. Until your friend killed me, but it's fine. I deserved it. Because I was going to sell out my teammates. If you guys didn't kill me, I was going to sell out my teammates. Oh, GG's. Adri, hi, Angel. Serenade us? No. I don't hate you guys enough for that. But yeah, if you guys download Opera GX using my linky, it helps me out so much. Have a good night, Max. Everyone say good night, Max. Good night, Moon. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 more codes to give away. Really? Solar, I did have fun. I literally just at the end of the game was like, that was such a fun game. I hope you're having fun with Wesker again before he gets kill switch again, because apparently he's still booged. That's all right. That was a fun game. GG's. Oh, who is this? Who is this? Look at this stunner. Is this Lee Yun-jin? There has to be. What are you gonna take? All the kissies? Oh, or all the giveaway codes. We'll give away, we'll do another giveaway after this game. What do you guys think? This next one is for the Aaron Ember Trapper, right? Right? Because we've only done 2 giveaways. What we did regular Aaron, we did Crystal Aaron, and now we'll do Ember Aaron. Cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love. And then after this will be all survivors. All survivor cosmetiques. You got a mango bar? Yum. Oh! We have Adri Reeds and we have Adri in Wonderland. Those are 2 Adris that are in streams. Or that come to stream sometimes. Also, Remy, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I don't think I said thank you for that, so thank you very much. Also, audio hasn't messed up yet, but, you know, there's still time. There's still time for it to mess up. You know what I was going to say is I want to go on Ormond. Good afternoon, Rampage. Good afternoon. Happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on your time zone. A whole bar? Could you imagine? I want to go in Ormond, guys. I like Ormond. Huntress? Yes. Huntress and a Hoomst? I wonder. I'm going to guess Ghostface. Hi, Bubble. Bubble. DBD has been so much fun. Haven't been surviving? Next question. Haven't been having fun? Yes. And we're giving away a bunch of DBD cosmetics. This is Lee Yujin too. Yo, when does she get such cute cosmetics? What the hell? But we're giving away Attack on Titan cosmetics all day today. It's been very fun. Very, very fun. Did you really? Oh, you know what? You just made me scared this is going to be a Chucky. I'm so bad against Chuckies. Sorry. I get nervous. I get nervous. That is such a cute outfit. What the heck? But, yeah. How are you doing, Bubble? How was your day today? No. Commit Lee Yunjin. I'm so bad against Chuckies. Woo! Lara. Oh, were you looking for heals? I'll rub you. Oh, I guess I'll take that hit for you. You're welcome. Oh, she did see me. Damn. Oh, I got stuck. That's unfortunate. Holy! Oh, that's alright. I believe in the Li Yunjin. I'm gonna go over here so she can have a chance to pallet stun. Perfect. Get it, gamer. Did you get the timing? Oh, I'm gonna make out with you. You're gonna get made out with. I'm gonna kiss you on the butt. Oh, she still wants me. Okay. Holy. Yeah, she's got earbuds! She's got earbuds! Oh, I hate people that have ears. God, people that have ears piss me off. I'm joking. That was awesome. W. Lee Yunjin, though. That was awesome. You can still call her Yunjin. That. Oh, hold on. You can still. Hold on. Oh, I was told I'm supposed to pronounce it this way, so I don't know. My day was good today. I worked from home. Work from home is great! But I got to go to the office tomorrow, and I'm excited I gotta wear scrubs. Are we excited about that, or no? Who's telling me? That's the Huntress. Moon courts. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I hate ears. Pools of Vincent Van Gogh. Oh my lanta. If no ears, how we? Oh, just read the really good stream subtitles that are super good and are always right. I hear Leon moaning. I hear you. Oh, sorry, I get nervous. I guess I know who the other. Oh, a killer DC'd. The Huntress DC'd. Yes, we are gonna fuck with the Huntress bot for the rest of the game. Just so you guys know, I am doing literally nothing for the rest of this game. You want to get unhooked? Find someone else. You want to get healed? Find someone else. I'm only gonna fuck around with this Huntress bot for the rest of the game. Come quick. There she is. There she is. There she is. Also, hi, little god. Yes. So, it was voted in the Discord. You guys voted in the Discord when long stream was gonna be. If it was gonna be Wednesday or Friday, and it was largely voted for that Wednesday was gonna be our big. Oh, I want the bot. Give me the bot space. Stop hogging the bot. I want the bot. I want the bot. Give me the bot. Let me have her. I want her. Give me. Oh, I need this. Ah! I don't need it that bad. Okay. Oh. She doesn't know. She doesn't know where to go. Oh, I love this video game. I love this video game so much. Oh, but little god, thank you for the forehead kissy. I did a poll in the Discord asking when you guys want the long stream for the Attack on Titan giveaways, and everyone voted for Wednesday. So today, big stream, big Attack on Titan stream. No, I want her. All right, someone give her to me. I want her. I know it's gonna be funny. I'm finally gonna get the attention of the Huntress, and then the Wesker's gonna come. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we fuck it up. Oh! Okay. All right. Let's play. Yes. Yes. Whoa! No! The Wesker's here. No, he's gonna ruin it for me, guys. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, imagine. Okay. Why are you running? Why are you running? Wait, what? Oh, I got the killer blind though. Help! Help! No! Aw, close. Close. Damn it! I love how I think it was 11 I ran into. I love how the 11 was running from Wesker. I was running from the Huntress, and so we traded killers. Did the 11 end up getting hooked? Oh. I need assistance! Did you have a medkit? No? I need teammates. Want to rub me bum? I have a good bum for rubbing. I promise. Oh, I don't want to die either. Oh, I need to get healed. Alright, I gotta find a medkit. Or a blue tonic or something. I don't want to die when there's a bot, guys. I don't want to die. There's a bot. I need it. I need to live. Oh, maybe this person can heal me. Maybe this person can rub me bum. Hello, love. Would you like to rub me butthole? You want to finish this, Jen? Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Now you want to rub me bum? Alright, is this a bot too? What the heck? Why does no one want to heal me? Oh, this is... Oh, this is mine. This is mine. This is my Leon. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Thank you. Oh my god, I got scared. I'm sorry, I got scared. Oh, mission good. Go. Ah! Oh, I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh, I'm scared. What do you want? Not me, right? Yes, okay. Someone heal me! I'm so scared. Okay, you know what? Yeah, you. Run my bum. I have been standing still for like 30 minutes. Where have you been? Thank you, lovely. Oh, look, I found you. Oh, wait. They didn't finish healing me. Thank you. Oh, man. I was chasing you before, Shaq. Oh. T. Wait, the Huntress is right here. Huntress, come. Come. Huntress, come. Where is she? I hear her. I hear. Oh, give her to me. I want her. I want to have fun. Look at her. I love the way bots move. They make me so happy, guys. Yeah, get her ass. Get her ass, Huntress. She's over there. Yes. Get her ass, Huntress. Okay, they got unhooked. We're good. Get her ass. Come on. Come on. She's over there. Come on, get 11. Uh-oh. Whoa! Whoa! What did I do? Yeah, get her ass. Whoa! We can talk about this. No! Stop! Stop! See, this is why I couldn't die. This is why I couldn't die. This is my favorite. Oh my god. Get her ass. Oh. You're such a bitch. You're such a bitch, Wesker. Wesker, I hope you die. In game. In game. Not IRL. Oh my god, please not IRL. Please, I'm joking. Please, I'm joking. Please, I'm joking. I'm so joking. I run away! Wesker ruins all the fun! Who did that? Was that Spades? Did Spades just do that? I think I just saw an Ada run away. I swear to God, I just saw Ada run away. Oh, this is awkward. Nope. That was you! From like, I'm like way far back in my peripherals as I'm running. I was like, I think I see an Ada running away. Oh my god, that was so amazing. That was my favorite game so far. That was so funny. Oh my god, I wish I could have stayed alive a little bit longer. Oh. But I had the best time with you, Huntress Bot. You are my favorite thing that has ever happened to me. Oh, the Wesker's on you. Boo. No! That's quite big. Oh, that was so much fun. I cannot breathe. I'm mad. That was so much fun. Bot versus bot. Me, the other bot. Welcome back, Brad. Does he not know Pixels Live, for fuck's sake? Recently I learned what FFS stood for. For fuck's sake, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. Oh, that was so much fun. Oh, there's a. Oh, it's part of the Chrysalis collection. No, she's dead. She's dead. Look at the nodders he gave. That was so much fun. That was my favorite. Her little like moment at Shaq where she was like doing 360s. Oh, I didn't even clip it. No, I forgot. Let me put a marker. Damn, that was so much fun. GG's. Oh, favorite game ever. Hunter Spot. Never change. Never change. Holy. Whoa, look at the snooze his ass. Holy. You poor unfortunate souls. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. What's up, Mrs. Fortunate? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. You had the best timing. I was literally about to go pee and play an ad, so thank you so much for doing that before I played the ad, because I would have felt so bad. What's up, Game Summer? Hi, Mrs. Fortunate. How was your stream? Welcome in. Go piss, girl. I will. I promise. Hello. Thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. How was your stream? We are doing some DBD 2v8 long stream, doing some heckin' Attack on Titan skin giveaways. We're actually about to do one right now. If anyone wants to join in, we're about to give away the Attack on Titan Eren skin for Trapper, the Ember skin, his Ember variant. It's gonna be our last killer skin that we're giving away, and then all the rest of them are gonna be Levi, Mikasha, and Sasha. So if you guys want to get in this giveaway right now! Also, Raiders, if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eat, go peek, go poo, go stretch, go drink. But huge thank you to Dead by Daylight for giving us these codes to give away. And big thank you to Mrs. Fortunate for the raid. Oh, do it! Do the gym! I'm so proud of you! Big gym! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. Please get your post-stream self-care. Lots of love. Guys, we're going to do the giveaway in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drowned? Dead girl Chloe, are you here? Big stretch. And he's so cute. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on. Yes, Chloe! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Also, I love your name. Chloe, I'm sending you the Ember Trapper skin. I'm going to send you a Twitch whisper. Puppy Cam? Absolutely. His name is Boo. And he sits on a boo beanbag chair. Puppy Cam? Puppy Cam! Thank you guys so much for the raids, for being here, for joining joining the giveaway. All right, Chloe, there is your code for the Ember skin for Eren, and that is our last killer skin. The rest of them are 2 Levi cosmetics, 2 Mikasa cosmetics, and then 2 Sasha. So we have 6 more codes to give away. Yes, sir. Congrats, everybody. Also, Bubble, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Do you guys want to see a kitty cat? Kitty cat, come here. I'm gonna pick you up. Do you mind if I pick you up? No, you don't mind? I'm gonna pick you up. I'll pick you up. Oh, he's a good doggy. Who's a good doggy? Hello, this is Jasper. He's the biggest asshole in the entire house. Has the biggest ass. I'm joking. But he's my cat. He's a big butt. Has a big butt. Yeah, little asshole. Who is Big Chongus? And he's so cute. Those eyes. I know, he's got the prettiest eyes ever. So cute. I love you. Hi, KGV. Oh, KGV would be so happy. Do you know who I'm putting Do you know who I'm... Oh, do you want cat treats or dog treats? Do you know who I'm putting blood points in now, KGV? For P100? You'll be so happy. Ghostface? Ghostface. He's like prestige, I don't know, 16 or something, or 13, I don't know. Kitty! I could do that. It's me! Jessica! Wait. Wait! Lady Burp, you want to play with us? Send another! Lady Burp, shut up. I will actually, like, poop myself. Dealer's choice? I do Jasper. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Big Chungus! Oh my god. It's me! Jessica! She's P46. Fudge, yeah. What, excuse me. What dog cosmetic do you use? Also, hi, Lady Burb. Now I have a reason to boot up to, yes! My ex did play some. Oops, how'd that happen? Thank you for the treats, by the way, Denny. Also, she happens. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy, just normal. Cool, poggers. I'm playing 2v8. I'm sure I'll quit after it's over, but I'm enjoying it. I love 2v8. 2v8, nothing makes me happier in Dead by Daylight than 2v8. I'm not gonna lie. I do have to go pee. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. I really have to go piss, girl. I know. I've been drinking so much G Fuel. I'm at work if I win, please roll. Okay. I'll still, like, wait in case, you know, if you do win. Next giveaway we'll probably do, like, about an hour or so. But if you're not here, we will move on. Oh my god, just a hot chick is Regina George from Mean Girls, right? It's me, Jessica! And also, Eileen. And is it Eileen or Arlene in, what's that one? Sherlock Holmes? I have to go pee. Please, I'm so sorry. I have to go pee. Raiders, thank you guys so much for being here. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna play an ad while we're gone because I have to play an ad in a 56 seconds anyway. So I'll be right back. Lady Burb, that means so much. I do the lurk into the burb fakes. I keep calling them burb fakes. I can't get out of it. But I love you. I'm gonna give you the biggest, messiest, sluttiest little kissy ever. Yeah, he's on me.
You're dead, though.
You're dead!
You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I have the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my god. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up! That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow! No pellet here, no pellet here, on the right. No pellet here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boot a totem because I forgot to boot a totem. So 30 minutes to an hour. I'm gonna have to take a break to walk my dogs and feed them. If you guys don't mind. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on. But I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome. I gotta walk the doggies. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Did I miss the The what giveaway? We're doing 9 giveaways, and we've done 3 so far, so we do have 6 more. They're all Survivor, so the next giveaways are going to be 2 Levi, then 2 Mikasa, then 2 Sasha. Why is there a redeem for a Nancy game? Because Nancy is my second least favorite character in this video game, because anytime I play against a Nancy, you never trust Nancy. Hashtag NTN. We will still be here. Thanks, Elvis! No, are you kidding me? Lady Burp, I'm so sorry. I had to go pee. What's the first? Ash. Blech. Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by someone who plays Ashley Williams in this video game. When I first started playing this game, they were like the biggest jerks. Also, I got the audio issue again. But it was about an hour. Oh, I gotta stop talking. It's bad. Hello? Oh, that was bad. That was really bad echo. That was pissing me off. It's only on my end, so you guys don't hear it, but oof, that was like really jarring. Anywho, what were we saying? I don't remember. Oh yeah, but yeah, when I like first started playing this game, up for like the first like I don't know 2,000 hours of me playing this video game, every time I was in a lobby with an Ashley J. Williams, it was just torture. Ah! 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 That's right, worth it. Worth it. Will you just kill that zombie for me? Thank you. How did the killer spawn so close to us? What the heck? I'll reveal. Why did that not drop? What is my ping? Is 67? Oh, how do you have such good ping? Maybe I have to I'm gonna start pre-dropping. I think is what I'm gonna do. Into V8. Because that input was so slow. And I have a beautiful Corsair Galleon keyboard. Oh, the inputs are so good on it. It's so sexy. My connection seems decent enough. Oh no, I'm gonna have to start don't besmirch the puppet pal. I do have to P100 him. He's like, he is 20,000 points from being P100, and when I do, I'm gonna have to, oh, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? What? Oh, I see. Pre-drop that. There you go, good girl. Oh, I love this Feng Min. Feng Min, ooh, you're gonna get the good Gluck Gluck 9000. Oh, you're gonna get the gluckiest Gluck Gluck. You look like you're being chased at Shaq, so I'm gonna move. All right, I'm gonna keep going. She's, oh god, no! Oh no! No! I'm so sorry. Did he just skateboard to me? All right, whoever I'm playing with, you all need to protect me. Please. Please protect me. Was he like on a skateboard or something? Oh, but once I do P100, Ash, I am gonna cosplay him too, as a little extra special. Oh yeah, a lot of Nemesis, yeah. A lot of Nemesis and Onis from what my experience is. And it's because I said bad things about Ash, well Ghostface is also my least favorite killer. Which is why I have to P100 him. I'll do it again. Also, Panda Pants, fun fact, the worst movie I have ever seen is the first Evil Dead movie. It is the worst movie that I've ever seen. Oh, this person's got me. Who is this? Oh, it's Spades. Oh my god. It might be. Is this Ghostface camping me? This is the Okay, I took the hit. Perfect. Okay. But now I think I'm dead. Oh, okay. Okay. I just want to live. That's all I want. I want to live for 30 seconds. I have not lived yet. Thank you so much, Spades. Oh my god. I have not lived for longer than 30 seconds this entire match. I am getting as far away from I can from everybody. And I'm gonna heal and maybe find a green tonic. Oh. And maybe find a green tonic? I don't think they're tunneling, but I think the ghost face is definitely hanging out by my hook. It feels because, well, the first ghost face was right there. So how is he supposed to know? Like he was just chasing the first person, right? But then I get unhooked, immediately ghost face. I get unhooked again, immediately ghost face. I think he just knows where the hooks are. So I don't think he's like purposefully tunneling. I think he's like, como se dice, like strategically hanging out by the unhooks, but doesn't care who it's there. Oh really? Oh, so slay. W bags. Yeah, I don't think it's a purposeful tunneling. I think it's strategy tunneling is what he's doing. I don't think he's choosing who. I think he just knows. Oh, there's a cage there. Here, let's see if this Oh, I was hoping he would come for me. Alright. Hello, lovely. Anyone find any of those cool green tonics? Came in. Mwah. They give the forehead kissy. Be right back. Have fun. Oh, and Spade's doing strategic bagging, so I can get so they get chased instead of me. Gamers. Gamers. I'm not gonna lie. If anyone wants my flashlight, they can have it. Because I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I want to be going for flashlight saves. This game. I want to live. I guess I could use it for these twos, right? Or these three, because there's 3 zombies, no? Oh, are you gonna give me something? Or did you find something? What is it? What is it, Leon? Is it a boy trapped in a well? Oh my god, that was playing a dangerous game there. I'm too scared. I'm sorry. No. Yes, chase the Leon. Okay. It looks like Leon was going this way. What secrets do you know that I don't? Wait, were you not getting chased? Oh! You found one! No way! How did you do this, guys? Tell Leon's mounts how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Oh, you're such a good little gamer. Okay, I will go over flashlight saves now. Hey, Megan, come here. Let me rub your bum. No way! When the world needed him most, he appeared. No way! Oh, I'm so ready to stay in this game, guys. I'm so ready to stay in this game. I'm gonna get a flashlight save in that ghost face, and I'm gonna bag him at the gate. I'm not going to. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't bag people. I can't do it. Ooh, this Kate Denson's about to go to 2nd stage. Oh, this Kate is gonna go to 2nd. No, she's going to 2nd. No, she went to 2nd stage. Oh, he's on the way too. Look. He's help is on the way, dear. Uh-oh. Our first death. Where's Big Chongus? I want to go hang out with Big Chongus. Whoa! What did I do? Wait! What? Get your Bluetooth connection out of here. Nope. Oh, Big Chongus! Big Chongus, watch out! Big Chongus, I got you! Yes! And I got it on the ghost face. No way! Oh. See, this is why Lady Burb is my wife and not Burb's wife. That's my wife. You let my wife go. You know what I mean? Oh. Someone's on the hook over here. I come. I help. Oh, that was really dramatic. This entire game since I loaded in has just been intense. Hello, Megan. I am here for heals too. Conveniently enough. Oh. Ladies. Yes. The badger just ran away right now. The badger was like, Yo! Oh, I love living. Life is worth living. I have 0.3 flashlight left. But I have a flashbang. Let me rub your bum. Beep. Chongus. Why this name? This name is so funny. Alright. 4 gens left. 1 person dead. Hey, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here! Come here! Yeah. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Hey, come here, come here. I thought he was chasing somebody. Was that a ghost face? Ooh, it is. It is! It is. Yes. Yes, Ada. Get him.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
Whoa! Woo! Magical Chick, thank you for the 69 biddies. Hello. Pissing all by yourself, handsome? Thank you so much. Not anymore. I just peed. Thank you, though. Magical Chick. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Can I get another beam out of this? I want to touch all these gens. All these gens are gonna get like such little progress because this guy's just chasing me and I don't have enough flashlight. Woo! Okay. Okay, I can do this. Nope. Ah, good. Okay. And I should have time to get you off. Where you go? I follow you. Yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Chungus! Oh. I got it. Cream cheese with a side of bagel? You are so funny. Do you want some bagel with your cream cheese? That's funny. I do not have a bang yet. Not able to bang. I can't help there. Sorry, homie. They are dead too. Oh, can I finish this? And maybe get a... Oh, is this worth it? Oh, I love deaf killers. I love killers that don't have ears! Yay! Yippee! Alright, Ghost is over there. Perfect. Whoever the scouts are in this game, God bless them. Cream cheese has been a lifesaver on my diet. Oh, really? I love cream cheese. I am one of those people where, like, there's all those, like, fancy cream cheeses flavors. Like, there's fruity cream cheese. There's, like, ones with, like, onions and chives in there. And it's like, listen, you guys get your bag with, or enjoy your cream cheeses however you guys want to enjoy them. But I am, how does one say, I'm a cream cheese purist. Like, I can only have, like, the one kind of, I'm sorry, I gotta commit. I have to. I had to commit. I had to. There's only 1 gen left. I have done so many gens. I've done my progress. I've done what I've needed to do. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. I read that so wrong. But that's right. Luckily, because of Leon's Bones, we now have an extra hook stage. Thank gosh. No gens are being worked on, though, unfortunately. Oh, we have a gen right here, though. And there's a gen right there. Ooh. We're kind of like, I wouldn't say 3 gen, but we're definitely like, not good gens. Yeah, hit me. Yeah, honestly, that's probably the best thing, just to get him out of his power. I think that was the best thing to do there, just to get him out of his power. You know what I mean? I don't know, Shabby, because I'm doing the giveaways today, I want to be on DBD when I do the giveaways. So, holy fudge sticks. So I think I'm gonna stay on DBD for now. But I really super duper really want to play Outlast Trials. Oh my god. Oh wait. I want to get in on this. Me too, guys. Me too. Thank you. Thanks, Mao. Thanks, Winchester. I know, but I really want to play Elder Trials. Zombie! Hi, Zombie! Also, thank you for the 5 stream streak. What the hecky? That's so funny. I would. Why is no one doing gens? Oh, Mao's not a gen. Good Mao. Wah! Hurt my neck doing that. Oh, shite nipples. Perfect. Oh, thank God. This is like my favorite. Oh, shite. Sorry, love. Oh, thank you, love. This is my favorite pailletta in the entire map. Oi! Girl. I know. I know. I know. Fuck that pallet. Respectfully. You know what I mean? Whoa! Beef chunkus! Oh, that's the chonkiest I have ever done, did see. Oh! Okay. Not as big as that chonkus. Oh, that was so hot. Thank you so much for that. Oh my God, that was so much fun. Thank you. I went from I was gonna be out of this game in 30 seconds to I made it to last gen left. Thank you so much, team. Oh, that was a team effort. Thank you guys so much. What's up, Mikey? Mikey, happy Wednesday? I don't know what time zone you're in. Every time I touched a gen, I got unchased or had to get an unhook. Yeah, that was a constant unhook one. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Holy shite, I'm Devotion 17, level 99. Can we all together say, sweat? A Terrapal. I've been craving Outlast for the past couple days. I might stream it tonight instead. Do it! I do miss my 2v8 though. I do miss it. W team. W team. Also, thank you, Soldier Loki. You're so hot. Happy Wednesday. I hate that word. When I have to say Wednesday as Wednesday. I don't know why. I have to. Are you kidding me, Lady Bird? Thank you! That was so much fun. I am really glad that SEAL Team 3, because it's 3 of you. I'm really happy that SEAL Team 3 came in there and helped me survive longer than 30 seconds because that was really rough for me. If I can hop back on a send a request, thank you. Now I know it's you. Wednesday, yeah. Wednesday. All right. But enjoy the rest of your day, Lady Burb. I love you so much that it hurts. Someone's like, who is that? The King of Wands. The King of Wands is a natural-born leader and very capable and confident in their abilities. The king isn't interested in creativity, but instead takes an idea and enlisting others to help actualize it. You're motivated, you're a good leader, and an entrepreneur. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I love you more. I love you moist, actually. GG's! Oh, we're not dead. Okay. Oh, Mikey, I had that when my brother and my sister-in-law were writing my name on my box of leftovers that they made for me. What was it, last Sunday? We were trying to see, like, because my brother and I have really similar handwriting. But he writes his J's. Hold on. So my brother writes his J's like this. And I write my J's like this. And so we like went back and forth like writing my name on my like leftover box, and to the point where I was like, Guys, my name doesn't look like my name anymore. It was so weird. Also, my audio's messed up again. The dot. Is that like a Canadian thing? What dot are you talking about? On a J? Oh, yeah, uppercase J's. Yeah, my name is Julie. So, yeah. Oh, but yeah. Yeah, like, I'll do that. I'll do the dot. We're gaslighting ourselves, really. Hi, Music Kid! Music Kid, happy Wednesday, my dude. Oh, shoot. I forgot who in chat was saying... Oh, everyone's dead. GG's. I forgot... Oh. There we go. I forgot who said, but someone said that they're going to go watch The Devil Wears Prada. And I was like, I heard it's really good. Either I... Or, wait. Shabby. Either or I do the one with the cross. Do you really? You're weird. I'm joking. I'm joking. I can't wait to see it. Wait. Lady Burb is still in the lobby. Maybe she'll leave when we start the game. Or maybe she wants to play another one. Yes! I love Pokemon. Oh my god, I went to the Pokemon and Target collab that they released this past weekend. I got so much stuff. Oh my god! Thank you so much for the segue. Yes! Guys, I edited and posted a YouTube video of my Target Pokemon haul. Oh, do you think, Spades? Should I kick her? I'm gonna kick Big Chongus out of my lobby. There you go. Maybe. Well, thank you for that segue. I also write my 7s. Oh, okay. That's a fancy 7. Oh, yeah. I love Pokemon so much. Quick, everyone, who's your favorite Pokemon? Come here. Come here. Oh, that was so cute! There you go. This is my favorite Pokemon. Just kidding. It's Clefable. Boo. Leave him. Who are you? Boo, leave him alone. Alright, there's too much animal happening right now. No, Boo, you're knocking down my cables, my cable management. Okay. Pull it down. Jigglypuff! Yes. Also, thank you for the favorite Pokemon check. Oh, okay, I'm thinking after this game, I'm going to walk my dogs. You're Zarina? I want to be Zarina. Oh, just kidding. I didn't want to be Zarina anyway. So, I think after this game, I'm going to go feed my dogs and walk my dogs. Turkey donut. Shut the front door. That's so funny. And then when I come back, we'll do another giveaway. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it. Because I'm sure your clip is probably like an egregious, like ridiculous hit. I had, like, the hit that I had earlier was kind of like, whoa. But that one could have been just chalked up for Dead by Daylight 2v8 servers. Overwatch? Oh, heck yeah. I do want to play more Overwatch, too. Oh, I still need to play Rainbow Six Siege. I have to install it, though. Oh, I cannot wait to see its fades. Oh, I cannot wait. I need to play Rainbow Six. Oh, Spades. I cannot wait to see that. Please tell me, like, you got it live so you have a reaction, too. There's Twitch drops for it, Shabby. I think it actually started. You know what? It may have started today. Escape, were you streaming? Uh-oh. Look at that. I see you there. No one else look at that. That's for me. My eyes only. Is that a trapper? Oh my god, a trapper. Is this Thompson House? I'm doing nothing. I'm doing nothing this entire stream. Holy shite, I just got Thompson House. Oh my god. Oh my god. Escape, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! Oh, wait. Who are you? This is shabby. This is a cute outfit. I want those shorts. Dragon. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy? No, but I have watched people play it. I remember watching Heather Lara play that back in the day. It was like 2020 or 2021 I watched her play it. I need a killer to come here now. Come. Now, Kate, go away. Go away, Kate. This is my hole. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Oh my god, please. Yes! Yes! Yeah, throw your tantrum. Oh, I'm so happy. I want a cigarette. I've never smoked a day in my life, and I'm so happy. This is my first time getting Thompson House, all this 2v8, and I'm so sorry for anyone who I play with in this video game, but whenever I get Thompson House, I only try. I don't care if I'm alive for only 60 seconds. I have to hold a killer. I don't care if I get hit. I don't care if I go down. I don't care if I die. You're getting in that tight, slutty little hole, and you're gonna like it. I love it. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so glad that Kate brought him over here. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I changed my name to cigarette. Guys, I've never smoked a cigarette ever. Oh, shite. I've never smoked a cigarette ever. Not once. Oh, that Kate's gonna get got. That's gross. Oh, have you smoked one before? Oh, thank you so much for clipping that, Shabby. So hot. So hot. Don't you touch the hiney. Is someone up here? No, yes! 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 Oh, that was so lucky. Now he has to break that. That's alright. What? Hey! Hey! I'm not done. I was gonna say, I'm not done with you yet. Oh, I'm going down here. Oh! He was so close! Oh, he was so close to going under there. Mira. Mwah. Doesn't count. Mira, thank you for the forehead kissy. Well, growing up with Gen X parents, I don't know what that means. And we're a family of stoners. I don't know what that means. Do stoners smoke cigarettes? My parents were both really, really bad smokers. Like, my dad was like a pack a day kind of like smoker. And to the point where my brother and I have never smoked cigarettes. Like, he's never smoked a cigarette and I've never smoked a cigarette because my parents ruined it for us. Because they never smoked in the house. At least not that I remember. They never smoked in the house. But I remember whenever, like, my dad, and like, they didn't, like, I'm not, like, mom and dad, if you're watching this, like, I never, like, was mad about this. It just, like, was a side effect of the cigarettes. That whenever we were in the car and they were smoking a cigarette in the car, I would always get ashes in my face or in my eyes. And I remember, like, I got such bad burns in my eye once because I got, like, an ember in my eye. And, like, oh, it hurt so much. But, yeah, I never smoked a cigarette. And my brother and I agreed. It was because, like, thank you to my parents for smoking cigarettes to the point that I never smoked one. But they both quit. They both of them quit. And neither of them have smoked cigarettes in, like, years. I'm so proud of them. I started too young. No, when did you start smoking? Oh no, Mikey! Mikey, I think the only shirt that they have is like the female crop top that I have. I think that's the only one that they have left. Otherwise, it's just like, there's some merch that also have the opening scene on it. Like, I got the penny sleeves. I'd rock crop top. I have said this once and I've said it a million times. I actually just said this at my parents' house on Sunday, that more men need to wear crop tops. I need more crop tops. I need more. Oh, and I also said booty shorts. I said I need more booty. Like, bring the 80s back, you know? Like those, like really short, like cross country shorts, jean shorts, and then crop tops and fishnet, like fishnet. I'm so sorry. Like, give me more men in fishnet crop tops. Thank you. You guys are wondering what my type is. There it is. Also, Evil King. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Mira, how are you doing, my love? Our parents and their generation literally got us so sick of it that now we all hate it. I literally have no friends that smoke. Good. Oh, good. I also don't have any... What is happening? I also don't have any friends that smoke, but I also don't have friends. I'm joking. Just give me more men. Chevy, you're so funny. I love you. Mikey. Yes! Oh my god. So, if you guys have seen Leland in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre video game, how he has, like, why are we not saving this person? Why are we not saving this person? How he has, like, the booty shorts. Oh, hello, my love. And, like, a crop top. Like, picture Leland. But Leland himself is, like, super ugly because I'm not, like, into, like, white male blondes. It's because my abusive ex is white male blonde, so sorry, I can't do it. But, what was I gonna say? But yeah, Leland's ugly, but his outfits are super cute. Gabriel Soma, is that your type? Oh yes! I wear crop top as Gabriel. I do. I love his slutty little, his blood rush one. Is that what you're talking about? Yo, get shit on. Holy shit. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. That was so funny. Got her ass. Oh, she died again. Well, not worth it anymore. Your type is white. You can keep him. Shadow Oni. Yeah, it's been a kind of a rough, scary game, isn't it? Felix crop top. Oh my god. I'm gonna stop you guys right there. Astarian crop top. You guys know what I'm talking about. Just wanna look at it. Sorry if I miss anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. You started when you were 12? On offer 10 or more years. Don't smoke. Never smoke. It's dumb. I ruin my lungs. Oh my god. But you stop smoking, Panda Monster? Who wants to unhook me? Oh, you're gonna unhook me. Is this Fades? It is! I need a hero. Oh, were you looking for traps? Oh my god, that was so scary, eh? Watch out, Leon's moans. There's a trap there. You don't smoke anything? Proud of you. Proud of you. Oops. Good for you. Good, good, good. Thank you, love bug. Alright. Doors over here. Well, a door's over here. I did get a hole. I kind of wish I had like a smoother hole where I didn't get like injured or downed. That's fine. That's why I stick to dope. Is that a weed? I'm calling the police. Stretch. Oh, Irish Queen, I got you. I absolutely got you. I could use a good stretch. I am going to go walk my dogs and go feed them right after this game, by the way. I'll get a good stretch in, don't worry. Calling the cops. Is that a weed? Good stretch, thank you. You're like my stretch queen. If you don't pass me the joint. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I might kind of like take the dub here. I really wanted to escape. I know that was really selfish of me, but I really, really, really wanted to escape. She's selfish. I know. I know. Oh, you get out. Don't worry. Yes. Yes. Okay, I was worried that he would have trapped there. Nice. Alright, you're out. Spades, where are you? Okay. Spades will be fine. Almost there, so I'm starting to make a lot of changes. Really? I'm proud of you, Panda Monster! Fucked enough around. I didn't fuck enough around in my 20s. I got fucked over by my exes. I had like 2 bad exes back to back that I was with for like over 4 years each. So like my entire 20s is just like completely ruined by shite exes. You know what I mean? Ugh. Ugh. So now I'm like, now I'm in my 30s. I'm a 33-year-old lady. And now I'm just like trying to figure out what I can do that's best for me now. But, you know, we get there. GG's! That was a fun game. You single now? Yes. Very. Happily. My last ex was awful, and so was my one before that. Yeah, my last 2, or I'm so sorry. I forget about the last one. My, yeah. 2. I'm just gonna stop talking. I'm sorry! Oh no, we're good. Okay. Sorry. I forget! Alright? She just has a bad memory. So anyways, I'm gonna go walk my dogs. I'm gonna leave the party. Because I don't want you guys to stay here. I want you guys to go be free. Be free and go do what you want to do, what you need to do. I am going to be right back. Panda, you get me. You get me, Panda Monster. I'm gonna go be here. We're gonna go walk. Do you wanna go outside? Do you wanna go outside? We're gonna go outside, boo. Yay! We're going outside. We're gonna have some dinner. Oh, yippee! Oh, big stretch. Oh, big stretch muffin. Oh, you are so cute. What would I do without you? I would simply die. Okay, you're like moving my bra. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go. You guys, in the meantime, you guys get some stretches, get some snacks, get some bevs. You don't want to be free. All right, you are my mods. You're my prisoner. Just like our dads. Yeah, I'm going to go get some cigarette and some milk, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some lotto tickets. Yeah, I'll be right back. It's going to give me like, I don't know. Oh, wrong scene. Sorry. Give me like 15 minutes. What time is it? All right. Give me like 15 minutes. Oh, download Opera GX.
You're dead.
In the meantime, you guys are assuming I'm gonna get. All right, I'll be right back.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Pain Res as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I have the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pill in here. No pill in here. On the right. No pill in here. On the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Want to hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! Ah, fuck me. I'm so scared, mommy! Mommy! Help! Help! Help me! Help! 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 Help me! Somebody help me! Somebody sedate me! Oh, I'm throwing this pallet. Oh god, I'm throwing this fucking pallet! Somebody sedate me! Is this pallet here? Oh, thank God. You gotta stop, Birkin. Birkin. Birkin! Birkin! The mind games! The mind games are driving me crazy, dude! Stop it! Stop! You're scaring me! I can't. I can't. You gotta stop. You got Birkin, please, please. Ah! He didn't break this pallet yet, right? He did! I don't know. What is happening? What is happening? Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. No, oh, get me. Oh, you're so hot. Oh, well, it's awkward. Bye. Have a beautiful time. Oh God, oh heaven. I don't make that. Okay, I didn't make it. Watch this. No, Krita. No. You weren't supposed to get picked up. That's fine. Because I boon this totem. Oh my God, wait. Okay, hold on. Shabby, it is only because of exit lag. Like, seriously. If I didn't have good internet, I never would have gotten any of those vaults. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Okay, we get this. Huge wiretap value. Okay. Alright, he wants me. That's fine. I'd want me too. He doesn't get that. This pallet is down. I don't think I make it though. He used all of his charges. Ah! You guys were nervous for no reason. Oh God, you guys were nervous for no reason. It's like insane how like nervous you are. That's alright. Please break the pallet. Oh, please, let me conviction. Oh shit. He found me. I'm not gonna make it to my boon. I'm not going to make it to my boon. Oh god, I have seconds to make it to my boon. I have mere seconds. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yo, what's up, Zombie? No! Oh, if you get hatched, Karita. Oh my god, Karita, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna Karita out. I'm gonna Karita out is what I said. Karita, if you get hatched, I'm gifting the channel 5 subs. I've never gifted subs to my own channel before. I'll do it. Get hatched, get hatched, get hatched, get hatched. No! That's all right. If you escape, I'll still do it. And we're doing open lobbies all day. So if anyone wants to join, feel free. This is our first game, by the way. We still have another game with this group. No way. If you escape, I'm gifted. I've never gifted subs to on my own channel before. All right, here it is. Here it is, yo, GG's. Hello. Oh! A flashlight! Is what I would say if I found a flashlight. You did. I was like, do I use the pallet or the flashlight? I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, shit. All right, Wraith. Here we go. Here we go, Wraith. Here we go. Let's dance. Let's dance, Philip. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Please don't call your girlfriend. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maria! Maria! Oh, no. So that's what happened to my CJ, by the way. When I did my CJ with on the Wesker. Oh shoot. So that was a really thick tree. Oh look, 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 look. Wait, hold on. We got both killers right here. Let's see if I could fuck with them. There we go. Get somebody. Come on. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Oh, I might. I'm so sorry. Oh man, I'm a little sorry. I'm not super sorry, but I'm a little sorry. She saw me. Oh fuck me, I did it again, chat. No! I wanted my 2 stuns! No! I wanted it so bad. Oh no! What is this game? What is this game? I cramped. Oh man. Oh man. Bullshit! That's right. You're so lucky you turned around. Yeah, the 2v8 service. Why does Huntress have no tear radius, by the way? Why does she have no tear radius? Why does she have no tear radius? Why does she not have a tear radius? Okay, bye. Oh shit, she doesn't see me. Has she like pulled up a hatchet yet? Y'all not having terror radiuses scare the hell out of me. Ah! Hey! Can he get his terror radius back, please? Oh, thank God. Caleb, we can talk about this. Caleb, we can talk about this. Alright. Alright, I threw one paletta. But not bad. Did you really stun it? That's nice. That's very sweet of you. I'm sure they really appreciated that. Hey. He shoots here. Why, duck? Oh. Oh shit, it boss. Oh shit, it boss. I did it again. I had her. Ah! Oh, mine. You vaulted
Holy
that?
shite. 15 minutes on the nose.
No.
Holy.
I thought we could have moved.
I did it. Me. 15 minutes exactly. Bravo, Penguin. Mwah. Kyle. Mwah. You give the forehead kisses. Oh, bravo, Penguin. Guess what came in the mail? You wouldn't believe it. Yesterday. I got Stop Slippy Specks and Sunnies. Oh, hello. Holy audio issues. Holy crap. Holy echo. Holy fucking echo. Holy. Jesus Christ. Okay. Whew. Yeah, so this came yesterday. And I used it as soon as I got to stream. I opened up this package. And I've been using it. And I'm about to do my first, what's it called? Reapply? I'm applying it again. And I think it works really, really well. I haven't tried it on my Toki Dokis yet. But maybe I'll try that on Friday. Or tomorrow. Because I don't have to do it on stream. But, so far, so good. Just globbing it on. Oh. It's lovely. What's up, Ewok? Hi, Ghost Loops. Hi, Patchy. Guns are for losers. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Spades, I have no idea. I did not restart my computer between last night and today, though, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I don't know. Because it's not related to my other issue. Yes, you... Proud Penguin, yes, you do. It is Ice 9 kills. Yes, sir. Oh, we're gonna do giveaway winner. Let's pull our first Survivor cosmetic. Where are my cigs and milk? I didn't get that, but I did get an Uncrustable because I forgot that I should probably eat something too. I'm gonna pull as soon as I finish putting my rings on. Nice. Hey, so far, only two. Well, Moon. Okay, so here's hold on. Game scene. Display capture. So here are the 3 people who have won so far. Moon Quartz, who's a VIP. Escape Zero, not a VIP. And Chloe, redeemed Steal the VIP. So technically 2 VIPs have won so far. But no mods. Oh, yeah! Loki, do you want to? Do like a minute prediction. Oh, also, did you guys see how many entries we have? No one else can enter. 67. Moses! Guess what came? Or guess what came? Guess what I finally picked up? Actually, Kaya stole your VIP. Yeah, I finally went to my post office. Hold on. Okay, so... Oh, 1 second? Cool. That gives me time to go and get the package that Moses got me. So I'm going to go and get that really quickly. And their early work was a little bit too seen for me. But then the silver screen came out, and they really came into their own, commercially and artistically. The whole album has a refined melodic sensibility that really makes the cut above the rest. Hey, Paul! God, I love that so much, Ghost Loops. You're so hot and tall and talented for that. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get that package. Jesus. You think that they think that this is for them? Alright. So this is from Moses. Oh. I wonder if this is black light reactive. Ooh. Oh, it comes with clippies. No way. Shut up! Holy... I'm in the wrong scene. I'm so sorry. Holy shite. This is so fudging cool. I have chills. I actually have chills. This is so cool. We have Chucky, Ghostface, Jigsaw, Pennywise, and Jason. This is so dope. Wait. Wait, can you kind of tell? Cause this is a black light. Oh, you can kind of tell. Look at the ghost face. How do I make it darker in here? Oh, you can see my partner thing is lighting up. That is so dope. Holy shit. That is so dope. Thank you so much, Moses. This is so cool. Oh, you know what? They actually are purple already. This is so cool. Thank you so much. I actually know exactly where I'm going to set this up. There's a part. Not for you, Boo. There's a part of my wall, untouched, naked wall. I'm going to put it on. I think it's going to look really good, especially with like a black light. I know what's funny. I think I might actually have a blue light. I think I actually might have. Okay. All right. I might have a black light bulb. Ow, puppy. Okay. What are we doing? He said, Mommy, I'm my love. I actually think I have a black light bulb that I can put over there, because I don't have, I think I have just like a regular Govee light bulb over there. Ow, you scratch Mommy. Okay. I love this, but Mommy is working, so you have to go down. I'm so sorry. Can you go lay down? Look, your bed's open. This is so cool. Moses, thank you so much. What a heckin' cool gift. And it even comes with, like, the installer things, too. That's so awesome. Thank you so much! Yo, W Moses, thank you so much. Stop it. Stop. This is not for you. You're such a brat. Boo is such a spoiled child, and it's me who made it that way. I know. I'm the worst mother ever. Ugh. New Boo blanket. He if he were to get his hands on it, he would like shake it. Also, Eden, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Are you guys ready for the next giveaway? Boo wants to wear that cape. That'd be so funny. Oh, hi, Sassy! The behind the Pennywise eyes. I cannot wait to set it up. You guys have no idea. I'm so gassed. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. Also, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. All right. Sorry, I just choked. Marshmallow. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right. We are going to pull the next giveaway winner. This is going to be for the Dead by Daylight. Levi. This is for Levi. Sorry. Almost pulled up the email with all the codes. So you guys ready? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pew! Lily! Lily, are you here, sweet summer child? Are you here, angel? Also, damn, Doka. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. I'm gonna eat this. Do you guys mind? It's, peanut butter and honey. It's the one I had last stream. Or was it Saturday? Uncrustable? Yeah, sure. It's so good. You want some? What is it? Oh! So, this means, I accept you as a winner. And you're accepted. Doesn't do anything. It just, it don't mean anything. Or like, oh. It don't really mean nothing, really, but I'll share it right now. It's so yummy. They won't, Kyle, unless they have talked while you've been in chat. Try to make sure I don't get no honey on my shirt. They're not in the chat, though. I don't see them in the user list. Well, we'll give it a minute. I guess just a minute. So, it's just a list you as a winner or removes you? Well, I can remove it. I can deny it. It doesn't do anything or change anything. So good. 1 minute. And then we'll pick another person. I don't see them in the viewer list, but they might also have that thing. There's an extension. I haven't heard it talked about since like 2021, so I don't know if it's still a thing. Where you get like a notification anytime you're added in someone's chat. Oh, it is the honey and peanut butter. I haven't heard someone talk about it since like 2021, so I don't know if it's like still a thing. I never use it though. Okay, good to know. I didn't know that. Oh, so good. Saucy, no you! No you. Nope. Just one drawing, just to make sure that you don't win multiple ones. Just enter once. That was so good. There's also an extension that hides you. Oh, really? Alright. Alright, we're gonna pull another winner! You guys ready? Draw entrant. Oh my god. Space system! And we did a prediction. Oh my god, that is so funny. Yo, GG Spades. GG's. You get the Levi skin for Jake. I'm gonna send you I'm gonna do Twitch Whisper. Just in case we have DMs open and I don't have to mark them as unread, because I probably do have ones as marked as unread. Oh my god, Spades, congratulations. Guys, say congrats to the mods! My points! The mod, what'd you say? The mods stay winning? Hey, this is our first mod that won today. Hi, what's your camera for live? Because you haven't said. Oh! Well, thank you, Fond Loki. Our second Loki. Elgato face cam, like the 4K or something like that. Here. For anyone trying to win the Know You contest. I win. But I'm pretty sure it's the Elgato Facecam 4K edition, Fonded Loki. I'm sorry, Fond Loki, not Fonded Loki. Sorry, Raven. I saw you say that, and then I forgot. No, you! Everyone keeps saying they're gonna make a bigger one, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Yippee! Congratulations, mates. And then we'll have another Levi giveaway. And then 2 Makashas and 2 Sashas. Yeah, we're double Loki'd up in here. Oh, excuse me, sweet summer child. Did you eat your dinner? Because I'm pretty sure you didn't. I'm pretty sure you didn't. Want to say hi? No. You're just the cutest little thing, aren't you? You're just so cute. Mommy loves you. Alright. Oh, really? Oh, hi, husband! Only to avoid being targeted as a streamer sniper, because even though I'm not watching, I've been accused for it just being a viewer list. Oh, I see. I see. Also, I have not had the game up, so if anyone's tried to join me, I have not seen that. I did get spades in here, though. But for anyone who, was already playing with us, you guys want to come back? If not, no worries. Also, Stellar Bear. Mwah, thank you for the 4 head kisses. No, not open lobbies, per se. I thought about it, but I don't know. I don't know yet. What if it, wait, Stellar Bear, did I do a kissy? Mwah. What if wait, hold on. I went back! Yes! What if I was to take a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of plywood and paint it as an reverse card? I would say, bet. Do it. See, let's do it. Also, did anybody download Opera GX while it's gone? Does it cycle through? I don't remember if it cycles through. 9! We did! Because I think we had 8 before. Thanks, guys. Who do I want to play as now? Hattie, the baddie? With the big fat dumpy? Maybe. I got so excited because I was going to be like, oh, I can flashlight save you again? Perchance I could be convinced to do open lobbies. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. No one really joined us last time we did open lobbies. It was just me and Spades against the world. It was me and Spades against the world. I think people started joining us like in the last like hour of stream, which was really funny. That's like raise your hand if you're a streamer and you host open lobbies and it's always like no one ever joins the open lobbies. Like I'm not complaining. Like it is what it is. Literally it is what it is. I'm not complaining because I'm going to play the game anyway. But I see it happen all the time to me and to like my streamer peers and friends. Like anytime you host open lobbies, like no one joins. It's so funny. It's honestly, it's funny to me. You don't have it installed? Have what installed? Opera GX? Do you want to? I think yesterday I was taking some time off of the technology. It's like, I think we did it on, what was it, Friday or Saturday? Or we did both. We did both Friday and Saturday? I don't remember. Why would people be scared to play with me? I am so bad at this video game. If anything, I make everyone look better. I think that's why people want to play with me. Because they're like, I'll show you guys how to really play this video game. I haven't taken any shots today. Oh, this is so dope. I'm gonna, oh, Moses, if you're still here. Moses, I cannot wait to send you a picture in the Discord. Now I know you're lying. Shinobi, what the fudge? Shinobi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. To Strawberry Milk, AB, Shadow Stomper, Stranger, same, and Hamzy. Did you even say hello? Oh, Raven, I was like, wait, didn't you say you had talent? Are you shiitake my mushrooms? Can we get some W Shinobis? W subs? Just W's in chat? Thank you so much. Or, yeah, or whatever Ghost Soup said. Ghost Soup, are those your emotes? Those are so cute. Shinobi, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies. Shinobi, I need you to do me a big favor. I need you to pick pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. I like joining, but a lot of times it's a time I'd rather just chill. Oh, well, that's because you work 23 hours a weekday. Alright, now I hope that that wasn't a mess. Did you mean to do that? Oh, do it twice. Shinobi said, run it back. I'm gonna start banning people. Shinobi, looking for another 5 gifted subbies? I have another question for you. Do you want a cat or a dog? Whoa. Because what the actual French toast? W times 2. Whoa. Oh, it's a race. Oh, I'm a little scared. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the hecky wacky? Oh, you didn't see that, right? You didn't see that? Oh, he may have saw that. I'm leaving, though. Oh, I'm leaving. That was an awesome killer blind, by the way. Like, holy shite. What? I don't make that. Yes, I do. Ooh. Ooh! Oh, don't see that. Yeah, he's gonna get that. He has to. He knows I'm gonna fuck around with him. Jasper, but your choice of colors? Okay, I got you. Shinobi, thank you so much for the 10 total gifted subbies. Also, I'm gonna have another question for you. Shinobi, I'm gonna ask you. Vodka, rum, tequila, Pink Whitney, or Malort? If you had to pick. Oh, it's actually kind of scary because it's a wraith and a ghost face. Whoa, 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 whoa! See, they just like sneak up on you. Also, I think these guys are in comms because they do tend to be like hanging out a little bit. Oh, good, good, yeah. I was between a rock and a hard place. That was good. This team scares me. This team scares me. All right, little kitty cat. I'm a kitty cat. And dance, and a dance. I'm a kitty cat. We don't have an orange. I'm gonna do orange. Orange. Aren't you glad I didn't say banana again? What time is it? Rock, dude, do you have your audio on, or do you not have your audio on? It's okay if you don't. Really? Oh, on Opera? I think that's actually one of the first things I reinstalled, Raven. That's one of the first things I reinstalled was, or installed was 7TV. Who's... Oh my god, because my brother hates the word glizzy. You're so funny. I totally forgot about that. Oh my god. So yeah, I said glizzy in front of my brother on family dinner on Sunday, and he, like, lost it. Even in that, I still, for some reason... Oh, you're so valid, Chloe. Oh my god. I very, very seldomly will play this game off stream. Love you, Moist. You guys are being way too sweet to me today. So many raids. So many follows. So many new homies. Thank you guys so much. There was a Brayloom. I never forget a way to troll someone. That's honestly never change. That makes me so happy. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I had a feeling. What is this feeling? So sudden and new. I had a feeling. Yes, I got it. I got the killer blind again. Cool. Hell yeah. He's gonna get me though. Oh, I was kind of hoping that he would think I'm at the window. Oh, I can't. I'm so sorry. I did not realize you were there. Because I really cucked you on that. I did not realize you were there. I'm so sorry. But I love Brayloom. Brayloom would probably be, I don't know, top 30 Pokemon for me, which it doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean 30 out of like a million Pokemon. That's pretty high up there. Oh, and Jasper's eating the bag. That the what would you call this? What would you guys call this? Not a poster. What is this? What is this like called? Wall thing. Yeah. I knew you were coming for me. I know. Oh, no. Yeah. I knew he was gonna want me. And he probably said, behind you. Yeah, 100%. I thought that. A tapestry. Thank you. Because that was really gonna bother me. Quoting the description of the book of Galinda and Me. Oh, I said that. Mama J, I didn't even I do these like verbal stims or like I quote something and I literally forget that I do that. I was like, what is this feeling so sudden? And that's what I said, didn't I? I don't even remember doing it. That's so funny. I don't know. I'm an enigma. I literally did not remember doing it until you said it. That's so funny. Shady! Unadulterated loathing for your face, your voice, your clothing. I want to rewatch the first movie. The first movie was so good. I did finally watch part 2. It was okay. First one was so good though. Also, Shady. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. I really want to order some G Fuel. Try it. Did you wait? I just been paid, and I really want to order some G Fuel to try it. Have you ever tried it, Brad? We talked about this, right? I'm moving to Edinburgh, Scotland next year. Alaba is how you say Scotland in Scottish Gaelic. I'm super excited, nervous about it. I've never been outside. Really? Now, why there, gender fluid druid? 17 months sober. Let's go! Oh, Shinobi. Sorry, but you just reminded me. Shinobi, did you want a specific shot for me? Oh, I agree, Mama J, for sure. Also, gender fluid druid. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Okay, I'm sorry, but look at how cute he is. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want him to look. But look at how cute he is laid down like that. Oh, hello, you're cute too, Angel. Oh my god, you were so adorable. Oh my god. But I don't know what flavor to get. Last I checked, there's not a whole lot online. But oh, you know what? Hold on. I was just DMing Astral about this. Hold on. Let me pull up my DMs with Astral. Yo, Sierra, Mike, Charlie. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. SMC! Oh, okay. So, I was telling Astral what my personal favorites of... look! Hattie trying to be cool, LMAO failed. I wasn't trying to be cool. I was doing the strategy that you do against Wraiths. As someone who plays Wraith in 2v8, that's literally what you do. I knew it too. I told you guys. I told you I was being targeted. I knew it. Hi, Sierra, Mike, Charlie, welcome in. I need that forehead kissy. Mwah. Look at the forehead kissy. It's also gorgeous there, and I want to be surrounded by beauty, just like you. Oh, just like this chat. Damn it! You were in Valheim? The video game Valheim? I got distracted. I'm so sorry. Okay. So from what is available that I can see online, unless they've updated stock, this was from Sunday. There's the Ramoon Melon, which is the Gundam flavor, and that is Ramoon Melon flavored, but it's the Gundam. And then there's also Quirk from My Hero Academia, which is a blueberry lemon matcha. So good. Then there's also the juice. The juice is such a good, just like fruit punch juice flavor. If you like fruity, juicy flavors, the Juice 2.0, so good. And then there's also pumpkin pie. Don't get it if you're like, okay with pumpkin or less. Only get it if you're just like, fuck yeah, I love pumpkin! Then it's great. But if you don't like, if you're not like, oh, I love pumpkin, don't get it. And there's also Stay Frosty, which is a candy apple flavor. And those are all 2.0 formulas. So like they're the better formula, the upgraded formula. And those are what's in stock that are like my favorites at the moment. But I'm hoping, I'm like praying that they restock soon. But if anyone's looking for some G Fuel, I know a guy, code Kitten. But, alright, let me finish our kitty cats. What do we have already? Do I have a cool cat? I do have a cool cat. What do you rate the Nuka-Cola? Ooh, wait! The sarsaparilla one, I hate root beer. If you love root beer, all you. I hate it. Nuka grape and Nuka cherry. So good. Oh, wait, what did you say? The Nuka-Cola? Oh, the Nuka-Cola one, sorry. Just the regular Nuka-Cola one? That was good. I would say, cherry, out of all of the Fallout flavors, Nuka cherry, Nuka grape, Nuka-Cola, sarsaparilla. I hate root beer. Yeah, I hate root beer. Your code saved me so much! Ah, that makes me so happy. Oh, thank you guys so much for supporting me. You guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Also, DJ. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissing. Yeah, you can keep your disgusting root beer. Also, I'm gonna do these little kitty cats really quickly, Spades. I'm so sorry. I have an idea. Aww. This is a cute one. Would use again. 10 out of 10. Would use again. Cute. Ugh. So cute. And then let's do your big kitty. Hope it gives you hell. Hope it gives you hell. Hope it gives you hell. Did Glee do this song? I feel like this song would be on Glee. Did you ever play Skyrim? I played Skyrim back like in like high school, college, and then a lot in college. Not very much recently. I have it downloaded because I really want to use crowd control on Skyrim. But you know what? Maybe I could do that in my next charity stream. What do you guys think? That'd be fun. I am being a garage gut. What is that? I love Glee. I used to watch Glee. My dad was a big Gleek, and so I watched it because he was watching it. And yeah, that show kind of got me. Some really weird moments in that show, I'm not gonna lie. Like, do you want to talk about it? Kind of like episodes, but like Mr. Shu. Something is clearly wrong with that man. But what's her name? Michelle Lee? Oh, God. Boy, that girl can sing. Garbage Gut. Wait, what's Garbage Gut? I would love to see you play Skyrim. I would love to. I think the last character I made was a Khajiit. To the surprise of nobody. She made a cat character. I think my very first character, my very first character on like my Xbox 360 was High Elf or Dark Elf. Like super dark gray skin. Chocolate shake, French fries. Oh, so just fast food kind of stuff. Chocolate shake, French fries, tacos, and burritos. That sounds like the beginning of my Fairly Odd Parents. Giant snake, birthday cake, large fries, chocolate shake. Odd Parents, Fairly Odd Parents. I know. Oh, Mama J. What was her name? What was her name? Santana? That was a rough one. That was a rough one, because, ugh. It was so sad. So sad. I don't know what to do for your kitty, Shinobi. Do I have a cool cat here? Ha ha ha! Cool cat. I love doing cool cats. Cool cats are just easy, you know? Because you all are my cool cats. In a ninja mask? Next one. Spades, I'm sorry. I'm just taking my sweet-ass time. Spades, did you eat, by the way? Like, I know you made food, but did you eat? Oh, he's so cute. So cute. You're gonna be holding a fish because you're a cat and cats eat fish. Leon's moms. Leftover pizza? Oh my god. I actually wanted to send this in the mod chat. Mods, remember my issue that I had with pizza before? She ordered a pizza yesterday. I got the, what's it called? Little Caesars? Oh, and it actually got delivered spades. Oh my god, so I finally had pizza. It was the Little Caesars pretzel crust. Oh, so good. Actually, I should have heated some of that up. Shinobi, thank you so much. You got a little flower. And then this one's eating a fish because he's a cool cat. And also the fish has like an X on its eye because it's dead. The old Taylor can't come to phone right now. Why? Because she's dead. So, yeah. Thank you for the gifted dummies. My sacrifice. Wait, Shinobi, do you want me to do like a dealer's choice of shot, or do you want to pick my shot? I'll shower clean and smelling pretty. Also, I'm glad because I took my sweet time. So we got you in here. Pretzel crust, breast crust. I agree. It was really good. I still have some left. I forgot I got put on the wall. You do! You're my prisoner on that wall now. Also, if anyone wants to see their kitty cats from last month, it is in the thank you channel, or Pixels thank yous, in the Discord. Why are you being weird? Why are you being weird? Oh, who's the best kitty ever? Hi, look it! Broski, Penguin. Oh, what's happening? You are so cute. I was once the most mystical man in Russia. Why are you so cute? Why is he so cute? Can I pet that dog? Can I spank that butt? Can I spank that butt? Can I spank that butt? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Let me spank that butt. Look at, mwah, think with a forehead kissy. Oh, why are you the way that you are? Cable management, ruining looking ass. One of your promotion videos made you feel website. Wait, really? Oh, was it the shark one, Brad? Oh, that felt so good. Holy, that was loud. Sorry. Yike. Attack on Titan. I know. They started a collab a year or so ago, but there's even more cosmetics now. Patch, can you believe it? Also, Patch. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. All right. We'll do a shot after this game. Guys, we haven't gotten Ormondo all day today. It was for the Lemon Limelight Hydration Pack. What video did I do for that? That's cool, though. Ooh, double Resident Evil time, by the way. Wait! What did I do? Oh. Okay. Yui! Oh, Yui's got that. Easy. Easy street. Where the sun's always shining. I'm screwed. Yui, come back. I was lurking at a random channel for drops earlier to Rapid Dash spawn and chat. My favorite Pokemon as a child, but I couldn't catch it because it was follower only chat. And then you go to follow, and it's like, you must be following for 10 minutes in order to chat. Oh, I'm so sorry, my little princess. My little princess, my little princess. Ah. What's up, Killswitch? Killswitch, happy Wednesday. No, I'm so sorry. Oh, but Rapidash! I was a big Ponyta enjoyer because I got my first, like, Pokemon cards when I was, like, what? Okay, I'm not making a joke right here. I was, like, 6 or 7 years old. I know I got my Charizard, my holographic Charizard, in a pack for my birthday, on my 7th birthday. So I must have been playing Pokemon since before then, eh? Must have been at least when I was like, probably like 6 is when I started collecting Pokemon cards, because my brother started collecting Pokemon cards, and because he was 3 years older than me, anything that my brother did, I did. And I think the first card that I ever got was a Ponyta that my brother gifted me. Because he knew that horsies were my favorite animal. Why is this guy targeting me? What did I do? There you go. Go find someone else. Bitch! Bitch! Why are they really? I don't think Rapidash. I didn't have Rapidash probably for a while. I think my first cards were definitely Ponyta. And then maybe like Rattata. That was the most delayed stun I've ever seen. That's so funny. We're literally the same person. God, I wish. Don't insult yourself like that. Hey. Oh no! Yeah, they're playing together. They're so playing together. That was so perfectly coordinated. I don't think I got this. Wait. What? 230 ping the Nemesis has. That's why his that stun was so delayed. Oh my god. That was so funny. Shut the front door, Bravo. That is so funny. Okay, so same person. I get it now. Do I play DBD or Deadlock? Ooh. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I don't know. DBD has drops and 2v8. I don't know what Deadlock has. I've never played Deadlock. This guy is 230. They're definitely playing together though. That's so funny. All right, stay away from the Nemesis. Did you find a green? No way. Did you find a green? You got that green? Oh, you got the spray. Thank you, Angel. I'll take it. Oh, very pretty women? Oh, that's hard. Obviously, we love women. Do a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Play Dead by Daylight until you hate it, and then go back to Deadlock. That's what you should do. What? I'm staying away from that 220 ping Nemesis. No, thank you. Too scary. Let's leave. Okay. Yeah, patch, exactly. To some G Fuel. Did you really? Shut the front door, Brad. No way. What did you get? Okay, I'm such a nosy little Nelly. What flavors did you get? With a trapper today, no idea who he was, but he and my Oni were like, oh, that's right! I remember you saying that. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Because you were playing the kitty cat Oni, right? Hi, Jojo. I don't want to like manifest this, but I am really grateful, knock on wood, that I have, oh my god, I thought you were fudging, I thought you were a Ghostface, but I haven't gone against any Chuckies today, and I hope I didn't like jinx myself. I did it a little early because I was scared because of his ping. Because, yikes. Did you really? My favorite flavor of the hydration. Oops, gotta go. Yeah, lemon limelight and then the orange ones are my top 2 favorite of the. Ooh, yikes. of the hydration. I love the peach and I love the strawberry. I think if I had to go in order, lemon, limelight, orange, whatever it is, strawberry, then peach. Not that I have anything against peach. Oh! Oh, I'm screwed now. Yeah, definitely screwed now. Damn. Well, GG's. Guess I'm gonna take my shot now. What was I gonna say? Yeah, not that I have anything against the peach. It's just the other ones are better. I'm gonna restart my app on my phone because I'm trying to keep up with chat on my phone too. Because sometimes it's easier. But it was like bugging out. Da, 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 da. Good evening, Duncan. Good evening. I keep wanting to like look at the clock and be like, oh, it should be like almost midnight, and it's 7 o'clock. Duncan, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Benny, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. I keep forgetting. Oh, also, my G Fuel of the day is, sorry, I burped. Is the Chucky Mad Love, the Crushed Tart Candy. I actually just filmed a YouTube video about this, and I don't have it uploaded yet, but it's going to be hump day. All right, let's take a shot. What do we want to take? Guys, okay, I'm gonna defer to you guys. What do you guys want me to take a shot of? And you guys better be nice to me. Maximus and Stardust. Mwah, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Ooh. Also, reminder that we are doing giveaways all day for the Attack on Titan skins. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 more skins to give away. 1 Levi, 2 Mikasas, 2 Sashas. Tequila. So you hate me. Actually, no. I don't know, Spade. Sometimes I play better after drinking. So. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go to the liquor store tomorrow. Guys, I'm gonna go to the liquor store tomorrow. My dad and I are gonna go shopping. What is in G Fuel again exactly? Like all of the ingredients, or like is it an energy drink? Because they have caffeine. Or if you're getting the hydration packets, there are no caffeine. But there's sugar free, but there is aspartame in there, so it's like the artificial sweetener. Yeah, they are full disclosure as far as I know. The main shit. The main shit. I forgot what the new ingredient was for the 2.0 formula. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's not aspartame. It's sucralose. Is the sweetener. I know it's full disclosure and they have it on the website. Yeah, we got cosmetic codes. I'm already 65% aspartame anyway, so fuck it. Oh, is it like Diet Coke? I'm a Coke Zero enjoyer. Cherry Coke Zero. Yeah? Yeah, Diet Coke's what get ya. Really? Oh, Shinobi, more for me. I love the new formula. It's to the point where, like, I'm not even drinking my old formula tubs anymore. I know, I'm such an elitist, I know. But hey, good thing they still have some of the old formula. Thank you so much for the follow, welcome in! Oh, I love your name. Oh, like a good neighbor, Steve Farm is there. What's up, the mastermind, Albert Wesker? I love your name. They're all old ones. I'm sorry, they're all new ones. So we've already given away... Oh, here. I will go to the store so you guys can see them. Ugh, I just smell tequila. So we've already given away... We gave away we gave away one of this skin, but the second one is going to be given away in the Discord. We gave away one of the crystal skins. We gave away one of the ember skins. We've given away 1 out of 2 of the Jake/Levi cosmetics. We have 2 codes for Mikasa/Yui, and then we have 2 codes for Sasha/Talita. Just enter once. Just once. If you can enter it again, if you're like not sure if you're entered, you don't get like, there's no ramifications if you enter twice. But you only have to enter the one time. I know, Sasha Argoyle. I still over her for that. For Sasha? Oh, Shinobi, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for using my code. You guys don't understand how much that helps me. Use my G Fuel code. A delicious fridge cigarette? What? What? Oh, what did she say? Yeah, the Mikasa skin is so cute. I got all those because Behavior gave us like a shit ton of RX cells. I have so many left and I don't know what to spend it on. But oh, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going back and forth. Okay, hold on. Take the shot. Take the shot, Pixel. We'll go to the store in a second. Because I'm pretty sure there's a new collection that just came out, right? Or was it in the roadmap? Okay, that is a big old thing of cat hair. Let's get that out. Oh, yuck. Alright, Shinobi, thank you so much for the subbies. What the fudge? What the fudge? Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna go to the liquor store tomorrow and pick up some... I'm gonna pick up that tequila that Bravo Penguin suggested, and probably some other stuff too. Yucky. Oh my god! Oh, it's just so pretty. Oh, she's stunning. What the hecky? No, moonshine. I want to get moonshine too. I have done moonshine, but I want to get a different moonshine. Whew, holy shite. Yucky. Wait, Brad, I bet you can go and cancel it. I bet you can cancel your order and redo it. How are you going about doing the giveaways? My bad, I've been away. No, you're so good. Not after every game, because we only have 9 to give away all day. I'm just doing it, like, every hour and a half or so. I plan on buying Annie's skin next paycheck. I have a plushie of her. Really? That's so cute, Petchy. Also, Cayman, thank you so much for giving a sub to Castaray. Cayman, what the fudge? Castaray, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add free view. Add your sub badge. Why are you guys being so nice to me? Yeah, guys, it's 7. Time for Pixel to start stream. Ah, you are so funny. You did that so we have 69 weekly subs and 69 bits. That is very funny, Cayman. I'm gonna screenshot that. Hold on. That is so funny. Nice. Wait, I'm gonna do it again. Can everyone just say nice in chat? Everyone just say nice. I'm gonna screenshot it because it's gonna be funny. So everyone just say nice. Nice. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh my god. Takes like 10 minutes to do that. I look stupid, but you guys look great. Thanks, guys. Thanks. W screenshot. Nice. Oh, man. What would I do without you guys? What channels the Discord entry rules in? Just the announcements. Just the announcement channel. Excuse me? Bitch. Shut up. Oh, well, that's what we're doing. We were looking at the new, what was I saying? Oh, the new cosmetics. Oh, here's the new Yunjin one. Should we buy this? I think we should. They gave us like $1,001,000, so might as well, right? Do we have any like bundles? Free gift. Yippee. Okay. Holy cake! We're talking about Yunjin? Hype train. What the heck? Thank you so much for the hype train. Cha-cha! What the hell? Ooh, we got a bundle here. Okay, let's buy both of these because these are super cute. I really, really, really love the Huntress one. Yeah. From the Rift. I already have that. I don't care for the Za one. Yeah, okay. Are my friends out of the game? Are they waiting on me? Oh, Oh, Nikki, you asked if we're doing open lobbies. What do you guys think? Should we do open lobbies? Should we open them up? What do you guys think? I don't have any codes for the chrysalis, no. Sadly still in? Yeah, can't relate, Spades. It's been literally like 5 minutes. What's up, Ren? Ren, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Where's the Discord skit content? What channel? The announcements channel! Absolute Ground Zero! Announcements! Alright. Guys, get in here. And then I'm gonna make a Yoonjin outfit. You're out? Oh, must be nice. No, you're good, Zero. You're good. I'm just being, sassy. Where's Yoonjin? Where'd you guys put her? Oh, she's right there. That's my cosmetic for her? Okay. Alright. How ugly can we make this? Is the real question. It's actually kind of cute though. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. I'll join after. Yeah, no problem. No problemo. I am here for like 5 more hours, so you guys got plenty of time. I'm putting my charms on. Kitty cat! I gotta go put my kitty cats and then the Twitch charm. Because I'm a creature of habito. Ada's what? That is so funny. Wait, do we like the fit? Yay or nay? I won't hide anymore. I won't allow society to tell me who I can and cannot be. Plus around. Selma Cruz is hotter. Ew. I'm lesbian as fuck. Yeah, ew. You entered? Good. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And thank you guys very much for starting the hype train. Holy shit. FML? Why FML? I'm in good hands at 2v8 match. Oh, Mo. Mo doesn't even know. Mo doesn't even know how good of hands that they're in. Alright, you know what? Good idea on the tequila, I guess. Don't tell Rootsy I said that. I don't know if you guys see my message, but I'm so close to finishing the show. Are you really? Wait, how close are you? Yes, you did! Chloe, did you just redeem it? Also, Chloe, what do you think of the fit? What do you guys think of the fit? What do we think? What do we think? Oh, Billy! Hell yes! Pixel? Oh, Mira, you love it. You love it! Look at how snatched her slutty little waist is, too. Were you really? No, she looks so good. You guys are a bunch of haters. Shut the front door. Oh, Saucy, you got this easy peasy beautiful squeezy. What? Oh, Spades. Neither of us got that. With the power of my butterfly, I'm gonna get a flashlight save. I'm so happy for you. Would? Would? I would. Look at how snatched she is. I'm leaving. I'm kind of scared. Is a choice? Whatever. You guys are just mad that you didn't come up with it yourselves. Also, thank you guys for starting the hype train. Chop chop! Thank you guys very much. Yeah? Same. You guys are a bunch of haters. I don't claim it. I honestly thought on God, I thought I made her too cute and not curse enough. So, You're, as far as I'm concerned, you're just challenging me. Oh, I'm so glad, Chloe. I'm glad you're able to win too. I got sick on Saturday. Oh no! Your thermal, no! Oh, your birthday was yesterday? Everyone say happy belated birthday to Saucy Plague right now. Party City Week. Wait, which one is that? Was that the blue one? Because I've been curious. Oh my God, Mo just went to second stage. By the way, I don't think Mo's gonna like us anymore, guys. Mo is gonna die on first hook. Ruh-roh, Raggy. And I was doing a totem while they were on hook. I'm gonna get in trouble. Yo, Mo! Mo is still on hook! Peep how I was on the legit furthest side of the map. Oh, there we go. Peep how I was on the furthest side of the map. M1? Oh, I'm absolutely dropping that, homie. Absolutely dropping that. Dropping all that shit. Think I won't? Oh, I thank God Yoonjin is such a skinny queen. Holy shite nipples. Holy shite. Oh, thank God. Thank God she's such a skinny queen. Hopefully, Mo finds a green tonic. Happy belated birthday! Also, Ghost Gremlins. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm assuming there's a killer there, which means I don't want to be here. Oh. We gotta find a green tonic for this guy. I think that's what they're looking for. Which, I mean, vibes. That's gone. Okay. I was gonna body block that for her. Shaq! Oh, Shaq has one? Here, I'll try to see if I can get the Meg's attention. Thank you. Gremlins, I'm doing fan-freaking-tastic. How are you doing, most importantly? I don't know where she is. She'll find one. So I think she's just looking for that. I think Mo was playing with someone too, so I'm sure they'll be fine. They'll find it. How are you doing? Happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on everyone's time zones. Oh no, Mo went down. No, are they gonna get saved? Nope, Mo's out. Yo, you know Mo's mauling. Mo is mauling. And you know what? I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't blame them at all. It's always the people that say, I have a good feeling about this 2v8 lobby that always die first. Oh, I feel so bad for them. It's like, you can even say like, oh, it's RPD, because RPD, you're screwed. Or RPD or Leary's, if you get hooked first, you're screwed because you go to the other side of the map and no one ever crosses the map for you. But to get over there, I was all the way in the first side of the map, and Spades and I were the ones that got them. Insane. No Mo. Mo gone. Yeah, no Mo. Refresh my hair. Ready for vacation? And getting my nails done. Oh my God. What do we do for our hair? Yeah, Spades was literally like to the tile right next to me. No Mo. It's Thursday for you. Well, happy Thursday. Man, that shot goes whoop, straight to me head. Also, fun fact, I was doing a totem while that person was on hook. Wait for someone to bitch about me doing totems, because the last 2v8 iteration, someone bitched about me doing a totem. Like, I did one gen solo, and oh God, I've actually done quite a few gens solo. Actually, I'm gonna do the unhook because I don't trust this lobby. Oh, they got it. Nice. Nice. There they are. Oh, thank you, whoever that was. Ah! Stop that. 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 Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I ran into it. Damn. That's alright. Let her cook. Let her cook. I'll recover. I'll use flashbang. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, the other person got up. You know what? I'll take it. A save is a save. You went pink. These are the touch-ups. Any parts are missed? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I hope you have a great stream. Oh, thank you. Also, I'm gonna do that stretch for you, angel face. Wait, let me finish healing you. No, hold on. Let me finish healing you. Sorry. I didn't mean to be dramatic about it. I like pink. Pink is a lovely color. I used to be like such a hater of pink back in the day when I was a kid. I was like, ew, pink. I used to be such a hater. Why spades? Maybe because they were healed, so they think that... Oh, no dice. Damn. I do see a blue tonic there, too. Get that. Yeah, I used to be like, ew, pink. Ew, I hate pink. Pink is for girls. I didn't mean to do that. But now I love pink. Now I know how top pink is. What is with this lobby? Why is everyone just dying on hooks? What's happening? What is happening? Oh no. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, if it wasn't for Winchester, Spades, and me, everyone would be dying. What is happening? What? Okay, so it's not just me noticing that. Like, nobody's getting on hooks. What is happening? How weird, right? Claire also saved me. Oh, she did. Okay, well then W, Claire. It's like, do I even want to do this gen, or should I get the unhook? Bye, Shinobi. Shinobi, if you're heading out, hope you have the greatest rest of your night ever. Please don't see me. Nothing. Whoa. Please. Yippee! Oh, yep, double yippee! Whomsoever, was that Winchester that did that? Who did that? It was Winchester. Holy. Okay, he may have seen that. Kill switch? I got you. Oh, hello, love. Oh, okay. Okay, spade system. No way, no one's gotten that. Oh my god. I can get that for you after this game. No one let me forget. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Holy lag. That wasn't even him. That was me. Oh, Billy. No. Billy, no. Billy, no. Billy. No. Yeah. Oh. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna expect to die here. Oh no. Both my teammates right here. We're good. Uh-oh. No. Go away. Shoot. Go. Let me die here. Shoot. Not worth it. Not worth it. I think I'm gonna die in this house. No way. Heck yeah. Oh my god. Please don't die, Winchester. Okay. Oh, you have no hooks? Oh, you can die. You're good. Is this empty? Oh, man. God, do we do a gen or what do we do? Oh my god. Oh, she dies here. There's no way she lives here, right? Oh, I'm definitely not here. Wait! No! No! Wait, hold on. Spades! Spades come. Oh no, no, we're good. I don't want to die. No, no, no. I don't want the Winchester or Spades to die. Oh, is it just them left too? Oh, to shock of nobody. We were the last 3. What were my altruism points? She saves you and that's her. No, I said don't die. I told Winchester not to die. I told them to leave. What stream are you watching? I had 10,000 altruism points. Damn. I think I'm gonna die in this house. No way. I don't want to play with Winchester and Spades anymore, because whenever I play with you guys, I always die and you guys get hatched. How do you do that? GG's. Oh, what a good sport Mo is. Oh. Oh, GG's Mo. Every stream. It's insane. It's insane. P100 twins? Yes! I have P100 twins, Dredge, and Ace. They should have slugged. Yeah, they slugged Leon's moms. They slugged a Kate earlier because I was trying to save them. I'm glad anyone who escapes, I'm glad it's you guys. I'm glad it's one of us 3. Not 4. Gremlins, whom do you have P100? I'm sorry if I've already asked this. What headpiece are we gonna do? Wait, what was the Party City wig? Is it the blue one or is it the green and pink? Oh, this is linked. Oh, I just ruined my whole outfit. I forgot that awful thing is linked. Oh no, all of her hair looks like Party City. I'm not gonna lie. This one's too pretty to use. That one's kind of sick. What's up, More Me Now? More Me Now, happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on your time zone. She has 4 headpieces that are the exact same, just different color. Huh. I know, I like this one. This one's so cursed. I love it. Aiden and Leon escaped again. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do a Resident Evil one. You're working at Taeyong and Krasu? Hell yeah. Michaela, Hattie, Sable, Cheryl, and Orella. For killers, I have Huntress, Nurse, and... Oh my god! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. Oh! I need to do the Discord invite. I'm so sorry. I can do it. I got time. Alright, kill switch. I'm sending you... Shoot. Hold on. I can't find you. Hold on. Discord invite. Alright, I'm sending you a Twitch whisper. Shut up, Jasper. No one asked for your bitch ass. Stop. Alright, you have been whispered. Refunded. Perfect. Oh, sorry. I was doing things. I'm sorry. Adult key. Of course, Magical Chick. The lobbies are now open. Game of Thrones. Have you ever seen it before? I've never... I watched a couple episodes of House of Dragon, but I never, like, finished it. Because of mental health. My doctor said I'm not allowed to work, and I had to do something with my time. Listen, you are not the one with the most P100s either. So, you know what? Do your thing. It's a really cool achievement to have. Whoa, Sheboygan! I keep thinking that that's a ghost face. That's Zarina. But it's a Wesker and Talbot. Okay. This could be fun. Maybe. It's a shame they never got a last season. That is so funny, Kyle. That is super funny. Oh, Kyle never did your stretch. So remind me to stretch after this game. Is it first time watching Game of Thrones? Oh, really? Hell yeah. Well, no one say any spoilers. It's Trevor and Hag. Okay. Okay. I love that you have it planned. Who is your favorite P100 survivor and who's your favorite P100 killer that you have? Like, it doesn't have to be like your favorite out of all of them. But like, who's your your favorite? Oh my god. Okay. All right. This is gonna be fun. Okay. Who's your favorite of the P100 survivors that you have? Like, who's your this is my baby? Quan. That's impressive too, Raiden. I don't think she finishes this gen. I'm gonna try though. I don't think I should. I'm leaving. I'm scared. Okay, I'm going back. Does she finish this gen, guys? Nope. Killer blind. Let's go. Wait. Man, that gen was so close to being done too. How sad. How sad. Nope. I hate my flashlights work. It pisses me off when my flashlights work. I hate that so much. Okay, bye. Oh God, what do we think that this this gen's at now? 50%. Damn. Arella, nearly Hattie, and Killers is Huntress, nearly unknown. Okay, I like that. Thank you for giving me your second places, though. I love that. Quan and Wesker are yours. I only have one P100 survivor. That's Ace. Obviously, he's gonna be my favorite because it's not gonna be Ash. And then my favorite killer is my twins. Although, even though I only have two P100 killers, having a P100 Dredge is pretty cool. You guys voted for that. You guys technically voted for all my P100s except for Ace. Ace is the only one that I P100'd because I wanted to. Although I was gonna P100 twins no matter what. Because it's my twins. Of course I'm gonna P100 her. I love her. But, what was I gonna say? After Ghostface is done, I don't have any redeems. Like, any incentives that I need to finish. Me! He's Zachary. Oh. Watch out. For the record, I didn't know he was there. Woo! That was close, love. Wasn't it? Yay, work, Tippy. First try, too. I was gonna try to corner tech him. But then I got revealed, and so... Whoops. You take a hit for the person they just unhooked. Was that me? Did I do that? Because I'm so sorry if that was me. I'm so sorry. Like, Unknown was originally a tribute to the VA, yeah, making something positive out of what has been a negative experience for her. And over time, I've grown to just love their power and gameplay. When I was trying to do all of the, adepts, oh my god, when I got to Unknown, it was super frustrating, but then, like, I quickly was like, I love this killer so much. What the hecky? Me watching V run in front of me with 0 hooks. Really? You're dead hook and injured? Oh no, okay, so if I see V unhooked, don't save her. Got it. That's if I get unhooked. I think that's the... Oh, is V coming for me? Oh. Oh. I was like, does she hear? Does she hear me? I thought she heard us. I'm bringing sexy back. Oh, I'll be doing the Ari test. Nemi, Ada, Rab, and Jill. Hell yeah. I love that. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to play as a Resident Evil character next. That's what I was going to do. Oops. Ah! It was scary. Okay. That first gen at the start got hooked, unhooked, didn't get healed, got immediately downed again, almost died on second hook. Oh, I see. Bitch. Bitches! V! Oh, okay, that's right. I know somewhere Spades is laughing. I know somewhere Spades is laughing. I know somewhere Spades is so happy with that. That's what I'm saying! Because don't they get Killer Instinct on that? Or am I crazy? Am I crazy? I have to snooze this ad, hold on. And with the 100% unknown, whenever I'm having a bad day or mental health is being particularly spicy, I can go to them and know I'm going to be improved significantly! Hey! 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 Woo! Whoa. What happened this game, guys? Oh, I'm so gonna... Oh, no, no. I'm calling to you. No, no, no. Look, there's an unhook right there! Who is this? Who is this? This is Serena. What is this Serena doing? Hi, guys. Well, if you guys know where that Zarina is, there's a green tonic there, and I don't think she knows what green tonics are.
I owe you.
Yeah, they're Moris, but it's only for the last person. You got a Froakie? W Froakie. Oh, we love Froakie so much. You got a Sobble? You can keep your Sobble. I'm not hating. I am just interested. W Sobble? You can keep him. Oh, you guys are Team Sobbles? Hi, Doopy. What is a Froakie? It's a water frog. Super cute. Named my car Froakie. Droopy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, she did get the tonic. Oh, Winchester, you're so much stronger than I am. I wouldn't have. Is it really Gremlins? I'm not hating. I'm just curious and interested. Fennekin. Oh, we love Fennekin. I also love Torchic too. Oh, you know she's not gonna save you, Winchester. You know she's not gonna save you. Oh my god, they're gonna teabag on it. No way. Watch them. Oh. Right, Spades. I was really rooting for the killers there. I was really rooting for the killers there. I'm not gonna lie. GG's. That was a video game of Dead by Daylight. Fennekin Shiny. What does Fennekin Shiny look like? R.I.P. Leon. R.I.P. Leon. R.I.P. Pixel roots for killers confirmed. I'll do it again. Oh, I was gonna do. What was it? Who was I gonna do? All right, we have an Ada. Oh, I could be Rebecca. Should I do Rebecca, or should I do Carlos? What do you guys think? Or, excuse me, or Jill. What do you guys think? Rebecca? No, I didn't. Thank you. Also, an ad has to play too, so I'll do it when the ad's playing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Rebecca, Jill, or Carlos? It is a good outfit too. Graveside. Mwah. Think of the forehead, you see? Red and yellow to dark gray, almost purple and red. Really? Hi, Graveside! Carlos! Okay. Carlos, gotcha. I gotcha. Carlosio. I actually don't think I've ever really played as Carlos before. Well, I actually don't think I have played as Carlos before, because I only got him very recently from the RX cells. Where is Rotten? Oh, there she is.
Give him a nibble.
Thank you for the 300 bits. What the fudgies? Don't be nice to me, because I will start coming everywhere. Thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you so much. I just spit everywhere. That's right. You guys liked it. All right. Add now. No ad in game. I'm going to stretch really quickly. Oi. Waiting for my kid to be done with Taekwondo and found a pack of My Little Pony trading cards for $1. Did you really? I used to collect My Little Pony trading cards. I still have my binder. It's from all like the first gen though, like all the first generation of cards. Are they still printing them? Spades. That's so funny. I almost made that joke, but then I didn't want to be like a greedy streamer if I said that, because I wanted to make that joke. But I did not want to say that. That's so funny! A Fluttershy full-out card? I want to see it. Do you have any pictures? I want to see it. Because I used to collect My Little Pony cards in college. Nightshade Jade. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh. I didn't crack, but that felt good, though. Oh, after this game, we could do another giveaway. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Yes, thank you. I want to see. And then if I remember, no promises, but if I remember, I'll get a pic of some of my Little Pony cards. It's a shot that way to bird. A Saga? A Naked David? Alright, so we have me, Magical Chick, Spades, Nikki, and Winchester. What is that, 5 of us? Hi, Shabby! How high are you? So I think we'll be fine, because like we have majority of the lobby are nice people. Nightshade Jade, thank you for the 5 stream streak. What the fudgies? Thank you so much, Jade. I hope you're doing so good. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. I could join. You should join. Because then we'll have 6 people. And then hopefully all 6 of us can escape. And then we can start doing escape streaks again. Yippee! Bonkers. Okay, so after this game, load up right now. You're such a liar. I can't remember. It was that kind of nap, huh? Ooh, that's a good one. All 6 of us are dying. Ormond! Okay, no one's dying in this game because she's got Ormond. Top leaderboard? Yeah. Thank you, Panda Pants. Love you. Inside my shell, I wait and bleed. Na. Oh my god, that was terrifying to behold. Naughty bear. I'm going back to my gen. Did I win? No. But we have, what, 5 more cosmetics to give away? We're gonna do another giveaway after this game. It's a ghost face. Oh no, I have to pay attention. I hate paying attention. Nothing pisses me off more. Right! Nothing pisses me off more than having to pay attention to this video game. Are you being chased or are you getting unhooked? Unhooked, okay, cool. Whoa! Hey, I didn't get grabbed. A win is a win is a win is a win. Oh. Now, I know you didn't put a trap there. I know that that just happens to be there. Saga, help. Saga, watch out! Girl, you literally just saw that there. Saga. Saga, you gotta use your peepers, honey. No, because I need Pokemon cards. Oh man, that was funny. That was very funny. And you know, and it's so lonely. I want the road where you can see. Inside my shell, I wait and bleed. Inside my shell, I wait and bleed. Alright, this doesn't look trapped yet. Alright, Shack looks clear for now. Oops. Now, what did I gone diddly do to you? Oh, I'm pre-dropping that, homie. I know these 2v8 servers. Gets them 100% of the time, 60% of the time. Alright, now I need to know what you're doing. Running. That's right, no homies. I tuned the right time. What? Oh, I am Fonz. Wait, I said no homies, and then clearly there's a homie right there. How did I not see you? Running. Oh, that was so easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl. I want that. I want that so bad. You have no idea. I want that! Damn it. That was so funny. Oh, no way. I disagree, Spades. I disagree. I strongly disagree. Running. Oni. Shot for shot! I've only had 1 shot today. I hate when I have to pay attention. Oh my god. Yeah, but luckily I was paying attention to Dagos. Thank you so much for clipping that. You're so hot for that. There's a special place in heaven for people who clip things. No, because tell me why that blind did that. No. I would like to know why that blind did that. Okay, I'm not even going to try to go back to that green herb because I know for sure that's not there anymore. I'm going to keep looking for one. Would you guys mind if I just kept looking for one? Would you guys... I'm good. Wait, how many shots have you had? Are you drinking water? Yeah, see? Gear grip, see? Yeah, I don't need one. One comes to me. Today it's celebratory? Wait, why? Why is it celebratory? Also, how many shots? Wait, so what have you been drinking, Joopy? AOT! We're doing one after. We're pulling a new giveaway after this game. Also, shut the front door. What did you get? You had vodka? Punished. Look at a car if you want to share. You don't have to share. A mini countryman. I'm gonna smile and nod. I don't know why I asked about cars when I know absolutely nothing about cars. If it's not like a Ford or a Chevy, I don't know what it is. Or an Audi R8. I don't know what that. New car? Vodka. Well, hopefully wasn't drinking vodka while with the new car, you know? Or a Honda. Yeah, Honda Civic. A Chevy Trailblazer. That's so funny. No, I know you would never. You're a good Goyle. I'm very happy for you. Or have they had enough? If it's redeemable, yes. If it's not redeemable, then no. It's a long stream, so all the treats may have been redeemed already. I hate Alberta. Oh, Canada. Universe seemed against me, but I got it and I got home. Oh my god. I'm so sorry that the universe is against you. That's another reason why we needed the vodka, eh? Do you like hot chips? What are hot chips? Why are you floating? Oh, Saga. Like spicy chips? Or is that like a... Oh, Takis? No, I can't even like lick or look at a hot Cheeto without starting to tear up because I'm so sensitive to the heat. Oh, this person might go to second. Vic is not looking good. Oh, someone got him. Hell yeah. Did this gen get done? No. Which means Ghostface is nearby. Right? Because Spades looks like they were running either to or from something. This is kicked. Which means I'm assuming there's a Ghostface. Oh, it is out of stock. Okay. So yeah, then they've gotten lots of treats. What Pokemon? Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry. Ooh. Oh. I might have to look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up. I can't remember its name. Do you have flashbang? I do. I do have flashbang. Oh, that was my fault. You're floating again too. I'm gonna have to look this one up. I don't think we get this, guys. Michaela, help! SEAL Team 6! I have the Pokemon in my head. No, he wants you. I don't remember its name. Oh, Pawniard! Got it. P-A-W-N-I-A-R-D. A-R-D. Pawniard. Oh, no way. Oh, I'm so proud of myself for remembering it. Oh my god. Adrenaline. Thank God you have adrenaline. Ooh, ooh, woo, 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 woo. That's alright. Too slow. Yeah, damn. I'm so sorry, homie. I'm so sorry, love bug. It's alright. We'll save you. We'll save you. Yes! I think it's my first time actually playing Carlos. Ever. The Ghostface is the blood. Oh, I'm so scared to like walk through any traps. You are by. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. So this is awkward. This is really awkward. Okay. I was gonna do it though. I was gonna do it, Winchester. I was gonna do it. Oh, Saga, no. Get the unhook. Saga, get the unhook. Saga. Oh my god. If she wasn't gonna get that, I would have been so bad for you, Winchester. I would have been so mad. That's so funny. I would have been so... I got to put myself to bed. Oh my god, go to sleep to Koala. Koala, it's like so early in the morning for you. Have the best bed ever. Everyone say good night, Koala T. And thank you so much for hanging out, homie. What the hecky? Oh my god, I didn't realize the Ghostface was right here. I was gonna take the speed boost to leave. Damn. Alright, well, GG's. I was gonna take the speed boost to go to the door. I didn't see the Ghostface there. Damn. Well, GG's. Well, you guys will escape. And that's what matters. Oh man. All I wanted to do was to get Winchester off that hook because I knew that no one else was gonna get them. And then I got punished for that. Saga Saga, what were you doing? I don't know what they were doing. They had a game that was a lot like mine. Like, just anything that could go wrong would go wrong. But, oh my god, them not saving Winchester really stressed me out. Oh my god, I love this song so much. Alright. Don't forget to get the AOT, AOT codes in. I'm gonna do a giveaway. I'm gonna go P, and then we'll keep playing. I just saw sub goal biddy goal double funny number. I made everyone say nice. I made everyone say nice in chat. Nothing crazy about me. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, Papa, you scared the French toast sticks out of me. Thank you for the raid! Welcome in!
Pissing all by yourself, Ransom?
Hi, Peppa B. How was your stream? Also, thank you for the 69 biddies. Also, Shabby, we have room for you, Angel. There you are. Perfect. Just give me a second, and I'll start a game in a minute. I need to go pee. I'm so sorry, guys. Hi, Corey. Hello, Peppa. Guys, how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Ah! Oh, exclamation point, PP.
Go on.
What is happening? Thank you for the 69 bits, and thank you for the 300 bits. What the fudge is happening right now? Kari, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, there you go, magical chick. I don't remember who, but someone got 69 inches. Who got 69 inches earlier today? But we do have our penis of the day is 69, which is our most that you can get. Peppa, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. How was your stream? What were you up to? 3 inches. Are you trying to get one again?
Go on.
Shelby, thank you for another 100 bits. What's happening? There is a cooldown. If you try it again, it'll work. 67 inches. Whatever. Big winner. The good bad war schmingle dongle. Have you ever seen 100 inches? Yeah, War. War has it. Magical Chick, thank you for the 32 bits. 54 inches? Mazel tov. Mazel tov. Holy shite, guys. Everybody go follow Peppa. Peppa, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. We are giving away a bunch of Attack on Titan cosmetic codes thanks to Behavior / Dead by Daylight. Shout out to Bravo. Shout out to Bravo. Bravo, you gotta make one for you. On a random one, please do. Please get your post-stream self-care. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for the raid. What the fudge sticks? But we're doing DBD 2v8 open lobbies, like sneaky open lobbies, and we're about to do. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna give away another code raid video. I might be right back first, and that'll count as like the raid. Or I could do a raid video when I come back. I really have to pee. I'm so sorry. I've been drinking a lot of G Fuel. I'm almost done with my G Fuel. So you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? But yeah, guys, get your AOT commands in or hashtags in. There's no punishment for entering more than once. You only get one entry, though. Wait. Oh. Go Tinkle. Thank you. Go Piss Girl. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Thank you guys so much for the raid. I will be right back. Yeah, he's on me. And then we'll do the giveaway.
You're dead, though.
You're dead.
You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang. Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli. Oh, purr. Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hole him? Ah, damn. We don't hole him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! Shinobi, what the heck? Thank you for 41 bits. What the heck? Thank you so much. All right. What the heck? Thank you so much. Let's do another giveaway. All right, we have 81 entries. What are we doing? Oh, announce. Draw entrant. Spooky Dragon, are you here? Oliver headphones, thank you. They are the Razer Kraken Kitty V3. Thank you, Saucy. Thank you, Saucy. Spooky Dragon, are you here? This is for the Levi. The Levi skin, their second Levi skin. Ah, rigged. And my audio's borked again. So let me fix that while we wait to see if Spooky Dragon's here. Better? Worse? Blah, 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 blah. Alright. Hey, only one mod's won today. What's up, Dad? You don't see them in the viewer list? Oh, poop. Ted, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. We'll wait a second because I think it was low-key that said that like there's a Twitch bug where sometimes people are in the viewer list but they're like not showing up. So we'll wait a minute. Playing some DBD? Hell yeah. Are you doing 2v8? Please go raid and run. Oh my god. Ugh. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hey, stay safe. Stay awesome, Peppa B. Everyone go give Peppa a big old smooch and then a follow. Oh, let me do a raid trailer. And by the time the raid trailer's done, if they're here, yippee! If they're not, then we'll redraw. I'm Czechoslovakian / Bohemian, whatever you want to call it. So liver and onions is actually like a regular dish for us, and it's actually pretty good. However, I don't like it right now in a bean form. There are other things I like in a bean form. but not liver and onion.
For sub for boobs. No, a sub for boobs, not my boobs. No. That was rude. Is it a good sound or a bad sound?
Oh, was it the split green? I love that one. I think Jade just dyed their hair green. You can see it in the Discord under selfies, and it makes me want to do my green again. I miss the green. All right, what do we think? We draw a new one. We draw another one. This is for Levi. What do you guys think? Redraw.
Lizard.
One lizard for yes, two lizards for no.
Lizard.
Yes. All right, what will you draw?
Lizard.
This is for Levi. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. I announced it. that was for Levi. It's not rigged. Loki, are you here? You know what? Actually, Salted Loki might not be here. Because Loki had to step away. Is that another mod? Yeah. So, one VIP has won. And 1, 2, 3, 4 just normal viewers have won. But 2 of them haven't been here. I don't think Loki's here, though. Because I think Loki had to step away. So if Loki's not here, we have to redraw. That's what Chloe did, Mama J. And then she won. Redraw. We wait. Yeah, and no, what's funny, Mama J? Chloe said the exact same thing.
Lizard.
Thank you, Spades. Thank you. It was really funny. But yeah, there's no extra settings that like change or that like change who gets more. It's all everyone just gets one entry. Mods don't even have an opportunity to get entry. It's either you can change it so subs can get extra entries or MooBot users. I don't know who. I think it's people who like pay for MooBot. I don't. But everyone just has one entry.
Lizard.
You guys can hear the lizards, right? It's not just me. Imagine paying for a bot. To be fair, the bot does give extra services for its paid version, but it's just like it's really expensive. I'm just like, ugh. I'm good.
Lizard.
I'm good. I'd say with my paid paint. Oh, really? It doesn't show on my Twitch, but I think if I on my OBS, but if I open my Twitch, yeah, I see it. It's the trans colors, right? Yeah, Space, but it's just too expensive for me right now. Because it is a business expense, but I just can't afford it right now. Yeah.
Lizard.
Do you think we get lizard for free? Wait, what do you mean? I wear my national colors. Oh no, you're so good. It's good information to know. Da, da, da. All right, guys. Do we redraw? I feel so bad, but it's like
Lizard.
we have to. We are 68. Aw, in between 2 funny numbers, but not funny. Has a shot of water. No way! I was just about to redraw. That is so funny. No way! No way. Congratulations, Loki. That was... I was literally just about to redraw. That is so funny. No, drink some water! Everyone tell True Shinobi to drink water right now. Alright. Oh, you know what's so funny? Spades won the other one because 2 people weren't here for the other one. You just got home. No way. That is so funny. All right, I'm going to send you a whisper. Congratulations, Loki. Drink some water. Thank you. Thank you. So this is for Levi. Levi/Jake. Jake Park. Congrats. You guys know that that Pokemon meme where it's like congrats and it's like Charmander pressed up against the wall and he's like congrats. Happy for you. Or that little kid on picture day when he's like congrats. Happy for you. So excited. That's how you feel. How many more to give out? I have 4 more. I have 2 Mikasas and 2 Toledas and 1 still for the Discord. Yeah, for the record, both of the mods that have 1 were rerolls, so technically they shouldn't have 1 in the first place. Guess I'll have to play Survivor now? Guess so. I'm glad you're accepting it too, because I know you said like to redraw if it was a Survivor, but I'm glad you're accepting it. It's free. It's free. It's free cosmetic. Take it. Different codes, yeah. Well, all of them are different codes. Yeah. Haku, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Ted, I don't know if I did yours. I know I said hello. I don't know if I said yours, but thank you for the forehead kissy. All right, so we have 4 more codes to give away. I will now ready up. Add now, no adding game.
Lizard.
Cool. Thank you guys for your patience. Panda Pants, that's what I'm saying too. And like, so people will be like, oh, mods are or it's rigged. Mods don't or mods win all the time, but it's also I think it was
Lizard.
either Spades and or Loki. I don't know. A lot of people made this comment too, and made this point, is that mods are also here. They're here to enter, and they're here to claim. So you gotta be here. I think they said Michaela should go to anyone with Oni in their name. Oh, Mikasa? Is that what they said? Hi, Amy. Amy, happy Wednesday/Thursday. Oh, that's true. That's true, Loki. That's true. Because it was what? Gender fluid druid and someone else. Magical Chica. Thank you for the 10 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the heck? Thank you guys so much for being so patient while I wait for the games in between too. Happy nighttime, Amy. Thank you for the resub. Dun 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 ba 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 dun 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 dun. Ads are done. Perfect. Da, 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 da. You can't rig a random number generator. I was told to not do a random number generator because I was told that it was unfair for people who are on, for people that are on phones, because people on PC, because I was told, this is by chat, not by me, that people in chat said it's not fair for people on the phone because people on PC can type faster, and so they can type different numbers faster. That is what I was told, and so I was like, I'm gonna go with what chat tells me. If chat doesn't think that a certain thing is fair, then I will do something else. And so we just do the keyword. Everyone gets the same exact entries, the same chances. Yeah, that's why we do the keyword. Okay, but that used to be so fun. I personally love the random number generator. I love that one. Because you, like, pick a number between 1 and, like, I don't know, 500. Or so. Oh, it's another Ghostface. And you pick a number between, like, 1 and, like, I don't know, 500 or something. And it's just chat. Just blowing through hundreds of numbers a second. And it's so much fun. I love it. I love it. Found out yesterday we have a bunch of super. Do you really? They really take up major difference. I appreciate every single one of you. Yes, Gremlins! W mods. W fucking mods. Yes, Mama Jake! All of you guys, also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see you and I appreciate you. I do love your username. It's very funny. And very, on point. Oh my god. Oh, hello. Okay, Spades is there for the flashlights. Okay, because I got distracted. Yeah. Yeah. Mods, yeah. Oh, Shabby's here! I was like, I know that Jake Park skin anywhere. Ghost face! Yeah, Shabby. It's a ghost face! I don't know who the other killer is yet, though. Always watching Mike Wazowski. No! Aw, you little... Oh, it's a Chucky. I just saw their little feet fats. Feet fats. Fat feets. Hello, my love. Can I rub your bum? My game just bugged out. What happened? No. You're joking. Spades, we needed you. But when the world needed them most, they vanished. You're joking. What is with these server wervers? Get him. Get him, Chucky. Get him, Chucky. I'm not gonna take a hit for you. What did I do? Okay, you know what? Karma? Is that karma? So, is there anything that I can do for you? Can I help you with that? It's the avatar of DBD. I can't also DC, or I'll get a penalty. Yeah, we don't want that. Well, I guess there's good thing there's only 4 gens left, I guess, right? That's so cheeks. Oh, there's your DC. You got it. Ooh, hopefully that doesn't count as a penalty, though, right? Is this Shabby? Alright, Shabby, don't die. Actually, Shabby, die on her pallet. Ooh. Ooh. No! Why? This slutty little girl, this slutty little doll is annoying me. Oh, she just kicked the gen. No, I'm screwed. Oh my god! Aruname! That is so funny. That is the second time that I'm trying to like hover for a flashlight save. I'm so bad at this game. Oh, my thing is off now. Echo, echo, echo. The echo only happens to me. You guys don't hear it, thank God. So it would drive you guys crazy. But I hear the echo, echo, echo. What? Okay, while you're doing that, I'll wait. Ah! Okay, now we'll do it. Sorry. Sorry, I couldn't hear the game. So I didn't know they were coming. I gotta fix my audio, fix the audio, I just have to reset it. I just go to my gutter settings and then I go back to my regular settings and that's it. Thanks, Killswitch. We're ready up so that the penalty is done by the time everyone else is out. Oh, well that's if they even lets Spades back into the game. Oh my God, Spades! I need to do, or Shabby, I need to do my Oh, I see. Thank you, sweet pea. Shabby, I need to do my dual lingo. Didn't it kick me from the lobby? Wait, what do you mean? Did it kick you from the game? A generator. Gens are kind of flying. Ain't gonna hold you. Norvan! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, you heard it? Wait, did you guys hear an echo? It may have been when I was fixing my audio. Now I went to my gunner settings and then came back. It may have been that. No echo for you? Okay. Wait, last game was 6 people got out, right? Like, I died, but I think so. Oh my God, sorry. I was like, had an aneurysm. That was so scary. Ooh, even scarier. No, why do you want me? What did I do? Ah! Wait. What's happening? Who's here? I can't see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't see any of the killers. What's happening? Is it really? Today's been a year since Arella came out? Norvan, say hashtag AOT to enter the giveaway. We have 4 more cosmetics to give away. We have 2 Mikasas / Yui cosmetics and 2 Sashas / Talita. You did? Okay, good. 2 Sashas. So 2 Sashas, 2 Talitas. Mikasas. Sorry. Oh, there he is. Why am I not uncloaking him? What? Alright. Why aren't you getting uncloaked? What is happening? Why can't I uncloak you? Yeah, what the hell is that? Okay, ignore my aim for a second. Oh, is Ghostface bugged with the uncloaks or something? He has to be, right? Because I didn't get a single uncloak. That was weird. Oh, love. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, she's cooked. She's cooked! She's cooked! Oh, I'm not. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. She is cooked, guys. She is cooked. Damn. Oh, oh. Shabby, 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 shabby. Yeah, I was in a really bad position. Sorry, love. Shouldn't he be? Not that I know of. It's been like this for a while for Ghostface. Even in regular 1v4s, you just can't get him out of the cloak. You got nothing? Oh. I felt your presence, and I felt safe by your presence being there. W. Carlos, good. Thank you. Thank you, Dead by Daylight. Oh. Oh. Now this I've seen on the hub. Oh. Oh! Oh my. Thank you, lovely. I'm a little scared because Ghostface. Is it really? I think it's my first time playing Carlos. It was last game and now this game. My first 2 times playing. No way. No way we're here until the gens are done. No way. Can she get a save? I doubt it. Yippee! I was scared because Ghostface was right there. Yikes. Pixel got a save. Yippee! No, Nikki, thank you! I'm sorry we didn't do Open Lobsters earlier, but if you're free, feel free to come in and join us again. Nikki, thank you so much for playing. Hi, Teluchu. Teluchu. I know how to read. Extinct. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Guys, this might be my first time surviving in like 3 games. Oh. Oh, this is Zeta's bot! I was like, Spades, why are you doing like a bot? Oh my god. No, no, no. Yeah. No, no, no. Get back into the game. Hey, hold on. Come here. Huh? You wanna save? Wanna heal you? So if you guys block bots from leaving, they'll actually go back into the map. That's so funny. Come on. Gotcha, Steve. Gotcha, Steve! But don't get hit by... Yeah, there she is. Alright, so this is unfortunate. Yeah, I can't get that. We go back. We go back in. Is he dead? Alright. Oh my god. I'm gonna die for this. Wait, get Leon! Wait, where's Leon? Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm closer here. Shit. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, sorry, love. Oh, the Ada bot is still here. Oh, the Ada bot got you! Shut up, the Ada bot got you. That's amazing. Spades as a bot is still better than half of our solo queue teammates that we get in this 2v8 game. That is so funny. No offense to anyone that I've played with today in 2v8. That's not part of our lobby. But I am gonna say that that's kind of the case. Is that this Ada bot might be better. I don't get that. Damn it. I'm sorry. I thought she was gonna pick up the facing us. I'm so sorry. W Spades bot, W Spades bot. It's because she's my bot. See? She gets a little bit of like your talent. Wait, so how many people lived? So close. I was just too slow. Oh, if I had gotten that save, it would have been a 6 out. But you know what? You want to know what the most important thing was about that game? I lived. I'm so sorry. Guys, I don't really live a lot, okay? I don't really survive these games. was a fun game, though. Who are we gonna play now? I wanted to play as somebody. Somebody said something. I was like, I want to play that character. Oh, Arella. Let's do Arella. You lived. You lived. I know. Oh my god, I forgot how hot this outfit was. Hello? Is this linked? It's not linked. Oh. Oh, my doggy. Do you like my doggy? This is Boo. Boo, say hello. You are so cute. Anyone tell you how cute you are? Oh. Yum, 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 yum. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. Anytime I see this Zarina outfit, I don't trust them. Is that bad? Is that bad? I just don't trust them. Yeah, this is my fit. The frozen frosted turkey donut. Powdered boo nut. Oh my god. Arella is... You shower for this game? Please do, Shabby. Hey, I'm joking. I'm joking. Also, guys, don't forget, this stream is sponsored by Opera GX for the entire month. Guys, click on that link if you're on PC and download Opera GX. Because mother said so. Pixel spends most of the game trying to get saved, so she just let us die. We accept our fate. Yeah. But I die for the saves, right? That's the smell of skill. Uh-huh. Which Reddit post told you that? I'm joking. Guys, should I take another shot? I shouldn't. I shouldn't take another shot. Oh, that sweat came from somewhere. Shots! Huh? Joopy, should I take a shot? If my mods say to do it, I have to do it, right? My stomach is grumbling, though. I did just have... Our first RPD! Yes, ma'am. Alright, what are we thinking, chat? Are we thinking...
Stay alive, all of you.
Girl, I'm trying. Are we thinking Malort? Pink Whitney? Vodka? You want that? It's green. Shabby, what's your favorite color? I have a feeling it's red. Oh, it's pink! You know what? I was close. I was gonna guess pink. Oh, I should have stayed with pink. So I went red because it was adjacent to pink. Should've just went with my gut. Malort? Easy. Easiest choice in my life. Oh, I love that. If I do a shot with you, should I do Yukon Jack 100 proof? Now he's gonna come here, Shabby! Now he's gonna come here! Oh. Yeah, you took that. You took that gun right on the chin. Oh, I can't save that, Shabby. Should I do Yukon Jack 100 proof or 1 foot cock apple? I like the cock. I mean, wait. Hold on. T.O., let's run it back. I like that option. That was really weird. That was really weird. Who said that? No! Norvon, I thought we were friends. So that's awkward. And that hits with 118, I guess it does. Yeah, who would choose that name for Moonshine? Totem near me? Oh, for whoever saves you? Guys, I think the other killer's a trapper. Guys, someone save Shabby. Where are you, Shabby? Where are you? Oh, you're saved. Okay. La, are you gonna get out of there? Oh! It's Aaron! It's Aaron! Guys, it's Aaron! Oh, I tried to take that hit for you. Oh, you're good. Okay. This is my first Aaron that I've gone against. Oh, this is exciting. I'm gonna get that flashlight save. Are you guys ready? Ooh, I don't think I'm gonna get a flashlight save right here. I'm gonna try, though. I tried. Oh, she tried really hard. Alright, well now I know it's a trapper. Yikes! Oh, shite. Killer blind, perfect. And we run away. Oh, you're still here. Girl, bye. I don't think this side of the map is trapped yet, no? Why do you want me so bad? What did I do? Oh, I don't make this. Oh, I wanted that so bad, though, Trapper. Mr. Ed Yeager. Look at that. Look at my butt. So remember when that Lara was in a trap right in front of me? Oh, what do you want? Oh. Would you gonna show me a healing? What are you gonna show me? What is it, girl? Oh, my flashlight's doing weird things. What is it? Is a dog trapped in a well? Oh, thank you, magical check. Guys, W magical check. Why don't I just look over to a naked killer? You like it? You like it? You like it? Screenshots! Thank you, magical chick. Hi, Dweeb. I hope you're doing so good tonight, homie. It was indeed been a year since Arella released. That's why we had to do it to him. It's why we had to do Arella. That's awesome. Thank you very much for letting me know. That's been a whole year, and I'm so glad she has. Oh, you need to be healed too. I'm so sorry. I honestly, I don't know how to read. Who is this? Oh, you're not part of our Swifts. I don't care. I'm joking. Let me in. Oh man, I'm gonna try. Oh, would that have been the hottest thing you guys have ever seen? Would that have been the hottest save of the century if I'd gotten that though? I don't think I did not. But that does not mean that someone may I don't think so. No. Unless you came to the sounds of cock moonshine or naked killer, which I can understand. Either of those bringing you no way. Oh my god, Lara, what I would do without you. Oh, I've been the chosen one. Okay. Whoa! I don't want to go in there. Nope. No! Thank God for that green tonic that magical chick got me, because otherwise I'd be dead.
Thanks to Aquarius13 for my sub gift.
Yo, God Bunch.
Pixlove.
Thank you for considering your gifted sub from War is here. W War is here. This is a fair. Why are you dead? What happened? Both those words def summon me. Oh, also, Donga! Did that work too? Goth Lunch, enjoy your subby wubby. Thank you so much for going in the resub. What the heck? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Wait, hold on. Oh man, I wanted to parallels on him. Bubble bath. Uh-oh. Also, Goth Lunch. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. She's gonna do a gen. Oh, I need a deodorant. Oh, I forgot that Wesker killed me. I forgot. Oh, there's deodorant right here. Well, that's just really curiously convenient. Jungle. The game's been so much fun. Have I been living? When I sacrifice my survivor friends, yeah. Otherwise, not really. But we're having fun, and that's what matters. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Oh, hello, friend. Special delivery cage. Something dark side. We need to get spades off hook though. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Ooh, we need to get spades off this. I need someone else to get spades off of this. Off that hook. Oh, they did. Good. Submissive chat. Always does what they're told. Okay, I know there's a pallet here. Oh, okay. Chris threw it for some reason. Wait! Why did Chris throw that pallet? That's so funny. Because you know it was him. He was the only one there. Oh, can you guys stop revealing me to the killers? Oh, I'm sorry, Spades. I'm so sorry I have to do this to him. What? Sorry, love. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. I'm about to die. No. That's all right. I'll get into a better position. Don't worry. Better position. Ish. Oh, you have the flashlight thing too happening to you. It's AOT. Yeah, AOT is for Attack on Titan. Chris thought you need it. That is so funny. GG's. Thank you guys for that W game. AOT. That was really funny. GG's. That was a fun game. That was a very chaotic game. Bye, Stinky! Go shower. Go shower. I'm gonna go nowhere. I'm literally gonna sit here and take a shot. What do you guys think? What do we think? Oh, hi, Newt! Newt. You were too hot for this world? Me or Shabby? Yes. Newt. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Who's taking a shot with us? Unless you're Shinobi, you're taking a shot of water. All right, so if I'm gonna go to a liquor store, what? Audio bug. If I'm gonna go to a liquor store, I'm gonna get the tequila that Bravo Penguin suggested. I don't even need to remember the name because I know the bottle. I got it. You were Shabby, yes. Water. See, Raven gets it. I'm gonna look at their moonshines. What kind of moonshine should I be getting? Yukon Jack? Okay, I'm gonna have to look for that or ask someone to get it for me or something. Like a store employee to help me with that. Because, wait, what is it? What is Yukon Jack? Like, what kind of liqueur is that? My favorite mean toast. Here's to you, here's to me, and forever friends will be. If we should ever disagree, fuck you, here's to me. I like that too. Ooh, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Banana moonshine? Apple pie flavored. Is a whiskey? Salted Loki, don't hate me. I didn't know that you hated me. You know what? You don't get giveaways anymore. It's a Canadian whiskey? Oh, you're right. Just use Google. Duh. You're so smart. You guys are my Google. All right. I gotta take this shot and then fix my audio because my audio's bugged. For me, not for you guys. Allegedly. Oh, God. If Magical Chick and Spades escape, that'll be 6 out. Alright. Ooh, more Ice Nine kills, too. Cheers. Salud. I forgot what it was in French. But yippee! Yummy! Sante! Thank you. This is why I keep you guys around. Alright. I have to change my audio settings. Oh, it's so gross. I don't know why. I have to reset my PC or something. How's this for an establishing shot? Misunderstood. No way! Wait, so if you guys get out, that's a 6 out. All right, so we have... Oh, ow. We have 1 6 out in a row. Yippee! Apple stuff chased with Gatorade is not a good combo. That sounds disgusting. Yeah, which Gatorade, though? What flavor? We have to do an ad now, no ad in game. It is 8:40. Blue. I feel like blue would be good to follow vodka. Alright, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Should we do another one now? What do you guys think? 1's in chat for do another giveaway right now. 2's in chat to go fuck yourself. Thank you, Magical Chick. Is the chicken of alcohol as it goes with everything? That's super funny. Thank you guys for not telling me to go fuck myself, but it's okay. Okay. I need to be humbled, alright? And 3 to fuck me! Alright, we're gonna do another giveaway. So this is for Mikasa. Mikasa/Yui. Are you guys ready? Get your hashtag AOTs in 69. Alright, get your hashtag AOTs in. Good luck, good luck. Alright, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, draw. Saucy Plague, are you here? Oh, I just spit out my monitor. That's right, you guys liked it. Yikes. Yikes. Saucy, are you here, love? I know they were here like a while ago. Are you here, love? We wait. Now we play the waiting game. You are! Yes! Alright, I'm gonna send you the code for Mikasa/Yui. My days, every man I've slain is the price I pay, endless pain. Close your eyes and spare yourself the view. How could I hurt you? Alright, Saucy. It is in your Twitch DMs. Just enter that in the store, and you have Mikasa/Yui. Oh, really? Also, shout out to all the VOD watchers that are listening to this with just my voice. Oh my god, Gremlin. That would be so fun, actually. Especially with this, like, area of effect attack. Alright, add now, no add in game, and that'll ready up. I'm just a man. I've never had more FOMO than watching vids from the Jellicle Ball. For cats? I'm just a man. A monster. When does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does the reason become the blame? Shut the front door. So is it like a ball? I'm literally just a goyle. Are you really? The Jellicle Ball thing, Gremlins? Forgive me. Congratulations, Saucy Plague. We still have 3 more. Be right back. Oh, go! We still have 3 more giveaways to do. 1 more Mikasa and 2 Sashas. And then, of course, the one in the Discord. Oh, you're gonna see Cats? No way! Did you see Epic is becoming a movie? I did hear about that. I still haven't watched any like YouTube videos about Epic. Only like 2 songs I know are this one and the other one. Just a goyle doing goily things. Do you know Bring Me the Horizon? Yes, I do know them. Ask me to name a song of them, and I'll be like, but I have heard of their songs. So the only reason I have the 2 Epic the musical songs that I have on my playlist are 2 songs that I heard from TikTok from various Baldur's Gate fan edits. I think we're doomed. Why? What happened? Till the end of time. Wait, this Tuesday's your birthday, Oni? Shut up. Happy early birthday. Everyone say Oni Games. Happy early birthday.
All of you.
Yo, look at Aurella's thingin'. Hold on. Hold on. Do you guys see what I see? Oh, Billy. Oh, why are you just lurking there? Like a little freak. Classic Leon. Alright, so a Billy and a Hoomst. God, please don't be another ghost face. Give me like an Oni or something. Yeah. Am I saying that right? Yeah. Or am I too like millennial boomer to do that? Jerry Bruckheimer? Jerry Bruckheimer, who did Pirates of the Caribbean? Didn't he? What did Jerry also do? Did Jerry? No, I'm gonna ask a question, but I don't want to sound stupid because I know for sure he did Pirates of the Caribbean. He did something else, but I don't want to sound stupid if I ask it. I'm scared. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I got scared. You could do that, Jen. I'm good. I'm gonna get the unhook. Oh! What? I did. Did I not say give me an Oni? Did I not say that? I said that. That's so funny. Girl. Girl. That's two. Two whipperoonies and cheese. So my Pantheon's kind of going nuts, but I really, really, really wanted to go unhook them, and I can't do that. And all I want to do is go unhook them. Can someone else unhook them? Because I can't. Because this Oni really wants my booty cheeks. I know, I'm trying! Spades! No one tell me no one's coming for unhooks. I literally have been doing that since the beginning. Don't even dare. But the Oni cut me off. Okay. We might have to trade this. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You're on hook. And it's pretty early game. I'm sure you can find a green tonic. It's me. That's me. That's me. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I tried. I tried. If your Oni is still on me. Fuck. The only people that were in this corner were Winchester, Spades on hook, and then me getting chased, and then Magical Chick getting chased. And that was the 4 people that are in our party. And that were the only people that were trying for the unhooks. Now Winchester is gonna die on first hook, question mark? No, please unhook right away. As soon as you can, unhook right away. Damn it. Because now they're gonna get that thing that happened to me where their unhook resets. Okay, but they got unhooked. Okay, fine, that's fine. Was that, Winchester, was that your first hook? Because if so, both Spades and Winchester went to first hook, or went to second hook.
Stupid foot. You saved my life. Thank you.
Who behavior did I gotta convince Supreme Bubba to 2v8? No. A Bubba and 2v8? How many people do you hate? All of us? Choopy, don't upvote that. Don't upvote that, you crazy person. Damn, I'm so sorry, guys. This is a rough game. Nah, shut up. Did he see me? He saw me. Oh, I gotta be on the eye out for green things for the homies. None here. Whoa! That Billy is too cute. I like Billies. Because Billies are like the only thing that I have a chance to win against, because usually a lot of Billies are like really M2 heavy. And that's the only like chance I have to win against them. What do we think if we just leave everyone else on hook except for everyone on our team? I wouldn't. I would. I am that petty. Who is that? Not my teammate, so I am going to take my time. Okay, that's blue. Not the color I'm looking for, unfortunately. Not the color I'm looking for. We're still looking for green. I will body block it, by the way. Totem. Wow! I just caught a stray. Shut the front door. I'm 12 days away from playing DBD in 2 years. Oh, from not playing DBD in 2 years. So, why? Out of curiosity. Like, I'm not criticizing you or judging you. If anything, mazel tov, happy for you. We love choosing life first. But curious as to why did you stop playing DBD? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I see. All right, we're still on the hunt for green stuff for the teammates. I don't think we're gonna find any. Did they find any? No, they have not. I haven't seen a single green one. All game though. But like for the first 12 months, I just didn't play games when I was obsessed with working, and then I had a year and I became a competition. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. It's like, how long can I go without playing DBD? That's funny. After the 2-year mark, I want to play again. Really? And you said 12 days? I think 2v8 might still be up in 12 days. If my math is correct, and it seldomly is. Oh, are we being cute? I can't tell. We might be being cute over here. Who are you being cute with? Who are you working your... Oh, okay, Spades. I thought Magical Chick was working their magic on somebody, and it was Spades. Oh no! My butt! Watch out! Too late. Yeah, just in time. Holy. Get off my teammate! Whimsy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy Thursday, Angel. I hope you're doing so good. Oh, how did that miss? I'll take it. Hell yes, red save. Just for you, Whimsy. Only for you. Ugh. Shadow Billy is so scary. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't have a terror radius? What do you mean? I don't think I can get this unless he looks towards me, which I doubt he will. Yeah. You have a hook though. You have a hook to spare. And chat, I'm back for a bit before I leave work. What's up? Dragon, I hope you're having a great day so far, Angel. Oh no, all the gens are done over here. Was there a gen over here that need to get done? Not that one. Are there any chests? Key. No, I do not want that. Who is that? Who is that? Oh, it's a Leon. Okay. Hi, Leon. Oh, you don't have to. Are you being chased right now? What do you know that I don't? Oh, we need to get Magical Chick. What is this game's vendetta against our teammates? It's like they literally saw our teammates. They're like, no one's getting pulled off hook. So weird. I know the Claudette's been taking people off hook, but she's like the only one I've seen. Holy. I got you. Leanna sus? No, that's Winchester. I have an Oni in between me and Hook. Oh, no, it's not you guys. It's, what is this oh, that one person's dead. Oh, the other person's dead too. The Jane! We need to get this Jane out of here. She has no hooks, and I'm pretty sure she hasn't done anything. Get her. Get her. Yes. Yes! You know what? I'm gonna set up, and I'm gonna be there for a save. I'm not gonna save her. Because this Jane, I feel like, deserves to die. Because she has 0 hooks, and I don't think she's done anything. I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Yes. Could have got that. Nuh-uh. Not saving her, though. I'm sorry, Jane, but I'm pretty sure she is the reason for why half my team went to 2nd stage on their first hook. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I ain't gonna save her. Also, I'm not gonna unhook her, either. I'm also low-key play as fuck. Like, these randoms, it let us, 2 of us hit 2nd at first. Yeah. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I am not unhooking her. And I'm not gonna flashlight save her either. I'm not. You can't catch me. If they happen to me, whatever. But they happen to 2 of my teammates, you know? So, as far as I'm concerned. I know it's funny. It's just me, Spades, Winchester, and the Claudette that are left. I am gonna wait until the last second, and I'm just gonna watch this Jane die. Like, again, I'm not like attacking anybody. The Jane, I'm sure, is a wonderful player. I'm sure she's a wonderful person, a wonderful human. But Spades, yeah, Spades and Winchester both went to first hook, or I'm sorry, second hook on their very first hooks right at the beginning of the game. I'm gonna watch them. No! Do you think they'll slug? Dumb. Okay, well. Damn, alright. We love being the Petty Palace. I want to see if they'll say something. Let's see. Let's see. Wow! I'm waiting. Nice pallet save. Nice letting two teammates go to second stage at beginning of game. Yes! GG's. Oh, life lessons. That was Spades, by the way. Spades is Zeta's whore. Oh my god. Like, and the thing is, you know, because she had 0 hooks at endgame. She had 0 hooks at when all the gens were done. You know she was hiding that entire game, you know? I'm sorry. It had to be done. It had to be done. You know what? Because again, I cannot stress enough how unserious this game is. And this game is just for fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just for fun. And you know what? That person, the Jane, made it to endgame. You know, it's not like she died at the beginning of the game. You know what I mean? It's like, if we had 7 gens left, I'm not gonna not pallets done. What happened? Oh, hi, Coco Keys. Welcome in. Your name reminds me of a friend's name that that we have. Yeah, she got hella points, which means she was like, no, don't, you know what I mean? Just someone was getting mad. You know what I mean? It is what it is. They can get mad all they want. She's probably maybe doing gens, but because I mean all the gens did get done, but this game is so unserious. We go again. Like, raise your hand if you have raise your hand if Pixel has lived for more than like half her games that she's played tonight. And it's fine. We still have fun. But it was kind of fun. No, I have not. I have not been surviving for more than half my games. No. But am I having fun for 99.9% of my games? Absolutely, I am. Hi, Loki Ninja. Ninja, happy Wednesday/Thursday. My old group used to take it so seriously. Yeah, that's the thing. There are some people that I'll play with, Music Kid, where they'll take it like extra super duper serious, and it's like, So either I'll play with them and I won't be on comms, or I just won't play with them. Yeah, but fun, absolutely. For fun, absolutely. And I think that's what's so nice about this 2v8 is like I'm literally just here to get flashlight saves or pallet stuns. Unless you're that Jane that lets my teammates die, then I won't get a pallet stun. Also, I like how their wow was at me not getting the pallet stun. I'll do it again. They're like, if I can land some spicy hatchets, yes, absolutely. An orbital or 2. Oh, what's it like being good at this game? Can we get to 10 downloads for Opera GX? Can we get to 10? Can we get to 10 downloads for Opera GX, guys? It is free to download, and all you have to do is download it if you're on PC. Loki, yes, you do. Did you see the new moth skin for Huntress? I saw that. Spades, I saw that, and I was like, get it. Get that bag. Well, yeah, the new Huntress skin corruptor. It's the moth skin, or like the, what's it called? The moth skin? Yeah, moth, yeah. Yeah, do your thing, Panda Monster. Oh, hello, right next to a generator. Hello. I want to go back on Ormond, guys. Ooh, on next month? Whoa! Guys, I wonder who the killer is. Okay. Oh, I think it just released, like, today, I think, the Hunter skin. I think it was, like, just today. Grandma, someone have to look at it again. Ooh. Hello, lovely. Hello, lovely. Don't get unhooked. You might not get unhooked. Oh. I'm joking. Yeah! No, Loki, you're so right. Med check! I still need to do my Duolingo. The Chrysalis. Thank you. I couldn't think of Chrysalis. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That was gonna bother me if I couldn't remember that. Yes. And we got our gen done. We almost got our first gen done before hook, but that's alright. And we're running away from the unhook. Alright, Michaela. Alright, Michaela, I'll remember that. Not my Michaela. That's the other Michaela. I'll remember that other Michaela. We're running away from the unhook. I'm like so like locked in. I feel like it's such an us versus them situation. Woo! I do feel like it's such an us versus them situation right now. No way that worked. But I feel like it's so us versus them right now. It's not even like survivors versus killers. I feel like it's just survivors versus other survivors. And I don't like that. I like cooperative. I like team building exercises. I like working together. I like it when one killer is a bot and we can bother them the entire game. Which survivor would you be? And would get only their 3 perks? Oh man. I love Bond. Bond is such a good perk. What would that be? Dwight. Ugh. I don't know about Dwight though. I love them, Corruptor. I got them with the RXLs that DBD gave us. Oh, gotta go. DBD gave us a shit ton of RXLs. And so, I got all of the new AOT skins. And then we're giving away a bunch of AOT skins today too. We gave away all the Trapper skins already. Except for on the Discord. The Discord we have one more Trapper skin to give away. And then, ew, she lost her hair for a second. She like got bald. And then we're giving away 1 more Mikasa and 2 Sasha skins. Yeah, the Trapper skins are really dope. Did I really? Happens. Also, Kaylee, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. A sandbank contest. See, that in 2v8 is so much fun, especially like if all 8 survivors are in on it. It is a little scary when you're not in on it. And they're just like playing with like randoms. And we're all just trying to sandbag. It's like, what do we do? Look at you. Should I run away from the hook? Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Hi, Kaylee. Kaylee, happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. Happy long stream day. We've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Disgusting. Thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out. It means a lot. So much. Too much. Michaela, don't drop my pallets. Don't drop that one. I really like this one. Alright, good girl. Thank you. I was like, oh, I really like this pallet, Michaela. Please don't take it away from me. I'm going back on my gen. Oh, no, I'm not. Don't throw my pallet, Michaela! Michaela, please don't throw my pallet! Oh, now I have to because you're gonna body block me. Go away, Michaela. Oh, what happened there? Shite, shite, shite! Why is she taking like 10 years to pick up? Oh, God! Damn it. I was hoping she'd pick up. That's right. It's just Michaela. Not even our Michaela. Whoa! The Sasha skin is so far. I love the Sasha skin. I love the little potato that she's got, too. How's everyone doing? I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Is the giveaway where when we enter our names are still in the next raffle, or do we re-enter? Oh, just once. You just have to enter once, and then you're in for the entire giveaway. It's 1 because it's easier, and 2 so that we make sure that we don't have multiple people, or like, so say like we're on the 8th giveaway, and the 7 people that have already won all enter. I'm not criticizing anybody, but like because they don't read or don't pay attention or something like that, and then we have to sit here and re-roll because those 7 people are all winning the same giveaways again. So it just keeps it easier, keeps it so much easier. So you only have to enter once, and that's it. You know what I mean? I'm doing great now that I'm watching. Oh, Kaylee, you don't have to lie to me. Appreciate that though. Canary, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'll be here for about 2 more hours unless you end before, but it's bedtime then. I got you. We're gonna do another giveaway. Let's see, we have 3 more. We can do 1 after this game. What do we think? Do 1 after this game. Wait. Oh no, because we just did 1, right? Didn't we just do 1? Spooky Dragon, or no, Saucy Plague 1. Saucy Plague 1. Yeah, we'll do 1 around 10, 1 around 11, and 1 around midnight when we end. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, sure. I won't enter to give other people a shot when, yeah. So, and some people, like, will do that, but then some people, like, kind of just have that knee-jerk reaction to see, like, oh, everyone's putting the same, like, term, or everyone's putting the same word in the chat. I had to do it too, because it's just, like, the como se dice, like, sheeple effect. Again, I'm not, like, criticizing anybody. It's just a human nature thing that people do. And then they'll be like, oh, what's this for? And it's like, oh, it's for the giveaway. And it's like, oh, I already won. Just redraw if you pull me. It's like, just don't enter. Just don't enter if it's the penis rock, my giant penis. But it's like, just don't enter. I don't know. I won't enter something if I don't know what it's for. You know what I mean? Like, I like to read the rules. Should I do it? I'm gonna do it. Get off my penis. That's my penis. My penis. We only have 2 gens left. What the heck? This game went by so quickly. Hello? The screams in this game always make me laugh. They just sound so, I need a scream, but nothing is going on. Oh, really? Like they're recording it in the sound studio? Hi, Hex! Hex, how's your stream how's your day going so far? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Raggy. Uh-oh. Oh, why am I so fast? My generator. No, my paletta. Oh, I'm even faster now. Thank you, love. Woo! Yikes! Wait, she's waking. Oh, I don't make this. Nope. That's alright. I got 1 more hit in me. This is not gonna go well. Oh! No, no! I don't know how I'm so skinny. Oh, I love being skinny. Yippee! Oh no! Oh! No! Damn, I lost every 50-50 I could possibly have lost there. Oh, you know what? I love the A for effort. Work's going slow. Ugh, stream's going great. Thank you for asking. Did you realize you're the new diabolic? Wait, what do you mean, D-Mac? What do you mean?
Guess I'm off the hook.
Guess I'm off the hook. Shut up, Arella. Shut up. Look, it's our whole team. Our whole squad's here. Let's go, girls. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Going out to... Ooh. Oh, don't chase me. Oh. Look, do you listen to his stomping? Listen to his stomps. Look, listen to that. Look, get away from me. What do you want? I'm trying to help you. You're not the bitter... What does that mean? I can't tell if you're insulting me. I can't tell. Someone who's hip with the cool kids. What does that mean? I gotta snooze this ad. Okay. Oh, hello, zombie. Excuse me, love. Spirit. Now what are you doing here, Spirit? What? Okay, you know what? I'm scared. Oh, you're over there? You sound like over there. How'd you do that, you wizard? Oh. I got you. I don't got you at all. It's not even close, actually. It's a Slipknot. Oh, it's a Slipknot quote. Oh my god, look, look, look. I wonder if I could get hit here. I bet Nemesis' tall ass can get me there. Alright. I don't think there's any chests left. Yeah, I don't see any chests left. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That gen got done. Cool. My penis gen got done. Excellent. I thought I needed to get healed. Ooh. I did not need to get healed. I'm running away. I got scared. I'm sorry. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Is there much left to stream? It's been a good few hours now. Yeah, so it's a long stream today. We voted in the Discord. I had everyone vote in the Discord. Make sure you guys have pings on for the Discord so you guys don't miss any of the announcements. And make sure you guys also have notifications on for stream too, because we did a giveaway right at the beginning of stream, like for to reward peeps and poops that are here right at the beginning. And make sure you guys have your pings on in the Discord, and make sure you guys have your notifications on Twitch, so that you guys don't miss any of the important shite. But we did an announcement in the Discord asking what day I should do the long stream so I could do these giveaways, and everyone voted for Wednesday. So a long stream today. We'll probably be streaming for about 3 more hours. Ish. A little bit less than 3. White rabbit. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ow! Holy big resub. Holy huge omega resub. Oh no. Gay Cup, thank you for the 28 months at tier 3. What the fudge? Enjoy your 110, count them, your 110 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Also, I have a very important question for you. Cat or dog? Whoa! Whoa. Whoa. Oh, gotta go. Got a blast. Got an ass blast. Okay. I'm gonna help you here. Kitty, obviously. Harley Quinn. You know what's funny? I was looking at some old pictures of my cats and cosplay pictures. They just come up on my memories. And in my first apartment with one of my exes, not the really abusive one, but like the one. I totally forgot we had this thing, and it was actually kind of cute. It was super adorable. We had this thing where he was Deadpool and I was Harley Quinn, and our entire apartment was decorated with Harley Quinn and Deadpool stuff, and even our bedroom was themed. Like, it was a red and black bedroom thing. Our entire apartment was like, it was so nerdy. Like, this guy was such a nerd, like in a good way, you know. I love nerds are so hot. And he used to cosplay Deadpool. I would cosplay Harley Quinn, and I don't know. It was just like so perfect, and I actually kind of miss like that like nerdy dynamic having with a partner. Oops, sorry. I love it, and I miss it. Get blinded. Oh, did I get the blind? Oh, sorry, love. Don't see you there. Perfect. I might be able to open this door, but I don't think so. No way. No way. It was such a cool thing that we had. It was so cute. I loved it. Yes. Cool. Chat class, are you okay? Oh, no, it's funny, Gremlins. That's the only thing I run when I play Nemesis. Oh, I'm the last one. Yippee! When I play Nemesis, I only play the Shadow class because it's so funny to go, he stop, he do the Nemi stomp, he stop, he do the Nemi stomp. GG's. That was a fun game.
Arise! Arise, riders of Theoden! Spears shall be shaken! Shields shall be splintered! A sword day! A red day! And the sun rises!
Holy shit, Gay Cop. And illegal. Right now! Right now!
Right now!
Right! Right the building and the world's ending! Everyone has to say it now. Death! Everyone say death in chat. Death! 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 Holy shit! Yes! Death! Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. If you guys got gifted a sub, make sure you say thank you. I literally have goose pimples right now. I don't know if you guys can see it. I literally have like goose pimples right now. In 6 or 7 months? What's up, Akudo Garden? Hi, Angel. Also, Swole Nerd. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Gay Cup! Do you want another kitty? Or do you want a doggy? Do you want 2 cats? Or do you want a cat and a dog? What do you want? Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. What the fuck? Respectfully, what the fuck? Alright. I watch Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit several times a year. I watch Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit several times a month. It's bad. I have a problem. You should see my living room. It's all Lord of the Rings themed. I just want to hear my alert. You are so sweet. You know, YouTube is free. You can watch it without gifting 20 subs. I'm very grateful for the 20 subs. Don't get me wrong. I'm very fudging grateful. But you're so sweet. That is Gay Cops alert too. Just like how War has an alert for potatoes and molasses. What is that? Over the garden wall is what it's called. What's up, Slither? Slither, happy Wednesday/Thursday. Watches both an extended edition once every 3 months. Rookie numbers. Rookie numbers. Rookie numbers. Oh, if you guys didn't see, I did. Oh, my audio's messed up again. If you guys go to my which TikTok is it? My PixelxKitten TV account on TikTok, you can see me do my Hobbit walking challenge that I made up, where I walked 950 miles in 172 days, every single day for 172 straight. I walked 5.5 miles every single day, because that is how many miles and the distance and time that Bilbo and Thorin and Dwarven Company walked from the Shire to Erebor in the Hobbit movies. And I did that, and it was amazing, and I lost like a bunch of weight. I gained a little bit of it back because I stopped doing it, but I'm still doing walks, just not doing 5.5 miles every day. But it was so fun. It was a great nerdy time. Also, in the calendar year, what was it, like a week ago? Bilbo left the Shire. Meow, 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 meow. Alright. Alright. These are going to tell a story. I now pronounce you. That my little crime would be cold. That's why I gotta heat it for your thoughts. And I know it's not your time. Bye-bye. Hi, Dagna! Dagna, I didn't do shit. The games have been rough for me lately. The games have been fun. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The worst part of our games, and I say worst and like so liberally, because it's still fun. I'm still having a great time. I mean, I've been streaming for 7 hours, and I'm still having a great time. But, like, the worst part is, like, some of our randoms have been really, like, shellfish when it comes to unhooking. And so myself or, like, my teammates are all getting, like, left on first stage because we're all getting, left on hook while the other ones in our team are trying to, like, help each other. We just can't make it. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of pop my pussy on these. These are so cute. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, I forgot to do my little swirly. This echo is driving me crazy. You guys don't hear it, but I hear it and it's driving me bonkers. I did not like that sound. All right, they're telling a story. Are you guys ready? It's a cat and a dog, and they're like, they're fighting. They're like vetting each other. They're also gonna go on my wall, next to each other, and so they're gonna be fighting each other. Aren't they so cute? I love them. Everyone shut up, I love this song. What's up, Creative Desires? Creative Desires, enjoy your subby. Oh, Stretch. Oh, I got you. I just got off the thing called work. Oh, I've been lurking as I did stuff. Y'all came along. Did we really? Well, I hope you had the best day at work ever. If I've missed anyone's message, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. I have 2 whole shelves, my bookshelves that are Lord of the Rings stuff. Can you? I want to see better pictures. Oh, I know you messaged me. I haven't looked at it yet because I'm a bad friend. I haven't read any DMs from anybody in a while. I'm a bad person. Oh, do you really? YouTube is free. I still pay premium so I can have ad free. I started doing YouTube premium recently because I've been watching a lot of oh, Leanne Smells I do. Oh, hi Angel. Because I've been watching a lot of YouTube on my TV upstairs while I'm working out, and I did get the premium. It is technically an ad expense or an expense. Gay cop, my love. Vodka, Pink Whitney, Malort, tequila, or rum. Yeah, that's literally what I do, Oni. I was off the stream for a second. I have a sub. Hex and Joy! Only got into a fight 2 times. What do you mean only? Only 2 times. Is that... Do you normally get into fights? I don't know. I don't know the cop life. I don't care. I don't care. Run. A pirate's life for me. I actually just rewatched Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one. It's like fighting crap. Is it really? That's so scary, though. I get scared if I have to email somebody saying, like, hey, don't be a bitch. Okay, so what is happening? 6 or 7. What is happening? What is happening? Slither! Slither, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! I want to watch it. Wow, that's fun. Slither, what the fudge? $1? Water for $1? I'm about to get wet for less. Please tell me you guys heard that. Slither, thank you for the 5 subs to Mrs. Fortunate, who rated us earlier, the Lady Burb, who is my wife, Royalty Show, Crystal Rose, and Braver! Thank you for the 5 gifted subbies. Bitch, go check them for the 89 bits! Oh, Gay Cup, I'm gonna go to the liquor store tomorrow. And I'm gonna, look at some... Moonshine! Slither, thank you so much. Oh, Oni, maybe after this game, maybe 2 games. We're gonna do 1 around 10, 1 around 11, and 1 around midnight. It is 9:30 for me right now. I have a very important question for you, Slither. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple? Share. Was it the one in the Discord? It was the one in the Discord, right? Under food and bevs. Blue? Slay. I got you. It's Thompson House. Oh my god, everyone shut up. No. There's no way we get Thompson House again. Whipped cream vodka? Oh my god, I've tried whipped cream vodka before. From Pinnacle? Oh, I cannot stand it. Was it Pinnacle brand? Oh! I'm so sorry! But yeah, you guys gotta do a shot. Ugh. Alright, we got a Wesker and a Hoomst. Because I really want a whole another killer. This is past your bedtime, young lady. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. And root beer? Oh, those are 2 wrongs that don't make a right, my friend. Oh, there's the other killer. Ah. Sorry, I got scared, Spades. Ah! Space against I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm like a scared little girl. Oh, really? What was wrong with it, Gremlins? Oh, yeah. So, I'm sorry. Yeah. This giveaway that we're going to do in like a half hour is going to be Mikasa, and then will be 2 Sasha skins. So 1 Mikasa left, and then 2 Sashas. Ah! I'm so scared. I'm so fudging scared right now. Come chase me. Yes. Okay, hold on. Chill on it. Hold on. Let her get upstairs. Let her get upstairs. No, come. Oh man. Really brighter and grayer? Brighter and gayer. Same. Oh, these are new. These are all of the new releases for the AOT skins. Oh, I thought it was a ghost race. I was like, that's not a ghost race. Fuck! I flushed myself! Okay, we go again. I just had a shot of rum. Everyone leave me alone. Everyone you better shut up. No! Get in my slutty hole! No! Yes. Get in my... Now someone flashlight save me from down there.
7 minutes is all I can
Magical chick. Thank you so much for the ignorance. I don't know if I said hello. I'm sorry, I've missed a bunch of messages. We had that at a gay bar I used to bartend. I was like, secret money shot. I sold so many on bear night every week. Wait, what? Root beer? I hate root beer. I really do. But you know what? Think of it this way. More for you. Come! Come quick! Come! Oh! My outfit? Are you looking at my outfit? Thank you. Thank you, I know. Also, my audio is bugged again. What the hell is happening? This is my Aurella skin. Oh my god, my audio's bugged again. It's driving me crazy. Okay, please tell me that you just got hooked and you're not, like, been sitting here for 10 years. Why did you like that? I like looking at Papa Leon's diaper butt. All the men in this, in cosmetics have, like, diaper butt cosmetics. It's so funny. Yeah, we don't get that. These two, I think, are playing together, and they're doing really well. And I hate them for it. Come to Shack? I love coming. You got soup? What kind of soup? Yes! Oh my god. I was debating on what to wear. I'm so sorry. My voice is coming into my ears about, like, 1 full second after I speak. And it's giving me an aneurysm. Oh, yum. Hi, Max. Flash the killer? Will I? What do you got for me, Angel? What is that? Oh, hello, love. Oh! See, this is why I keep you guys around. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh! Ew. Okay, I need to hide in a locker. I really need to. Because the audio is like a full second behind. But Max, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Ooh. You know what? That's not good. I was not trying to get your attention. Oh my god, I was not trying to get your attention. I really don't want your attention. Actually. Alright, we get into this sucker. I'm sorry, I have to fix my audio. Oh, even my clicks. I'm so sorry. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I need to find, like, a long-term thing for that, because, woof. Oh, so much better. Holy! Oh, did the junk get done up here? It'll give me a reason to be up here. Is someone here with me? Wait, what did I do? Oh! Someone is here.
You disappoint me. Is that
At the best you've got. Oh! You know what? I'm gonna die here. That's right. I think I'm gonna die in this house. He knows what I'm trying to do. And the thing is, I wasn't going up there to hole him because he knows what I'm trying to do. And I don't want to play with him because he knows a thing or two. Hey, Oni with a passion! He's this good, right? Hey, Markeef! 1, 2, 3 people on hook. Markeef! Kate, everyone say Kate. Kate! She'll listen if you guys say it. Oh, never mind. Alright, I'll get this person. Kate players, am I right? So fun. That was fun. I've been busy. That's why I left early. But I said I'd come back before I go to bed. See how stuff's going? Well, I hope you're doing so good. We love being busy. Busy's good. Busy is better than doing absolutely like nothing, right? Didn't make the shot. I was just the slinger. Oh my God, King Pope forever. He was kill switched for like a week or so, but he's back. He's super fun. He was the first Resident Evil killer, correct me if I'm wrong. He was the first Resident Evil killer, and then it was Nemesis. Oh my God! You zigged instead of sagged! Look at your big old booty, though. I love Wesker. I love playing Wesker. Nemesis? Oh, Nemesis was first? Gotcha. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. Nemesis is my favorite. He's my second favorite killer, actually. It's Twins in this order. Twins, Nemesis, Springtrap. Those are my 3 favorite killers to play as. Okay, so Wesker was second. Gotcha. Who do we think is going to be next? Because I'm thinking we're going to get another Resident Evil, and it's going to be Lady Dimitrescu. I still need to do my cosplay of her for you guys. Also, I really want to set up a day with Spades to either do a killer duo date for 2v8 or some sort of survivor duo date with Spades where we both wear our Ada cosplays. Yeah, but you're good at Oni. I'm bad at Oni and going against Oni, so it's like a double bad whammy for me. But yeah, with Spades, I really want to do, because Spades' current Ada cosmetic is the cosmetic that I want to cosplay. Get away from me. Yeah. Whoa. Two tier 3 resubs in a stream is gonna make me start coming. What is happening? Corruptor? Maybe. Oh, if I have to listen to this, you guys have to listen to this.
Gold Plaza Pix Shout D No Dance Pix Bongo Pix Souls Tear Pix Sus
Who was first? War.
Pix Utter Pix
Your war.
Gargasm Pix
Sorry.
Pix Hut Pix
Who was the first? Not you.
Chaos Pix Loggasm Pix Gargasm Pix Utter Pix Yas Pix
Ugh,
Shout
don't even get me started, Loki.
Pix
Oh my God.
Wobble Pix
Oh.
Pix Super
Ha ha ha.
Pix
Period.
Pix Pix Shadow
War, I need you. I have a very important question for you. Cat or dog?
Pix Squish, Pix Bro, Pix Boo Love, Pix Souls, Tear, Pix Peevil, Pix Astarin, Ha Ha, Pix Asterion, Trey, Pix Will Group.
Oh, is it done? Can we get a shout out for a spade system? Do you mind? My good slutty little mods, can we get a shout out for a spade system? Hi, Shadowhawks. This is where War says come again. I've been drinking. Taking a shot for Spades system. Spades also rated us today, which means they streamed today. So don't let Spades be like, I'm not a streamer. Fool you. Did you really? Did you already post a picture in the Discord? I cannot wait to see. Also, you don't have to post a picture. I'm just me asking. I don't want to be here anymore. I choose life. Oh, I don't get that. Oh, Winchester's gonna unmod himself. No. No, I'm such a good girl, but I'm just a bad gamer. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No one taught me how to play this game. Oh, that was awkward. My audio is bugged again. That's crazy. That's 3 times in this one game. Oh, you posted? Yes. Oh, it's in the thing! It's in that thing that does the thing! It thinged. It thinged instead of thonged. Oh, cool! Oh, thank God. Oh. Oh, slug me. Do it. Hump me! Please, it's the most action I would have gotten in 2 years. Please. Please hump me. Please. I want action. Oh, but I've used my flashbang. That's right. It's not the headphones. It's, oh. I should check that. Oh, man, whatever. Stupid video game. Stupid game. Wait, War, did you say cat or dog? Attack on that butt cheeks. Shut up. That's so funny. Oh, Shamoy. Alright, I gotta fix my audio again. Hey, my pussy? Okay. Push you with pussy. Got the rising sun. And it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. GG's. That was a fun game. I like the Wesker. The Wesker's like, no, 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 you stupid bitch. Yeah, I'm not getting hold. No, no, no. Alright. I gotta get Slither's Pussycat. Whoa, 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 whoa. And thank you, War, again, for the 55-month resub at tier 3. Oh, Corruptor. Maybe you should. That's a good question, though, Rosaria. I didn't think about that. I don't think it's a headset thing, but it could be. It's a time for liquor department work. They gave me the regular Muller for free. No way! Oh, shit. No wonder they're going to give the Muller away for free. Right? Slither kills. All right. Slither, capital S, capital K. Okay. Oh, it's scary kitty. Oh, so cute. Oh man, that's a good question though, because I have my other kitty cat headset, or no, my Barracuda headset, not the kitty cat, the Barracuda. Ooh, a Barracuda. Also, Slither, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies. What the fudge? We'll have Malort at the reception, obviously, and it's open bar. Yes! Oh, I love that for you. Okay. Who redeems stretch? Because I have to do a stretch because I just felt so many bones just crack. I haven't done this kitty cat yet. Oh, she's so cute. Okay. Twas me. Yeah, I still have to do my stretch. Have done. How many a bubble on the rising sun? I'm glad you like your kitty cat. Is it bad? I can't remember what a barracuda is. Isn't it a fish? Shut up, book 5. Whatever. I still have to get your second book. Is it really? It's a good song. I feel like I only know what a barracuda is because of Pokemon. Is that bad? Wait, what is this sign? What does this thing next to Oni games? This like symbol next to Oni's for the Whalmer. If you guys determined my stomach growl, no you didn't. Shh. If you guys heard that, no you didn't. Oh, this one's so cute. It's simple, but cute. You know what I mean? Very aggressive fish? You're an aggressive fish. I'm sorry. I've been drinking. When is your digital artist shop launching? I need some kitty drawings. Oh my god, whatever. Alright, so this is a little kitty cat, and he's like looking up. He's like going like, you know what I mean? Like he's like looking up like that. You know what? Let's give him little eyebrows. I think that's really what'll complete it. Okay. Oh, the eyebrows kind of did it. Look at that. Isn't it so cute? Ah, the eyebrows I think really made it. That is so cute. What a cute pussy you have. I ruined it. Fuck. Sorry. Elevator operator. Alright, who am I gonna play as next, guys? Arella's not giving me any good luck anymore. Should we do Quan Tae-young? Because he gave us some really good luck yesterday. Elevator operator. Nancy? Okay. This is the cutest cat. Thank you. Thank you, I made her myself. I have to play an ad now. No ad in game. I know. We love Tae-young. We do. We do. Elevator operator. Oh, that's so scary, Corruptor. Wee. I gotta do my Duolingo, guys. Are you saying Steven? Is that who you're saying? Elevator operator. I'm trying to do my Duolingo really, really quickly. Coffee, I guess tea. Span. Banya. I guess coffee. Hello, I guess Theory. Banya, I guess iron brew. Iron brew, I guess sugar. I'm doing the easiest level. Cat hair in my mouth. Coffee, spine, charity, cake, tea, Banya, agas, hello, sugar, tea, hello, sugar, banya, tea, agas. Oh, got it. Streak saved. Easy. That was the easiest level. Oh, it is the first level, so. But we did it. We did it. I don't know if I want water or more chocolate milk. Have you drank any... This is literally almost exactly my Nia skin that I used to run all the time. That's so funny. I used to run almost the exact same Nia skin. That's so funny. You know, I'll run that next. Oh, big spins by Spade. You guys see that? That's the sluttiest little spin I've ever seen. Alright, now leave so I can do this gen. Okay. Girl. No! Okay. If you've had any liquor today, drink water. If you've not had any liquor today, drink chalky milk. That's my vote. I turned around to Solstice, dragging my sock around. Why did she even find it? Wait, like, your cat was dragging, like, a whole ass sock around? And jug of milk, that's why I don't know what I want to have. Oh, drink them both. Did you just carry my sock around? So, my dog, Boo, loves socks. He doesn't really, like, carry them around, though. He just chews and plays with them, like a freak. More chocolate milk? Bet. I have a sock I haven't seen in several months. Interesting. Well, I guess now we know where it went. What did I do? Oh my god, Spade spun him once and he's like, never again. He really said, I will never be spun. Ever again! Nia! I didn't know you were there. I'm so sorry, love. Okay, now what did I do to you, Mr. Man? Okay, chill on it. Nia, come help. Nia, everybody. Destiny feels like a console player, do you think? Oh, you're so dumb, question. Really? Max, what happened? What did she do to you? Or your kitty? What did kitty do to you? I give you one hook, Mr. Man. Oh my god, this Nia's name is Titty Sparkles. Reminds me of Alice. Alice's name. Go ask Alice. Go ask Alice. Oh god, this guy's name is McHangry, and now I want McDonald's. I can't remember the last time I had McDonald's though. Yeah, Titty Sparkles! Not to be confused with Twilight Sparkles. That's different. So I thought he was a bug or something. Oh no! Scary kitty. I too get scared by pussies. I will save you. If you though, you're welcome. I know when I'm needed. Oh. 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 What do you mean? Jonah's awesome. Not enough people play Jonah. We need more Jonah love in this house. I think I'm gonna die in this house. Oh, big yawn coming. After this game, I think we should do a giveaway. What do you think? 110. Oh, whoa. Whoa. What's happening to my ping? Hello? Is my game lagging for you guys? Mommy? Yes, child. Can I be his or poo? You can be his or poo as you want to be. Yes, I am water. I am. Looks better now. Yeah. It was really honky tonky, isn't it? It was very honky tonk, but donky donk. You know what I mean? Hello, loves. I'm here to rub your bums. Drop your frames? I actually didn't drop a single frame. Not a single frame was dropped. I think it was just Twitch. Oh, gotta go. Yippee! Shut up, Teslinger, you're so loud. Oh my god. Did I say Teslinger? Anything in consideration open to request a day. Do you have a request a day? Especially if you're looking for the badge. I'm open. I am absolutely open. I don't have it downloaded, so I can't do it today. Oh, love, don't go upstairs. I can't get you upstairs. Maybe I can. Are you jumping? Are you jumping down? Ooh, nice girl. Nice. Good morning, Dangos. Dangos, did you get any Pokemon cards for me at Walmart? Appreciate that. I'm joking. Oh my god, Sable. I don't think you need my help, but I'm going to stay here for help in case you need it. Oh, another one. I'm staying here in case you need it, my love. Yes. No! No! All of that for nothing! I hope you're ready. Ooh, for nothing. Be right back. Oh, God. Oh, you're gonna go get Pokemon cards? Thank you. Next Monday after... I can do that. I can absolutely do that. Put it in the schedule. It's done. Alright, so Monday after sponsorship. Yeah, easy. Breezy. Beautiful. Cover girl. Slow vault. But it works out. Ooh, we might if we can crouch. Nah, that's alright. That's alright. Yeah, I enjoyed playing Slinger. Oh! You know you got flashbang saves, right? Death Slinger's a humper! But thank you. That's the most action I've gotten in 2 years. Thank you. Thank you, Angel. Back shots. God, I wish. That's actually super funny. It's my first time getting humped tonight. I'll take it. I'll gladly take that. But well, I don't remember what I was gonna say. I got distracted by humping. Oh shit, nipples. Yeah. Holy skin. Oh, both of us? I was hoping to get double hump. That would have been so fun. At least buy the girl a drink first. That's what I'm saying, right? Okay, I am Death Hook, so I gotta... I don't remember getting hooked the first time. I thought I had one more. Thought I had one more in me. I did not have one more in me. So anyways. At least I got a flashlight save on him. Why a dusty old man? You wanna... Right? Yeah! I love Evan. Peep... Wait, hold on. Peep the Evan McMillan body pillow that I have back here. Give me some Evan. Not the Eiffel Tower. I have to pee. To the shock of absolutely nobody, I have to go pee. Oh, yum! I should probably go get some more. I'm almost out of G Fuel. Ay, jamoy. We still got like about 2 more hours left to stream. I'm gonna go pee. Do you guys mind? I gotta do it. After I go pee, we'll do the third to last giveaway. I'm gonna fill this up with some more agua as well. Do you guys mind? I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say my GGs, and then I'll back out. Go peep. Oh, I'm gonna go peep, girl. I'm gonna go peep. I'll be right back. I don't need to play an ad. An ad just played, so we will be right back. I'm gonna go pee and fill up this with some water. Yeah, he's on me.
You're dead, though.
You're dead!
You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah, fuck me. Holy shit. Do I see that we are at 10 Opera GX signups? Guys, thank you so much for signing up with Opera GX. Can we get to 15? 15 signups for Opera GX. It's free. All you gotta do is download on your PC. It's free. I'm also gonna put some more G Fuel in here. And in the meantime, you guys have, oh, you won, okay. You guys have another minute to enter in this giveaway. I have to adjust my audio settings again. Importing my bookmarks literally took less than 5 seconds, literally. When they release a mobile app, yeah, this specific sponsor is just for PC. Just for PC. Really? Oh. Did anyone else get humped? Or was it just me? And the venomous kiss you gave me, I'm killing loneliness. Alright, pulling the winner now. Oh, you're totally good, Max. But if anybody wants to download it, you guys don't even have to use it. But if you guys want to use it. Nope, we're disabled, but then I saved her. Ha! Delicious. Rootsy! Rootsy, are you here? I know she was lurking playing Baldur's Gate. Let's see if she's here. Rugged. I know what you meant. I gotta fix my audio. Hold on. Oh, you know what? It's so funny. If she is here, that's gonna be awesome because I know she loves playing Yui. Rugged. GG's. Okay. Thank you, Loki.
Lizard.
Come here, say hello to everybody. Say hello to everybody. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Raped and I didn't even enter. Oh, wait. Someone else is here. Someone else is here. I'm trying not to bring attention to it, or she'll run away. It's midnight. 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 Give me. She knows I'm still streaming.
Lizard.
She won't come here if she knows I'm streaming. Welcome to the ASMR part of this channel. No, don't walk away.
Lizard.
Midnight, come here. Come here. Midnight.
Lizard.
Stop running away from me. I love you.
Lizard.
Come here. Hey, where'd you go?
Lizard.
She knows I'm gonna pick her up. She knows I'm gonna pick her up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Texture? What do I have her saved to my phone as? Red. Ah. A compliment? Compliment the hottest, tallest, handsomest, and my favoriteest viewer in the entire stream right now, Magical Chick? That compliment? Bye, Everyone say good night, Max. W Dog, thank you. I made it myself. Did I make you? From my own blood, sweat, and tears, did I make you? Mwah!
Lizard.
Oh, that was such a wet nose. Wah! I can die now. Ah. You're so cute. I think I need a reapply of my nerd wax. Waxy nerd glasses. Nerd glasses. Wax. Glasses. Wax. Alright. What do we think? Like 2 minutes? 2 more minutes and then we draw someone else? Are you guys still in the game? Or are you guys still being slugged?
Lizard.
Yes, this is the Yui skin. This is Yui, and then after this we have 2 Talita skins. The Sasha skins. You got hatched. Shut up. Were you the only one that got hatched? Are you the only one that escaped? That's awesome. I love that for you. Groovy. I love this thing so much. This thing is amazing. I wonder how long this is gonna last for. Oh. She's pretty big. I hope it lasts for a while. This is my 3rd reapply today. Always goodbye. Alright, 1 more minute. And then we redraw. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, Rosaria. What's up, Allah899? When you were ghosting, I was a Sable who snitched out another random survivor. That sounds like me. That sounds like something I would do. What's up, Allah899? Happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. What's up, Silly Sin? What do you... Oh, so this was gifted to me from Bravo Penguin off my Throne wish list, suggested by Salted Loki. It's called Nerd Wax. Stop Slippy Specks and Sunnies. And it's literally like a wax that you put on like the dongles of your glasses, and it stops them from like slipping down your nose constantly. It is so far fantastic. But it's just wax that you put on there and it just keeps them from slipping down. It's lovely so far. Yeah. I really want to use them on these glasses that are dongle-less. Dongle-less! And so you can't adjust them. And so you can't adjust the fit of these. And I really want to use it on these because these slip down all the time. And so I really want to use it on these. But I'll probably wear these, I don't know, tomorrow. Because I already picked my outfit for the day. Or I did my makeup for, like, these glasses. Enjoy your Lucky Turkey. Also, Mickey. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. How do I delete a text? Can I not unsend a text? Alright. It's been 5 minutes. We're gonna redraw. Sorry, Rootsy! Joe Braun KOL. Are you here, Joe Braun? Bye, Ella. Enjoy your matches. 2v8, 1v4. Enjoy, Angel. Hi, Mickey. Mickey, I hope you're doing so good. I hope you're doing so good, homie. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Also, I want to take another shot because we had the famous last words. Yeah, because I don't want to be like... Stop that. Okay. Well, I didn't want to, like, so I texted her, let her know, like, hey, come to stream quick. But I don't want her to, like, be rushing or doing something and then come to stream and then know that I already redrew. You know what I mean? Hi, Jojo. I know. I love you so much. Hi, Poe. Let's see. Is Joe Braun KOL in the user or viewer list? Not that it matters because people sometimes like Coom in and out. I already forgot what the username was. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, Joe Braun, right? Yeah, okay. Joe Braun. Na, 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 na. They're not in the user list, but, you know, sometimes there's a bug, a boog. No, you're good. You're good, Cropter. You're good. You're Gucci. This would be our 4th person of the day if Joe's not here. It'll be our 4th person that we've had to miss, which isn't bad considering we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've had 6 winners and 4 people at the moment, unless Joe comes. 4 people that haven't been able to claim it. How many mods won the giveaway? 2. But technically, 2 of those mods won because people didn't claim it. And then we just had another mod one first draw, but they weren't here. So I don't want to hear anyone bitching and moaning how it's not fair. I'm only saying that because some people might be saying that. But we've had 2 mods, 1 VIP, and 1, 2, 3 chatters. Almost 100? Yeah, almost 100 entries.
Lizard.
3 mods and crazy? I don't think it is. Because they are here the most. We have 10 mods. They are here the most. And they are normally here in chat the most.
Stop licking the damn thing!
Lizard.
You stop licking the damn thing, Nova Dragon. Thank you for the Prime sub. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes to add for your viewing and your sub badge. Thank you so much. We just team the mods? I hope so. Because, like, it's kind of like how, so I'm autistic, right? And I have been, like, made fun of my entire life, and I'm like, oh, I don't like that. So I've had people my entire life, like, say, like, oh, it's just a joke, oh, it's just a joke, oh, it's just a joke. And sometimes you kind of start wondering, like, when does, like, a joke, like, not actually be a joke anymore? So I also, like, I'm very, I defend people I care about better than I'll defend myself. I'm sure a lot of people here can relate, but I don't want anyone here to be like, oh, no. We joke about the rig. I love the rigged joke. I think the rigged joke is super funny, or rugged, as Leon's Moans will say. I think the saying rigged is super funny, right? But as long as people aren't, like, saying it because they really think it's rigged, because, like, I show my entire stream. This is everyone who's accepted it and everyone who hasn't accepted it. Here, we'll even do draw entrant because Joe's not here. Patchy. Is Patchy here? I literally show my screen. I show everything. And I don't want anyone to be like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It is random. Hashtag rugged. Hashtag rugged. No, don't make me wrong. I love the rigged. I think the rigged is super funny. And I want to say all the other mods think it's super funny. Congrats times 3! Patchy, are you here? No one wants the Mikasa. Teenage Wasteland. Did I put more G Fuel in this? Did anyone see me do this? Grumble, grumble, grumble. Thank you, Duncan. 6-7. I hope you're doing so good, Norvan. I want the Mikasa. Well, if Patchy's not here, they are in the viewer list. All right, well, we pinged them twice. Let's see. Because I did tell people that if you were going to lurk, just have the stream up, because you, like, know how in the tab bar it'll say, like, oh, you've been mentioned in this chat or whatever. Like, so you won't get like a ping, but you'll get, like, in the top you'll see, like, oh, you've been mentioned in this chat. So they've been mentioned twice now, so hopefully they'll see it in their tabs and they'll come in. Like right now I have @moobot mentioned you. Yeah, exactly. This badass, isn't it? The Yui one, right? And then after this, whenever someone eventually wins this one, we'll have 2 Sashas to give away. Don't fuck it up. This will be, okay, so we've had 6 people accept their winnings. And it only makes sense too that we're gonna have more people not be in stream, because we are 8 hours into stream, we're only gonna make sense that we're gonna have more people that have like checked out or gone somewhere else or closed the stream or went to bed or whatever, went to work, because they entered earlier in the day. So it only makes sense that we're gonna have more people that just aren't here at the moment. Only in Chicago, Costco will start selling chicken strips in the food court. Oh, cool. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Killswitch, I love that emote. All right, we'll give it another minute for Patchy, and then we'll draw another winner. Unfortunately, I don't have the like ability to re-enter all the folks that have been pulled. I don't have the ability to re-enter them into the giveaway. So unfortunately, you're just out of the giveaway. Unfortunately. Exactly, Lance Moan. They'd be going pissing. So I mean, we're waiting like a pretty decent amount of time. I'd like to think. Like, let's see. 10:07. Yeah, it's been 4 minutes, which I think is a pretty good amount of time to wait. I think we're waiting about 5 minutes for each person, which I think is a pretty decent amount of time. You're almost at Dr. Pepper. What is your favorite variation of Dr. Pepper? Pretty devil, pretty devil. When it hits 10:12, we'll redraw, because then it'll be 5 minutes. What's everyone's favorite Dr. Pepper? Mine at the moment is the zero sugar strawberries and cream. That's been my favorite. You're almost out of Corona. No! Oh, R.I.P. Do you have anything else? All right, it's 10:12. Guys, should I redraw or should I wait another minute? What do you guys think? Ooh, also, someone picked another shot for me. Original? Oh, I also have some original zero sugar Dr. Pepper upstairs, too. Stella, okay. Oh, cherry. I have the grape one upstairs, the zero sugar grape. And other day, I don't have Dr. Pepper on, but I love it. It's so good. Oh my god, yum. I can't drink Dr. Pepper. X was upset with it because of the smell. Oh, gremlins, that makes sense. Yeah. Redraw. All right, redraw. Whomst is next? It is Undertaker. This is actually my first giveaway winner that's not following, which is fine. That's not part of the prerequisite. But it's my first time seeing, like, the alert that says, is not following. Undertaker, are you here? Aw, Paul, I hate that for you. Yeah. Oh, that's the one I have. Not the... This would be number 4. Corruptor, for this specific one. If they're just in chat, all they have to do is just say something. All they have to do is say something. Wait. Just made me an adios, motherfucker. What is that? Ew, what is this? Danny, what is this? What is this emote? It's a disco emote. That is so funny. I didn't realize there were speakers. Those even in the viewer list? Alright, what do you guys think? Should I just redraw or should I give him a chance? Gingerbread flavored Mountain Dew. Oh, no, I can't stand Mountain Dew. I can't stand Mountain Dew. Hi, Raven! Hi, Angel. Hope you're doing so good. In the meantime, while we're waiting for someone to win our giveaway, why don't we download some Opera Jukes? Keep it rolling. All right. I love Code Red. Code Red is good, but it's so sweet now. Ugh. Oh, another non-follower. Made in Heaven Ultimate. Are you here? Someone claim this goddamn code. Oh, really, Gremlins? Interesting. That sucks. Thank you guys so much for hyping up all the winners, by the way. Oh my god, I could open more packs. You were so funny. This is our fifth winner. What did you call this again, Gay Cop? An adios motherfucker. Vodka, light rum, gin, tequila. Half ounce of each. Blue curacao, half ounce. Sweet and sour mix, 2 ounces. Lemon lime soda, like Sprite or 7-Up to top. Really? Not in the viewer list? We redraw! It's Damn Doka! Damn Doka, are you here? This is our 6th. I literally thought the same thing. Damn Doka, are you here? We'll give them a couple minutes because I know they were here earlier. I think they were here in the RPD game. So funny. Oh, really? Do you guys want to do that right now? Guys, share in chat your wildest, most out-of-pocket emotes. If you have a heavy hand, but it's my go-to, that and liquid marijuana. What's liquid marijuana? Our band over here just because of the ingredients. Oh, that makes sense. Good for you guys. You're missing out on all of the shit ingredients that we ingest. It's probably better for you. Wait, what's Rutro? I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages, by the way. This is our sixth pull, right? Because Rusi was first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. This is our sixth one. Jinxie, of course. Jinxie has weird ones. Oh, don't put leaks in here. We don't want to see leaks. If you're gonna do that, like, post it in, like, a Discord and, like, put a spoiler on it. It was a joke? Oh, well. You're also first-time chatter, so how are we supposed to know that? That's a good emote. That's a good emote, Po. It has to be a joke? Either way. I don't want to see no leaks. Especially, like, in a Twitch chat where we can't, like, control that. Oh, what is this? Venom. Oh, my God. Oh, Danny, that first one is really good. I'm a joke. Same. I really like that Venom one. Leon's ones. Oh, wait! Canary, this Charizard one? Rizard. That's very funny. I like that one. These are so cute. Alright, what do we think? Do we redraw? Wait, when did I pull this one? What time did I pull this one? 10:14. Oh, it's only been 3 minutes. It's a running joke that Kevin Hart is really short. Wait, what's a running joke? Damn Doka. You here? I never saw this happen. It only makes sense that we're having, like, so many, but it is, like, a lot all in a row. They got 2 more minutes. How does your ass not hurt from sitting so long? Stretching helps. I walk a lot. I don't know. I have this wonderful chair from Razer that they sent me for free. Thank you, Razer. 67 redraws. We had 99 entries. That's possible. It is possible. The Rock jokes about Kevin Hart being short. Wait, yeah, but what are we bringing that up for? Did I miss that? Stretching my what? Stretching my what? I'm sorry, Raven. I don't know. I think I missed a message. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I think like I've seen like the relationship between The Rock and Kevin Hart, and they have like a really funny relationship or friendship. What do we want to call it? Oh, from Frost Love. Oh, I didn't read the rest of the message. Oh, I didn't read the whole message. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. I didn't read their whole message. Sorry. As soon as I saw something about a leak, I just deleted the message. I'm so sorry. I didn't read the whole thing. Also, do we ban that person? Or do we let them live? Do we let them live? Or do we ban them? For being dumb. You said your ass doesn't hurt from sitting so long because you stretch it. No, I do stretches. Ew, is that a pickle? Banned. Alright, we're gonna redraw. It's been 5 minutes. Redraw. Dweeb! Dweeb, are you here, Angel? Are you here? If Dweeb isn't here, I might just close the giveaway and might just have everyone re-enter. I think is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, are you gonna collect all these pickle emotes? Because it's been about like 30 minutes of just waiting here for people to enter. At this point, I might just close the giveaway and have people re-enter. Yeah. A whole bag of pickle taffy? Ew. Oh my god, please don't. I will add it to my pickle palooza that I still need to do. I know. Disgusted? Hi, Reaper Bunny! Don't do hashtag AOT. Yeah, hashtag. You don't see them in the list? Oh, man. And they were here. They were here earlier. Hi, Reaper Bunny! Alright, we'll wait for the ad to finish. And then when the ad finishes, if they're still not here, we will close this giveaway and then we'll just restart it, and you guys will just have to re-enter, just so that we can keep it so that right, yeah, right, Danny. That's so funny. All right. So the ad ends in 30 seconds. In the meantime, guys, pick another shot for me. Pink Whitney, vodka, Malort, Lizard, tequila, right, Canary? Like, by the time we start another game, or by the time we pick another winner, we'll have to draw another one. Zinka, thank you for the 6 months. Are you shiitake my mushrooms? Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes to ad-free view and add your sub badge. All right, we have 1 vote for Malort and 1 vote for Pink Whitney. Yeah, Loki, can you do that? We'll still draw a winner right away, though, because I don't want to wait. All right, we're archiving this one. All right, create giveaway. And we're just going to keep it all the same. Also, because I know you fuckers don't believe me, this literally says, MooBot regulars have 1 chance, Tier 1 have 1 chance. There's nothing about mods or VIPs. Oh, subscribers. So, anyone that says they have extra entries, shut up. They do not. Alright, I think create, announce. Alright. If you have already entered, you have to re-enter now. You are not in. You must re-enter right now. You must re-enter right now. Pink Whitney? Okay, it looks like Pink Whitney is winning. Oh, shoot. Oh, well, I archived it, so I'll still be able to have the names. I want to take screenshots of everyone who won. Yeah, congrats to everyone who's won. We've had 6 winners so far. I will wait until I finish this shot, and you have until I finish this shot for me to pull. No, it doesn't have to be in all caps. But if it makes you feel any better, you can redo it. You won't get, like, punished for not doing it. Hi, Slothbag! Slothbag, we were just talking shit about you. And by shit, I mean, we love you. Everyone go follow Slothbag. Everyone go follow Slothbag. Here, I'm gonna drink this disgusting Pink Whitney shot, because you guys hate me. What if I want to be punished? Get in line. Yippee! That was weird. I'm sorry. Disgusting. You guys have awful chases in liquor. Just like Nyquist. I want this Pokemon. Alright, as soon as I take this shot, I'm pulling the winner. Me next? Get in line, baby. Okay. Cheers. Salud. What is it in French again? I already forgot. It's like Certa or something. I forgot. Rosario, where are you? I need you. A shot of cola? Yeah, you do that. Cheers. Do you know why it's called Pink Whitney? Because it's ass. It tastes like butt. I have no idea. Alright, I'm drawing the winner. It's Stardust! Stardust! You better be here, because we just opened this giveaway. Congratulations, Stardust. Are you here? Are you here? Purple Gecko. They're here! Stardust, congratulations. You won our final Mikasa / Yui code. Congratulations, Angel. Thank you guys so much for re-entering. We still have 2 more codes to give away. You guys will not have to re-enter. No, are you kidding me? Stardust, thank you. Thank you for being here and supporting the stream. You've been here for a while. So thank you for being here. Thank you for everyone for being here. Don't thank me. Also, and thank you to Dead by Daylight for giving us these codes to give away. All right, so we have 2 more codes to give away tonight. All right. My friends have been so patient with me. We're gonna ready up. Oh, did I want to play another Survivor? Someone suggested a Survivor earlier. Who was it? I'm gonna play as Leon. Oh, just kidding. I don't think we're gonna do pick who wins, because I don't want any variables, because variables scare me. And I don't want to get, like, attacked for it. But if you win and you're not here, we will redraw. The winner of the 30-minute giveaway! Yes! Congratulations, seriously. And again, I'm so sorry for anybody who wasn't here to claim their giveaway. I'm so sorry, loves. But if you're actually technically, because we did a new giveaway, anyone who was pulled earlier who wasn't able to claim their code can now re-enter technically. Technically. Okay, Purple Gecko is tequila, blue curacao, cranberry juice, sweet and sour, and lime juice. Ugh, you guys are killing me. There's always like something in these things I hate. Cranberry juice. Okay, I gotta ask. Does anybody else like get sick from cranberry juice? It literally makes me sick. That's Lexi's emote. You have to follow her. Lexi's amazing. I saw that, Gremlins. I saw that today. Also, we have 10 people that signed up for Opera GX. Can we get 5 more? Can we end today with 15 signups for Opera GX? I have to go to bed. Oh, wait. Are you actually leaving? Everyone say good night to Panda Pants. You love cran apple? I don't know if I've had that. Zinka, did I say thank you for the resub? I hope I did. Oh my god, I'm like completely like blacked out. Mandarin, cranberry, and a slice of lime was my go-to in college. Was it really? I want to make a joke, but I don't think it'll go well, so I'm not gonna say it. All right. Huntress? Okay. Oh, look, he got confused. Okay, this Death Slinger's gonna be my friend. Because if he got confused by that, that's gonna make me so happy. You're fine, love. Zinka, thank you for the 6 months. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Pomegranate juice for cranberry. Ooh, I'll drink that. I hope you're so good, Zinka. Mixed with apple juice, happy. Anything mixed with apple juice makes me happy. I love apple juice. Apple juice is so yummy. Okay, I'm not sure if this person's gonna be able to get saved because they're on the opposite side of the spawn, so I'm just gonna run. Okay, you get spades. I will get this gamer. Yeah, okay, cool. Does anyone want to take my snow? How many inches of snow did you get? Pixel loves pickles. Oh, I don't know. What would I rather drink? Pickle juice or cranberry? That's such a good question. Because they're both disgusting. Chat, I want to know what you guys would do. Would you guys rather drink pickle juice or cranberry juice? Important question. Snow in May. In Chicago, I've had snow in May before. My ex's birthday. One of my ex's birthday. The Deadpool guy. His birthday was May 8th. And it snowed on his birthday, like, I don't know, 8 years ago or something. I don't know. It was crazy. What are you doing snowing in May? Oh, okay. Bitch! What the hell are you doing? What are you doing there? I didn't just throw my pellet! This guy. I would drink, but okay, now, okay. I'm gonna have a second question, follow-up question. Hi, Puns. Everyone say hi, Master Puns! You like cranberry juice? Okay, I have a follow-up question. Would you guys mix them together? Like, would you drink them both at the same time? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Right from the pickle jar? Who hurt you, Zero? Because someone must have hurt you. You would? Like, for free or for money? Because for money, there's not much I want to do. There's not much I want to do for money. But for free? Oh my god. Guys, you heard it here, folks. Alright, so Gaycap's gonna do that on their next Twitch stream. Test? What does that mean? You would taste it? Just because, but probably not. I would do it for like 5 subs. I don't do it because I don't have cranberry juice in this house. I have pickles. Oh, the poll! Test? None of you have any tasks. Who did the poll? Who did the, I didn't even see the poll. What's up, Quitty? Quitty, happy Wednesday/Thursday. No! Me! Oh, I don't want it anyway. I can spell Raven's using me as she should. As is her right. As is her right. Guess what? Chicken butt. The two don't mix well. Listen, two wrongs don't make a right, am I right? You can even vote extra. Ooh, you did the channel points. Wait, Leon's Bones, you're your slutty Felix, aren't you? Thought we were gonna be slutty Leons together. Who put that killer there? Who put that killer there? Stop. Stop. Okay, I'm a little scared. Hold on, chill out! Shoot your gun, brother. Don't shoot your gun, I'm scared. Injured Leon? Oh, okay, so don't fix this is what you're telling me? Oh, you like this, don't you? You slutty little Felix, you. Look at you with your snatched waist and your huge ass! Jesus! Woo! Let me in! Let me! KJ! Wow, shut the front door. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders! Holy... Yo! What's up? Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher your name. Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. How do I say your name? Noki? Noki Oki? Please tell me it's Noki Oki. I'm sorry, you scared me. Is your name Noki Oki? Because I love the rhyming, if that is. If that's not your name, it's your name now. I'm joking. Cam J, well, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders! I'm so sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you doing? Were you doing some DBD? What were you up to? Tell us everything. Everyone go follow Cat and JWoww and go tell them how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. How was your stream? Welcome in. We're doing some DBD 2v8. We've been doing DBD 2v8 all day. Can you believe it? Aren't I, like, disgusting? We're playing DBD 2v8 all day. Does it not seem like I hate myself? I'm joking. And we've been giving away a bunch of Attack on Titan cosmetic giveaways, too. So, hashtag AOT in chat if you guys want to get in on these giveaways. Please, 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 please. Was playing some Tamagotchi live. Shut the front door. Who do you have in your game? I want to know. I want to know who you have. Who did you make? Oh, but also, don't have me keep you if you want to raid and run. If you need to go raid and run, get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bebbies. Go eco pico puka, stretch, go drink. Hi, Kodiak Attack. Like Toki Doki, Noki Oki. Cool, cool, cool. I'm so glad it was the rhyming one because I like rhymes. Rhymes make me happy. Rhymes and alliteration. Did you really? Did you use a pixel gummy that made with real pixels? No, wait, when did you take it? Oh, shite nipples. They're both here. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Whoa! No, 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 no! I choose life! I choose life! Okay. That was really, really good teamwork, actually. You guys would rather have pickle juice. You guys are disgusting. Almost time to order more? Shut the front door. Ezreal from Ekotar. Ren and Kishan from Tiger's Curse book series. Sabrina Carpenter, Speed Racer. Speed Racer, haha. Jen Hawkins from Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet. Now that is something I have not heard in a very long time. Holy moly. That is so cool. If anyone had Tamagotchi life, you can make Pixel fall in love with a giant pickle. Hey, so somebody go ban Po. Somebody ban Po. Get them out of the stream. Also, Supernova, enjoy our lair. Yeah, but somebody ban Poe. Get them out of the stream. This is not a safe space for me. Did you really 1K channel points? That's it. I'm joking. But everyone go follow Captain JWoww. Captain JWoww, please get your post stream self here. Thank you so much for the raid. Truly. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Get your notepad out of here. Get your little notepad out of here. Hold on. Chill on it. 3 years and 9 months. Almost 4 years. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? No way. Yahweh, that's you. Yikes. Oh no. That one Yui's gone. I say, and I'm really upset about it. I'm joking. Oh my god, don't do that. It scared me. Oh, 4.5 years. Look at you, humble brag. Oh my god, if that hit me, I would have run. Wait! I'll just... Oh, he got pegged and didn't like it. That's right. I went in dry. I understand. And the 23 hours. Play. Oh my god. When I used to grind out DBD too. You are so sweet, Ken JWoww. You're so sweet. Thank you so much for supporting me. From the bottom of my butt. Because of my heart. Whoa, god, that scared me. Thank you so much. Oh, maybe he liked it so much. Yeah, you think so? Is this the hill we're gonna die on? Yeah, he liked it so much. He's like, I gotta go take a walk or something. That's funny. Thank you guys for picking Pink Whitney and not rum, because I don't know if I can handle a thing of rum right now. There's no way you committed to that. What are you doing, baby Goyle? What are you doing committing to that? I want to finish this gen. Because this gen was like really close to being done. I will finish your work, good citizen. Went for cigarettes or something, did they? Please go take care of yourself, Cam J. Well, thank you seriously so much for the raid. Truly, thank you so much. Oh, Ralts? Oh, Ralts is such a cute Pokemon, guys. Uh-oh, this Michaela's gonna get got. No! 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 Oh my god, I got the killer blind though. No way. That's alright if I die. Because I still have one more hook in me, and I'm so hoping that someone will save me. No pressure. Interrupted. I was. Oh my god, I got special delivery to my own teammate. Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's the good. Oh, you know what? You get screenshots, baby. That's going to the spank bank, baby. Oh, room for one more? Let's get a better angle. There we go. Thank you. That's going in the folder. Thank you, Angel. Oh! Sorry. Big fat tree in the way. Forgot. Blind! 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 Me too! No way! Did we all escape? Did everyone live? Did everybody escape? That'd be, no, because the Yui died. Wait, hold on. It's just the Yui. And Winchester? Winchester lived! Yay! You guys can see that, right? I think that's our first Mori that we've seen all night. I'm pretty sure. At least that I've seen. But that is 6 out of 8 survived, so that goes on the scoreboard. So we have 1 out of however many streaks. Yippee! It was 6 out of 8. Oh, thanks for clipping that eclipse. I unfortunately do have to play an ad. I know. I feel like we just played an ad, but we had the giveaway Armageddon of 2026, and so unfortunately I have to play another ad. I know. Guys, tell me what Survivor you guys want me to play as. Oh, I know. Oh, Raven, I saw that. Yoonjin? Sable? What do you guys think? Also, make sure you guys are entering the giveaway. We did start a new giveaway, so make sure you guys type a hashtag AOT to make sure that you guys are in the giveaway. Oh, I forgot to play an ad, like an idiot. Talita? Eddie? Alright, somebody break this tie. We got a 4-way tie. We have Eddie, Yoonjin, Sable, Talita. Someone break this tie. And nothing else. Sable, done. Tie broken. Talita next. Alright, we'll do Talita next. Ada! You know what? I don't think I played Ada at all tonight. Alright, we'll do Sable, Talita, Ada. Leon! I did survive playing Leon, I'm just saying. Correlation doesn't mean causation. Of course, Space Fixate. Of course. Of course, you picked Lita. I don't know. Yui! We should do the new Yui skin, eh? Sexy Ace? I haven't played Ace. Drag me harder. I haven't played Ace all night. Isn't that just Ghosten? Like, who am I? Who am I? Oh, poor baby. My poor baby. I haven't played V tonight either. Eclipse, yeah. We did play some Yoonjin earlier though. I got a new cosmetic for her, the chrysalis one. So cute. I got the chrysalis combo with Huntress and Yoonjin, and so cute. Oh, my neck is so tight. Yeah? Wait, who else do you like? Besides V, for the music-inspired characters. Who else is music? Couldn't help that no one said, like, Jeff. No one said Jeff? No Tap? No David? Lyrics. Oh, please don't be a Chucky. God, I will come so hard if it's not a Chucky. Please, no Chucky! Oh, Kate, that's right. Oh, okay, so pretend like I hit that skill check. That's funny. Oh, War, how dare you? That, this guy is so upset with me. Chris is so mad. I forgot Kate is musically inclined. I forgot about that. That Chris was so done with me. He's so funny. Listen, I'm getting all my missed skill checks out now so that I never miss another one for the rest of the game. This guy's name is Elder Melder, and I don't know why that tickles my pickle, like, a lot. Oh, it's a trapper. Ooh. This could be a really good map for trapper. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, Chris, what if I miss this next skill check? Would you be at— oh, man. I like him. Chris, I love you. I know, yeah. This, honestly, I'm just ruining Sable's reputation one Chris at a time. Ooh. Okay, Wesker Trapper. Now we know. Now we know. Is it the booty? Wait, who said, someone said something about, like, a booty something. Was it Raven? Said something about, like, a booty cosmetic for Wesker. Who said it earlier? It was, like, really at the beginning of the stream. Do not put that energy out there, Gremlins. Don't you dare put that energy out there saying that Swamp's could be added to V. How dare you? Now, what did I do? What did I do to hurt you? What? Okay, that's really funny. Albert never changed. That was really funny. Thank you. Wait! We can talk about this. Why, Sheboygan? Stop that! Stop! Shh! It was you. It's a smuggling cakes cosmetic. That's what you said, right? Does anyone have a cosplay of that? That they do. For science reasons, and science reasons only. But does anybody have, like, a cosplay that they do of that? I'm just curious. Oh, you found a green thing, didn't you? Give me your slutty little green thing. You found a so I might keep my slutty little Felix in my party, guys. Because they find slutty little green tonics for me. Thank you, love. Thank you. Thank you. Woo! Oh, you're so hot. Oh my god. Ah! Felix, help! Felix! Well, I'm really... Oh, there's a trap there, by the way. Winchester. Oh, look, there you are. Hello. Hello. That was funny. Oh my god, please, careful, careful. Thank you very much for that green tonic, or else I'd be on death hook right now. Ace in the Speedo, now we need Wesker. Oh, can we just get Wesker naked? Is that weird? Okay, I saw the red stain, I got scared. Really? Okay, so we will not take Fung Min off hook, is what you're saying, right? The Fung Min stays on hook, is what you're saying. Oh, yes! Oh!
Too bad you won't make it much further.
I know I'm not gonna make it much further because these fucking traps are everywhere. More mods VIPs. Naked Wesker. Naked Wesker. Also Anubis. Mwah. English. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, I feel like I've only died from traps, no? I would be dead, by the way. If it wasn't for that one green tonic, I would be dead. By the way, just throwing it out there. Oh, wait, isn't this where that one trap was? Oh, Spades found it. It's right here, isn't it? Oh, it's gone. Okay. I was gonna sacrifice myself for that, though. Where? In my brain. Good night, Dragon Set Ablaze. I'll do it, though. I'll sandbag Fung Min. You sandbag my teammate, I sandbag you. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. I'm not gonna lie, though. I am kind of scared to go anywhere. I'm scared to move. Oh, here we go. Here we go. You know, I'm just gonna be on... I've done two or three gens. I'm gonna be only on trap duty. Duty. I'm only gonna be on trap duty. I'm just gonna do any traps I see.
Hello?
Okay, hold on. Chill on it. Chill on it. I don't want to be here. Ooh, I do want to be here. Because I can help out. Ah, too late. I was trying to fit in that slutty little hole, and I couldn't fit in that slutty little hole. I think I'm gonna die in this house. No, no, no. What? How is that a medium ball? I would have gotten it anyway, but still. Anubis, thank you so much for getting the sub to PixelxKitten. PixelxKitten, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Anubis, thank you so much for giving the sub. What the fudgies? That was like the best game of my life. I'm not gonna lie. I got 4 hooks because I got the green tonic back to back to back to back. It was just a really bad game for me. I don't know what happened. I do have to fix my audio though, because my audio's been bugged for most of that game. And I really need to fix it. I'm glad it's not bugged for you guys. I'm glad it's just a me thing. But it is super duper duper annoying and like nauseating. There we go. Thank you so much, Anubis. Jasper, why you got your back to me? Why? What did I do to you? What did I do to you? Why are you mad? Huh? Why are you mad? Why are you mad? You mad at me? Me. So cute. I'm gonna eat him. Anyone be mad at me if I just ate my cat right now? Because she's so cute. She's so cute. What if I just ate you? What if I just ate you? What if I just ate you? No, boo. My kitty cat. What if I just ate him? What if I did it? This load stream my tablet while having my laptop. Did you really? Leave him alone, boo. You're so good. You're such a good kitty. You're such a good kitty. Oh, I could just eat you up. You're so cute. Oh, I want to eat you. It bothers my dog so much when I do that. When I go. Anyone else remember Action League Now? Thunder Girl, she flies like thunder. The Flesh, he's incredibly strong and incredibly naked. Stinky diver whose moth stinks. What? What are you talking about? Pink lights? I could do some pink. Alexa, turn front basement like pink. Ah, you're so cute. Hair twins? We got black hair? Keep your hair. Pink. I got you. Ewok, you were so funny. My burp command. King. Oh, we both have bangs! Bangs. Slay. I'm a big bang I'm a big bang enjoyer. While I'm waiting for all my teammates to die or live, because I'm bad at this video game and I die so quickly. Don't forget to follow me socials and don't forget to download Opera GX. Do we still have 10 people? Can we get 15? Can we get 5 more people to download Opera GX? You guys got to hear this for the next month, so enjoy. My hair is very much giving 2008 Demi Lovato. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, he was sleeping on his couch before until I picked up Boo. Oh, really? No, I don't think I've ever heard of that. I used to watch, what is it called? Street Sharks? What should I do if I already have Opera GX? Uninstall and reinstall it. I don't know. I have no idea. How dare you already use this browser? I couldn't even do it either because I already owned it as well. I had just started using Opera GX like 2 months ago. And then they emailed me like a week or so ago. I was like, hey, you want to sponsor? I was like, fuck yeah. Download on laptop. Yeah. I think it's for PC only. Does that count? Laptop and tablet? I have no idea. Yeah. Oh, I don't remember a Dino spinoff. I remember Street Sharks. I love Street Sharks. Street Sharks was so much fun. I love that show. I always had the biggest crushes on them. Is that weird? Does that make it weird for me? Yeah, Panda Pan? Fudge, yeah. What is your background for, or like your theme background? I'll show you my theme background. It was the first thing I did as soon as I downloaded Opera GX. To the shock of nobody. It's Lord of the Rings themed. To the shock of absolutely nobody. It was gonna be Halo themed, which is why I had like a blue background here. But then I saw, because Halo was the first thing I searched because they have really cool Halo ones. Oh, the Halo ones were, there's a really good like Halo ring one, which is what I had before. And then I picked this one because obviously it's the one ring and it's just very, very pretty. And it makes me happy. Oh, is it? Oh, Norfon, that's so cute. Silent Hill 2, shut the front door. Do it! I love bangs. I don't really love bangs in the summer because sweat. I hate the sweat and I hate the, como se dice, humidity. But it's fine. It's great in like the fall and winter months, but. Oh my god, you guys wouldn't believe it. Guess who are the only people that are alive? It's Spades and Winchester. How do they do it? Is it really Panda Pan? Shut the front door. I had your bangs when I was a kid. Oh, no! Spins! Oh. Morried. Okay. I'm finished. How'd that happen? Oh, and there was Trapper there. That's so funny. GG's. GG's. Yeah, I like that. I like that shite. I also drew my future model with this tiny Santa hat. Shut the front door. That's so cute. Those were the tentacles I wanted. Wait, who was after Sable? I don't remember. Oh, shite. Who was after Sable? I don't remember. Was it Talita? It was Talita. Okay. No, it wasn't Talita. No. Ooh, I like this outfit. Yeah, okay. Yes, sir. Ba, bam, but oh! Hanatu. Yes, sir. Oh, no. Clear the condensation. Our next 2 giveaways are for Talita, by the way. Ooh, should we change to Talita? Sasha? Yeah. We've Sasha'd it up now. Sasha. Yeah. Sasha. And a slutty little Ace Visconti. Ooh, spiffy. Oh, we have another Talita in the lobby, too. But I'm the good Talita, because I'm Sasha. 207? Ah, they were the forehead kissy, Zombie. Oh, also, if you entered in the giveaway earlier, Zombie, you need to re-enter. We started a new giveaway. Because we had to redraw one of our giveaways, I think, what was it, 7 times? And so we just started a new giveaway. Yeah, re-enter, do it! Wait, what? If you want to. You don't have to. Did I miss? We have drawn 8 winners. We have to do 2 more. We've drawn 7 winners. We have to do 2 more. You did not win and lose, or you did not win and miss it. Yeah, it took like 30 minutes to find someone who was in chat to win. Have a good night, Cayman. Everyone say good night, Cayman. Yeah, but like to be fair, I was at about 7 hours stream, so it makes sense that people had like checked out or like moved on. Panda Panda, you should. I'm joking. You guys could just win the giveaway and then put on your character and then never play the game. It's your giveaway. It's your code. No way! Are you gonna go to TwitchCon? Oh, that would make my TwitchCon if you go to TwitchCon. Shut the front door. I was sleeping. That's right. You didn't win and miss it, so don't worry. Dinu! Dinu! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. No, 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 no! Run! 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 Hannah to run! Hannah to run! Hey! That scared the hell out of me. Blue, Tonic, and Shaq. Blue, 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 blue. Wait. Alright, so Pyramid Head and Spirit is what we're talking about? That hits. You know what? Get it, big boy. Get it, big boy.
Help is on the way, dear!
Big boy. Holy shit, speaking of big boys. Oh, I was gonna smash that big old piece of wood on your forehead. Any homies? Hi, Chaotic Aura. Okay, I mentioned this earlier. I have not responded to anyone's messages in the past, like, week and a half. I am so sorry. Hey, I love you so much. What's up, Gums? Hi, Aura. What's up, Tyrannic? Hi, Shinobi. Hi, Gary. Hi, Fluffy. Oh my god, you guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Everybody go follow Catacort right now. If you guys don't follow her right now, I'm literally gonna cry. I'm just gonna cry. And you wouldn't want that, would you? I know! And I know, like, we were talking about something, like, important, and then I, like, got, like, really, really, really in my head, and I was like, I don't want to talk to anybody, and I've been really fucking, like, depressed, but it's like, it's fine. Oh, do you want heels? I can rub your bum. Oh my god, no, I seriously, I love you so much. I'm going to do it. Hi, Gary. Hi, Fluffy. Oh, are you kidding me? What? I know you want this. Where did Philip go? Philip's over there. What the hecky? But we've been doing some 2v8 all day. I know, disgusting. All day. All day I've been playing this video game. And we've been giving away some Attack on Titan outfits, like this one here. We actually have 2 more codes to give away. And both of them are of this Sasha slash Talita outfit. So if you guys want to get into the giveaway, we have 2 more codes to give away. They're going to give away one after this game and another one at the end of stream. I don't know. And all you gotta do is enter, and then you just gotta be here and enter. Potato girl! Look, she even has like a bitten potato right here. Look at that. Look, that's so cute. But everyone go follow. Everyone go follow Katakora, and friends. Please make sure that you guys go get all of your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go ika pika puka, stretch, go drink. And from the bottom of my butt, thank you guys so much for being here and supporting our friend, Rob.
Yes! Yes!
Lizard.
And thank you guys so much for the raids. What the hell? Oh yeah, big, long, honkin' stream today, right? Disgusted. Ooh, that was good. That was good. Wraith, I'm overwhelmed. Oh, he saw my booty, right? Oh my god, this stupid game! This stupid game doesn't let me throw pallets! I had it, though. I had it. I keep forgetting in 2v8 I need to pre-drop these pallets. That was Bushi. Oh my god. You're gonna get me started. Hey, you guys got any more of those green tonics around here? Shut up. Are you actually gonna get me one? Oh my god, I was joking. Somebody give Spade System the sloppiest, biggest. Is Spades at 1,300 follows yet? Can we get another shout out for Spade System? Spade System, earlier today when they rated us, was 7 follows away from 1,300 followers. And I will not end this stream until Spades is at 1,300 followers. Hi, JRD. Oh my god, thank you guys. Everybody go follow Spades right now. And if you guys don't, I'm just gonna ban you. Where are you? I'm like 6 away? That means only 1 person followed you earlier? That means only 1 person followed you? Wah! Oh, flashlight broken? Alright, hold on. Let me get to this next pallet. Okay, cool. Hi, JRD. Hope you're doing so good, homie. Alright. Where are you going? Where are you going? What do you know that I don't know? Free bad? Followed? Oh, you guys are so hot. Wrong motivator for me? You're stinky. You're stinky. Guys, I don't want to leave this palette. I feel safe here. I like this palette. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Thank you! Guys, everyone go follow Spades. I seriously, I would not be where I am today if it wasn't for Spades, and I mean it. Hello. There's 2 aces in here. Hi, Spades. Oh. No, this is not about you. This is not about you. This is about ladies. Look, he wants it! He wants the Spanx. Look, he wants it so bad. No. He's like, I've seen this before on RedTube. Ew, that's a throwback. That's so funny. Thank you so much for following Spades. Because seriously, 1,300 followers is crazy. And they deserve it. I love 2 girls, 1 schmack. Oh my god. I and my cheeks hurt so much from smiling. That's how much you guys piss me off. For giving me all the love. Thank you so much for being so nice to me today. I guess. Ugh. You make me sick. how nice you guys are. I did almost wear my "Don't be nice" mail come. I almost wore. Oh, yeah, take him, not me. Take him, not me. Oh my god, look at you, so dumb. Dumb boy. Yeah, I hit that gen. I love seeing wraiths get their comeuppance. Oh, we should run, actually. That wraith is coming. That wraith is cumin. Alright, I'm going back to my gen. For the record, I do not think that wraith is stupid. I'm just a bitch. Oh, he knows a thing or two. I hear him. He checked up on this gen, which means I could do it now. Ooh. You don't swear that shirt every stream? I don't. No. It's actually been a couple weeks since I've worn it. Oh. So this guy is so strange. Oh my god, is that another green tonic? I think it is. Oh my god, I need him to go away so I can get that green tonic. No fucking way. Guys, I haven't even been hooked yet this game. Sorry if any of my other teammates need— oh, okay. Sorry if any of my teammates needed that. I wanted it more. I was showering. Did we do any Sasha giveaways yet? No. After this game, we're gonna do our first Sasha giveaway of 2. We're gonna do one after this game, and then we'll do one at the end of stream. Sorry, not sorry. Not sorry. Woo! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Yes! Fast fall! Oh, hell yeah, brother. Okay, that's fine. I haven't been hooked yet, guys. Remember, I haven't been hooked yet. Oni, you're totally fine. I speak in fluent typo, so I knew what you were saying. That's right. That's right. We're all gonna group hug, group heal. Oh, yeah. 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 Oh, thanks, guys. Oh, thanks, guys. Alright, I saw what I want to see. I'm happy. Anybody else? Everyone good? Alright. Oh my god. Are we gonna— why would you want me? What did I do? Do they really? Like in cans or something? Oh, do you get it? Do you get it in Kiwi Land? This seems intimate. It was. Star you? Yeah. Well, in cans? Oh my god. I saw that, I don't know if they're getting it in Kiwi Land, but in the Murica, Marca, we're getting like this like multi-pack of old Mountain Dew flavors, like of Code Red, the Pitch Black, I think is what it's called. I don't know when it's supposed to come to stores, but I don't know, Finesse Peb. So I don't feel inclined to save them. Oops, alright, bye. Sorry, Finesse Pimp, but you were not one of my teammates, so I feel less inclined to save you. Passion Fruit Frenzy? All of those sound amazing. Hello? Alright, guys, we're back on the leaderboard. We have 1 escape with 6+ people. No, I'm Dirty Dan. And Crazy Dave! GG's, GG's. Fun game. Fun game. Alright, you guys ready for a giveaway? Voodoo Brew? I like the way that it rhymes. Alright, we're gonna do a giveaway. Bean saved Ace and Flashlight saved, I think, are Michaela. Wait, what? Oh, you bang saved Ace and Flashlight saved Michaela. I palette saved Magical Chick. I don't think I saved anyone else that game. Oh, Livewire! Yeah! I loved Livewire. That was such a good one. I really enjoyed that one. Alright, we're gonna do a giveaway. Time zone check. It is 11:09 p.m. for me. Pour moi. Alright, you guys ready? Get your last bit of entries in. Hashtag AOT. In about 30 seconds, we're gonna draw a winner. Bum, bum, But, oh, guys, I have to go pee. Again, I know. Pixel has had like 5 shots tonight and has had 1 full one of these and that much more. So, let me pee, girl. Go pee or hit your D. Good morning, gremlins. Good morning. All right, you guys ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nightshade Jade, are you here? This is our second to last giveaway. Remember, the last giveaway is a trapper giveaway, and that will be in the Discord. Winner, Chimpkin dinner. Rigged? Huh? Oh yeah, no mods won. Sorry, I burped. Hello, Jade! Jade, congratulations. You won the Sasha/Talita skin, the one that I was just playing as. And I'm going to send you a slitty little whisper right now. Congratulations. We have one more that we'll do at the end of stream in about an hour, less than an hour. I gotta fix my audio again. I'll do it when I come back. All right, Jade. There you go. Lovely. Yay, it wasn't me. All right. All right, we have, all right, accept as a winner. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna be right back, play Ned, and then we'll come back and play a couple more games, and yippee! I don't know. Have some fun. This beat is sick. Yeah, he's on me. Ride on your disco stick.
You're dead, though.
You're dead!
You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pal in here. No pal in here. On the right. No pal in here. On the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Want to hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Alright, let me change my audio. Wow! It's like 2 seconds behind now. Behind now. Oh my God. I'm really hoping this has changed, or better. Oh, that was like crackly. It was like crackly and delayed. Ugh. I hope this fixes next stream. I don't know, we'll see. Top hats with the doorman. From that moment you'll be out of place and underdressed. Hi, Jasper! You're so cute. Why are you so cute? And you've been delightfully decent today, as far as good boys go. For now. Have a good night, Dinu! Everyone say good night, Dinu! Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have the best night ever. Everyone say good night right now. You're reading this when you get all confident. I'm the new cancer. Never look better and you can't stand. I love this song so much. It's my favorite Panic song. Dee-noo, ooh. Sorry. Next is a trip to the ladies' room in Maine. Are you really? Ewok, did I tell you like a month or so ago I got my first payout for that? For my Epic store? I got my very first payout for that. So, big heckin' thank you for that. Because I'm pretty sure it's just like you and Tom that have been paying for that. So thank you. That really means a lot. I think it was like early this year or late last year I got my first payout for that. So thank you so much. With nitroglycerin. Never look better, you can't stand it. Cause you say so, watch your breath, your reading lips, where did you get all confident? We're gonna have almost 3 million blood points for the entire day today. Cause I haven't spent any blood points today. Shut the front door, Ewok, that really means a lot. That helps me out so much, you have no idea. That's really sweet. But I know like so many people have creator codes, so I don't know. The fact that people would use like mine at all is really heckin' nice. I really appreciate it. Guys, I want Thompson House. Or, was it Tar Hous's map? Isn't it? No, Tar Hous's map? What's the Tar House map name? I don't remember. Foulest Golem.
Fool one, shake it.
Thank you for the 19 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. No, which one? Oh, okay. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What is happening? And Panda! Panda, thank you so much for the raid! Release the pandas! Pandas sound off in chat. I know we got pandas in here. Thank you so much for the raid, Panda Monster. How was your stream? What were you playing? What were you getting up to? And Foulest Golem, thank you so much. I hope you're doing amazing, Golem. What the hecky? Panda, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Also, anyone who's just joining, we do have one more giveaway. Oh my god. Damn, Joker! Damn, Joker, thank you so much for the raid! Were you guys streaming together? Oh my god, if you guys are just joining us and you have not entered our giveaway, make sure you guys type hashtag AOT in the chat so you guys be entered in the giveaway. We have one more giveaway that we're going to do at the end of stream today. Oh, someone's behind me. We have one more giveaway that we're going to do. How? No. No. Not me. Anybody but me. We're going to give away the Sasha skin. The skin that we're wearing right now. We're going to give it away. Yippee. Oh, okay. That's fine. I didn't want to be healthy anyway. Wood. I love wood. Because I'm a woodchuck. I'm a woodchuck. Good job, wood! Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, wait. So, anyways. Ah! Okay, hold on. Chill. Chill! Chill! Stop. Stop that. Oh, I'm gonna crawl this pallet. I'm gonna slutty little crawl this pallet. How you enter? Hashtag AOT in the chat to enter into the giveaway. Oh. Kishu, how you doing, sweet angel? Guys, enter in the giveaway. Damn Doka, thank you so much for the raid. How was your guys' stream? What's up, Tiny Loner? I'm free! Yes, release the pandas. All of the pandas. If you guys entered in the giveaway earlier, oh, I'm free. Yippee. If you guys entered in the giveaway earlier, you're gonna have to re-enter because we had to do a new giveaway. Because we had too many people not present, which is totally fine. Which is totally fine. But we did have to do a new giveaway. But yeah, if you guys were already entered in this morning's giveaway or evening, afternoon, whatever, re-enter. We only have one more code to give away. And it's for this Sasha skin right here. And it's so cute. Aw, this makes me think of Mad Eye. This is the Mad Eye skin. Oh, get shit on, Claudette. That Claudette said, get booked. That's so funny. Gotta get banned again? No, no, we would never. If a woodchuck can't chuck wood, maybe they got their name for looking like wood chunks. Maybe I look like a wood chunk. Oh, Talita, you are so fine. You have no reason to be as beautiful as you are. I need you to know that. Oh, is this the alien guy? It is the guy from Alien. Cool. What? How to enter? Hashtag AOT! It is in the pinned message in chat. Type hashtag AOT in chat, Angel. Jail for William Sandbags. Is that me? Am I William Sandbags? Thank you, War. Thank you, thank you. I want to get points. Oh, look at this Jane. She's so pretty. Yay. I've gotten so many heal points. Oh, I guess not, actually. I thought I did. Has to be capital? No. It's not, it is not, exclusive to capitals, uppercase, lowercase, etc. Close! Close, Shinobi. That's close. You'll get there. The Golden Showers get LS Trials. Did you really? No way. So you were guys doing LS Trials together? I'm so peanut butter and jealous. I love that game so much. You get there, Shinobi. I believe in you. I believe in the heart of the cards. Oh. I don't think you saw the killer there. Oh, no. I think they snuck up on you. Wait, are you... Okay. Oh. I think he hit the Jane. That's so funny. Your 330 pain is very scary, sir. I'm not gonna lie. It's very scary. I'm very scared. I need you to know. I'm scared. I'm trembling. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Please help me, God. Please. Please. I need an adult. I need an adult. Oh, wow. His ping is back to 200. That's not so bad. He was at he started off the game at 400. He was at 300. Now he's at 168. I'll take it. Although the auction one is pretty hard. I think so. I got sponsored to play the Despoiled auction on its release, so no one knew how to play, and it took us, I'm pretty sure, about an hour to like an hour and a half to figure out how to play, how to survive, all that jazz. It was really bad. And then after your first time, you start to get it, and it's a lot better. It's a lot easier. And the only thing we did look up, though, we did look up how to do the secret for the secret cosmetic in that level, because the secret is it's so fun. But like, how does one figure that out? You know what I mean? How does one figure out? Oh my god, guys, I've only been hooked once. Cute as a button. Mwah, Lulu. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. What's up, Norvon? No, wait, didn't you already tell us that, Norvon? Then we went into a whole Dr. Pepper shenanigans, right? Or am I blacking out and someone else said the exact same thing? It may have been someone else. Did someone else say that? An hour and 40 minutes? Honestly, the fact that you did it solo is super duper impressive. Was it just regular Dr. Pepper? Dr. Pepper brats? Like bratwurst? Or brats as in like what you guys are? Exclamation point brat. Oh, you got another one? Okay. I was like, I swear I've already heard this before. But I am going on 9 hours of streaming, so my brain is fried. Holy big hog! 82% brat. Accurate. Lore accurate chat. That's very funny. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I got... Oh. Oh, they're dead. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I love you, Claudette. Never change. Hey, I got to get that person off the hook. Oh. And they just happen to be dead. Who died? That was Magical Chick. No. The LOML. Magical Chick. Oh. I hear a killer. Nope. 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 Look at you. Look at you. Dude.
Do you actually think you can defeat me?
No! That's alright. Honestly, them hooking me right away is perfect because I'm gonna get hooked. Or maybe not over there. Please DoorDash delivery me to a survivor. That's close enough. That's close enough. You got me. Yes, come get me, Mad Eye wannabe. This is Mad Eye skin when he plays. When he's played Dead by Daylight. I miss him. Thank you, Angel. I'm gonna go and do this because I can. Thank you. I love you. Thank you, Yoichi. Westerkin actually chokes. Truly. Like me next. IRL. What if? Guys, if we get 6 people out this game, it'll be 2 6 outs in a row. Calm down, NordVPN. I love this Claudette. This Claudette is fun. I like you a lot. You make me happy. You make me happy, Claudette. I love you. Oh, moonwalk! Should have moonwalked out of there. Should have got out of there in style. What is that emote? I love it. Oh, boy. What would I do without you guys? Oh! Spades, yes. They have no idea. They have no idea. And they're gonna pick up. And they have no idea that you're here. Yes! I didn't even get to see the cool part. Nice. 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 My favorite part about that... Oh, okay, Claudette, we had something special. Now you're being obnoxious. Oh, I hope Claudette... I kind of hope Claudette bites it. Claudette, bite it. Get out of my video game. So what Spades did was the equivalent of, like, blowing something up with, like, a bomb and then walking away from the explosion. Is essentially what happened. Yeah, we got cock-blocked! Yeah, we did. Oh, please. Please die. Oh, it'd be so funny, Claudette. Do the funny. Do the funny. Please. Oh, my ears! GG's. Why are we saying bro Wesker? You must have to delete the game after that. What? Easy? Okay. Claudette. That was the Claudette that said easy, by the way. I bonded with the Claudette. Fuck that bitch! We don't claim that Claudette. Alright, guys. We're gonna do, wait, 1 or 2 more games. Should Pixel take 1 more shot? Yes or no? It'll be the last shot, I promise. Look at you loafing! Look at your... Can you see him? Oh, man. 5 more? Nancy! Come here, you're so cute. I just want to pick you up. Oh, he was so perfectly loafing. He was so cute. Are you working on a Rella right now? Shut the front door. You're so cute, like my little baby boy. People ask me if I have children. I do. I have 5. I have 5 children. They're all my babies. They're all my babies. Look at my babies. That's Jasper. That's who you just met. And that's Boo. That's right there in the dog cam. And then that's Charlie, Midnight, and Balthazar. As Robin? I suppose. Oh, hi, Notori. Notori, happy Wednesday, my dudes. Nancy! Also, if I have a mod that's able to refund those channel points, because that doesn't count. We don't have anything against Robin's. It's Nancy's we can't stand. Yeah, he literally is. He's the only non-camera shy kitty. You're so cute, I love you! Wait, what are we taking a shot of, guys? What's our last shot? Mod here? Thank you! What need? Spades already got it. But it was to refund Magical Chicks points. Pickle juice? You want to get banned?
Hello.
I am going to go to the liquor store tomorrow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Midnight was down here for a little bit, but she ran away. Malort. That's all I needed to hear. Me, what I want Wesker to do to me. Sorry. There's like edible glitter in there, so I'm trying to shake it up. Pickle juice and Malort. Done that before. Disgusting. Hello? To all? Yo! Jade, thank you for giving us up to Nerdjerd. I'm just gonna assume that's how you pronounce the name. Thank you so much. Yo, Nerdjerd! Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Nightshade Jade, what the fudgies? Thank you so much. I've done that before, Poe. It's disgusting. Last shot of the stream. Oh, it's so gross. So gross. Also, Orbit! Yucky. Fucking sound like Patrick Star. Oh no, I sound like Ed from Ed, Eddie. So stupid. Someone cancel me. Who let me be a streamer? Hey, you guys are watching me. That's the real embarrassment. Get off my Jen, Lara. A Talbot? Yucker. Hi, Alice. Alice. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy, Alice. Our, go ask Alice. When she's 10 feet tall. Jefferson Airplane song came on, and I thought of you. Pan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Alice. Hashtag AOT in chat if you want to enter into the last code we have for the giveaway tonight. Fart squirrel is crazy. Oh my god, you scared me. If you guys already entered earlier today, we do have a new giveaway opened to accommodate for the people who left / went to bed. No, mine. You can have it. So we do have a new giveaway that's different from what we had earlier today. So if you didn't enter earlier, enter in now. We're gonna do our last giveaway in about 30 minutes. 30 minutos. SNK. Sink. Everything but the kitchen sink. Uh-oh. So that's not looking great. What did I do? Wait! What did I do? Ooh. Was I revealed? I don't think I was revealed. I think they just knew. I think they just knew I was there. Damn. Oh, hugs. Go to bed. You go to bed. It's only 11:30. You go to bed. It's like 6 a.m. for you. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want pug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. I'm usually up till about like 4 a.m. Oh, I see. He wants me to get the blue tonic, no? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Angel. Watch out, Adam. Can we not get him out of his thing? Like, I can't expose this guy. I'm staring right at him. How do I expose him? Ghostface has to be bugged. Guys, delete Ghostface from the video game. Oops, who said that? Oh no, Adam. Okay, I actually wanted to hover, but I thought you'd live longer. My bad. Don't worry, homie. Guys, I'm gonna help do this, Jen. I'm helping. Oh, undetectable! See, this is why I keep you around. Because, you know what, Spades? No. No. I don't like you using logic on me. I just want them to delete Ghostface from this video game. Is it so hard to ask? Is it literally so hard to ask to delete Ghostface from this video game? Like, what do you mean? Just delete him. Get him! Get him! Yes! Oh, Adam is king. King Adam. Now, what did I do? Okay. Alright, you guys didn't see that, right? No, delete him from the video game. Please, 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 please. No! I wanted to save our bestie. Our breastie, even. Alright, well, there's no more green tonic over there. Oh, he's dead. That's so unfortunate. To be fair, he did get really shellfish going for that green tonic because the killer was right there. He should have known better. I do feel badly, though. He was a homie. Oh, that's alright, Alice. Alice, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I really appreciate you. You just woke up. Good morning. I hope you had a very good sleeping. Please remember to hydrate and eat. I'm on my second G Fuel. I cannot wait to eat. I did have a snack, but I do need to eat. Thank you so much. Wait! I was like, why are we running? What do you know that I know? Oh. I should have been paying attention. I did reveal them. I have not eaten. I want every single person in this chat to at that one gay cop and say, eat, period. Just at that one gay cop. Thank you. And eat. That's just the message. Eat. No way, I went to sleep and woke up early for work and you're still alive. My eyes would be burning in. How is this impressive though? Oh, okay. Hold on. Chill. What's happening here? Hold on. I don't think Pixel makes it out of this game, guys. I don't think Pixel makes it out of this game, guys. There's no wood. I found wood. Just one slutty piece of wood. Just one slutty piece of wood. One slutty piece of wood in a dream. Hi, Michaela. Holy shite. Oh, Michaela, you're so hot for that, though. No, you're so good. You're so good. Yeah. Mark him down. Oh, Michaela, thank you so much. Thank you, Magical. Man, if I just didn't get grabbed off that gen, oh, that would have been such a good game. That's right. There's a ghost face in here, so it's only gonna be so good. Yeah, that was Magical Check, mugging them down. Oh. Yes. Oh no, you're not skinny enough. To be fair, a lot of killers do that too. It's super funny. Hi, Jojo. Jojo, do you want to say hello? Do you guys want to see the tapestry that Moses sent me to my P.O. box? For anyone who missed it. Look, Moses sent this to me to my P.O. box. It's got Chucky, Ghostface, Jigsaw, Pennywise, and Jason. Isn't this so fudging cool? And it's blacklight reactive too. I know exactly where it's going to go in my room. Yeah, from the Bible. Yeah, I'll ask him if that's where it's from. But yeah, it's so dope. So, thank you, Moses. They all float down here. It's so cool. Apparently, he got it on Amazon, by the way. But so cool. And I finally went to my P.O. box to pick it up. Yippee! I cannot wait to set this up. It's so dope. It's so cold in here, guys. It's supposed to get like I wonder if I need to bring my plants in tonight. I don't know. I don't think there's supposed to be a frost tonight. But I hope I don't have to bring my plants in tonight. I might have to. I'll have to double check the weather. Ooh. I was so hoping we'd miss that. The acid trip, it does look like an acid trip, right? It seems like something that you would buy at Spencer's in like the blacklight section. As someone who used to work at Spencer's, I know exactly what I'm talking about. What, you guys know what I'm talking about? Where they have like all the blacklight posters and all like the pot stuff before it was legal. You know what I mean? I want it. It's really cool. I'm really excited to hang it up. The clown from Hell House? No, it was so scary. Poe, that was so scary. There are some other Hell House movies on, I think it's Amazon Prime, I was looking at, and oh, did he not see you? I love when killers don't have eyeballs. Oh my god. Ugh. Magical. Remember when we had that gen like 99 and then I got pulled off that gen? I remember. Oh, hello kitty cat, you're so cute. What was I saying? Oh, I saw some other Hell House movies on there and was like, I don't know if I could watch these alone, guys. I did watch, what scary movie did I watch when I was working out on the treadmill? Smile 2. I watched Smile 2 when I was working out on the treadmill. It was like a month or so ago. And it was so scary. And at only one time did I get jump scared where I actually like jumped off my walking pad because I got so scared. No, oh my god, you are so good, Magical Chick. You are so good. You running should have been cool enough to me, but I was reading chat. That's the unfortunate part of reading chat is that I just don't pay attention. You know what I mean? Oh, you were so cute, Lovebug. Oh, I love you so much. No, it is not your obligation to do that. You're so cute. Do you guys see him? You guys can see him. Shadowhawk! How was your stream? Shadowhawk, what the fudge were you playing? Oh my god, everyone go say, hello, Shadowhawk. And everybody go follow him right now. We were finally able to raid him. How long have I known you? I finally was able to raid you for the first time. What was it, last week or the week before? Oh, I'm so glad we were able to do that finally. I hope you had the best stream ever. How was your stream? What were you doing? Right in my mouth, Jasper. Right in my mouth. Thank you so much for the raid. You ever seen the horror movie Karen? No. You're getting so sleepy. So sleepy. I'm getting sleepy too. I cannot wait to eat some food. I have some leftover pizza from Little Caesars. It's pretzel crust. War. Oh my god. Do you remember when I posted in the mod chat a little bit ago, War, with my like DoorDash debacle? I finally ordered DoorDash yesterday and it was a pizza and I got it. It arrived to me and I got Little Caesars pretzel crust pizza. It's so yummy. So I have that for leftovers tonight, which is why I'm drinking, because pizza's always good after drinking. You had 2 matches in a row of Whiskers and Nemmies. Really? They were super friendly. I had a super cute Wesker earlier. He was gonna let me live, but then his Ghostface teammate killed me. Have a good night, Alice. Alice, thank you so much for eating. Did everybody tell that one gay cop to go eat? I don't think I saw a single person tell a gay cop to go eat. Did anybody? Brother. Did anybody tell him to go eat? Did you really? Shadowhawk, I'm the same way. I don't really sacrifice myself for my teammates though, but I die trying to flashlight save for them. And that's my sacrifice. Yay, I'm a sacrifice! Oh, I've never had mod pizza, but I know that mod pizza is a brand of pizza, right? Is it real? What flavor is it? I just don't want to go heat my pizza up. What pizza is it? Heyo, okay. I want pizza so bad. I have been wanting pizza for so long. So what my DoorDash debacle was, I ordered DoorDash finally, and this was a couple weeks ago. What, maybe 3 weeks ago? I ordered pizza from DoorDash, and my stuff got stolen. The driver stole my pizza. And it was like so frustrating. And I was so sad, and of course I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash gave me a refund. But like I was like, I don't trust this app anymore, and it was like I deleted it from my phone for a while, and then no way. Oh, that's okay. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. You're gonna be cute, and they'll let you live. Who's gonna get the Mori though? Ghostface? Ghostface has a better Mori. Ghostface does have a better Mori. Come on, Ghostface. Oh look, they're like in comms asking each other. They're like, come on, Discord kitten. Get the Mori. Aww. I wanted a Ghostface Mori. But yeah. TLDR, my pizza got stolen. I uninstalled DoorDash because I was like, fuck DoorDash. Bleh. But then I really wanted pizza yesterday. I reinstalled it. And then I ordered pizza and I got it. And I gave the driver, it was like a $5.50 tip. $5.50 for a tip. And then when he, it is a Discord kitten! I knew it. I knew you guys were Discord kittens. I knew it. But I gave him an extra $1 because it was already $5.50 for the tip, and then I gave him an extra $1, so $6.50 for the tip because I was just happy to have it gotten. I was just happy to get it. It's a great company. They are always there to help out. One store is giving out over 1,000 pieces of homeless people. Oh, well, W Little Caesars. We'd love that. Also, what pizza from Domino's? What kind of za? I think my pizza's pepperoni. Have a good night, Spooky Dragon. Thank you so much for hanging out. Everyone go hydrate or die straight. Low carb diet. Oh, can't relate. Yeah, I can't give up carbs or cheese. I love them too much. Because all the mods are... Oh, wait, with mod pizza? I've never had it before. I don't even know if there is a mod pizza by me. I'm finishing some mezcal. Is that tequila? Right, Shadowhawk? Also, I hope you had so much fun playing DBD. I'm going to play an ad. So it's an ad now, no ad in game. I love Little Caesars even more now. Really? Well, W, pizza. All right, ad now, no ad in game. And then I think we'll play one more game and then we'll end. Pepperoni's my favorite. Just regular cheese, my favorite. Cheese in order. Cheese, black olive. I can only afford one topping because usually like most pizzas that I order gives you like one free topping. So just regular cheese, my favorite. Then just black olive. Then spinach. Then sausage. And then whatever else I can get my hands on. And I've never had anchovy on a pizza before. I would love to try it though. Please go heat up your pizza cake hot for me. I love black olives though. I've never tried anchovies. I would so be down for trying anchovies though. I would so be down for it. Cauliflower. Yeah, I think I don't know if I've had that before, but I've heard that before. Anchovies the devil. I want to try it because I love fish and I love sardines. So would I? Okay, question. Is this a dumb question? I'm so sorry. I have to play an ad. I'm so sorry. If I love sardines, would I like anchovies? Oh, what you have from KFC? Hawaiian. Doesn't it have pineapple on it? Really? I've had 2 shots of Malort tonight. Shadowhawk, if I took a shot of Malort, would you take a shot of Malort with me? And then I know everyone's gonna probably hate me and ban me, but I like pineapple on pizza. Yeah, you should get banned. I'm joking. Yes! Alright, remember when I said last shot was my last shot? Shadowhawk rated me. I have to do it. I have to do it. It's the raider request. They they have shrimp as a pizza topping. Oh, I'd be down for that. I would trust anything that Japan puts on their food. If you haven't tried it, I think you should. Or if you want, you can save it for your next stream, Shadowhawk. Oh, really, Panda Pan? I don't know of any pizza places by me that actually offer anchovy. Oh, shit. Oh, that's actually not bad. That is pretty much almost exactly an entire shot. I do love mushroom. Danny, in a perfect world, if money was an issue, like if someone else is buying it, I would do spinach. Oh my god, if I had, I've never done more than one topping or just like a preset pizza. So if in a perfect world, if I could pick my own toppings, I would totally do spinach, black olives, mushroom, sausage. Oh my god, I'm drooling. Ugh, that sounds so good. Also, Shadowhawk, let me know when you're ready. Someone else buying it is so real. I know. Like, if someone were to be like, oh my god, here's some pizza for being a good girl, I'd be like, okay. I would, like, here's $50. Go get yourself a large pizza and go nuts with toppings. I would do it. Yeah, ready? All right, cool. Shadowhawk. Cheers. Ooh.
We have a Twitch baby ye.
Whoa! Solar! Solar, thank you for the 9 months. What the hecky? What's the name of our baby? Look at my face. Look at my face right now. This is for Salted Loki and Salted Loki only. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Who's going to be our last survivor of the day, guys? Should we do Arella? Because it's her 1-year anniversary of being released. Oh, God. Frunkle? I love it. I'm not going to remember that, so you better remember that for me. Pineapple 100% blogs on pizza. Guys, are you a pineapple? Okay, 1's in chat for pineapple on pizza. 2's in chat if you guys have good taste. Or good taste. 1's for pineapple, 2's for no pineapple. Okay. Well, I'm gonna need 2 new mods. Ultimate. Oh my god. Garlic, parm. You have terrible taste, apparently. Oh my god. You guys are so funny. You guys keep me young and virile, submissive, and breedable. You're wonderful. Ewok, know you. Wait for what? Also, if I want to give away wasn't here, no, Gear, you did not, if it makes you feel any better. I'm not going to tell anybody, like, there have been 2 people that have come to chat that did win the giveaway that weren't here, but I'm not going to tell them, oh, you were here and you didn't win, because, like, that's, like, shitty. But you did not. Cassie, mwah, think of the forehead, Cassie. What were the options? 1, if you like pineapple on pizza. 2, if you're anti-pineapple on pizza. Wait, is that really a thing, Panda Pan? It depends if it's hot pineapple or cold. Ew, none. Ew, none. No, neither. Ew. Yeah, I would make them sad. I agree. I'll eat if it's free. Oh, that's fair. I love pierogies. Oh my god, look, he's chasing his tail. Look. He's chasing his tail. Jasper, what are you doing, baby girl? Oh, look at you laying down like you meant to do that. Stupid. He's so cute. I love pierogies. I'm Polish and Czechoslovakian and white European mutt. I have definitely had pierogies. Nurse and Nemi sauce. I love pierogies. Pierogies are so good. The pierogies that I usually have though are like from like the frozen section. What's that brand? It's like a blue box, yellow text or something like that. I've never had pierogi pizza, but there's not much that I wouldn't try that involves pierogies and za. You know what I mean? Okay, look at Arella's butt while she's doing this. Hold on. Look at her butt. Like, that thing is thinging. Like, look at that thing go. Honky tonk, badonk and donk. Hooey, shoot my mouth, come my grandma. Oh, rude. That was really rude. Alright, chill on it, chill on it. Chill on it. Chill. Really? Since it trended on TikTok? Interesting. Girl, if you did that. Don't laugh at my misfortune. Alright, these killers are kind of playing together. I'm running away. Stanley, do you like it how she like holds it on the tip? She's like, just the tip. So here's how she's showing the flashlight. If you click, it goes back to normal. But I don't know what triggers it, Stanley. Also, hi, Stanley. Stanley, hashtag AOT in chat. We have one more giveaway that we're doing at the end of stream. This is our LG. That's so goofy. You're goofy. Did anybody order the the 10-year anniversary collector's box from Dead by Daylight that comes with the flashlight. Oh, is it? Oh, if you open a chest. Okay, I did open a chest, yeah. Oh my god, yes, Solar. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Anyone who hasn't entered yet, or if you guys have and you want to make sure that you're in, hashtag AOT. Really? Stanley, you should have done like a GoFundMe or Ko-Fi or something. Hopefully they have it available to buy again. That'd be really nice. Oh my god, someone remind me I have to buy dog food. Someone remind me, Pixel, you need to buy dog food. How much was it? Like, fucking expensive. I only got it because I did Afterpay. And it was like $69 every 2 weeks or something. And I put it on my credit card. Pixel, how do you have so much credit card debt? Well, I'll tell you. Spades, where are you? Spades, look at my stream. Okay. The person on hook. Tractor, me. Someone come. Spades, who else? Nope, just Spades. Oh, or Magical Chick if you get off hook. I am not moving. I am not moving. Danny, don't talk to me like that. I know what I'm doing. Just kidding. I have no idea what I'm doing. Danny, I wanted it. I wanted it. Wait, okay, this is magical. All right, you get this. Sorry, it was whoever got here first. I'm sorry. Oh, you found the who? Oh, you found another one. Okay, good. All right. Hey, let me rub your bum. Yeah. You did a full 2v8 stack with Sloth on our team from the tournament. We were getting absolutely... Really? I've been getting shitted on, but to be fair, I'm really bad at this game, and I'm here to throw and get saves and not win. However, everyone else on my team is really good, and they're doing fantastic. But... Oh my god! What did I do? What did I do? But we're here for a good time, not a long time, right? Ooh! Right, guys? Hi, Micah. I'm saying your name right? I know how to read. I graduated college. I didn't graduate college. I don't know how to read. Is Mango Rush? I didn't see that. At least not on DoorDash. I didn't see that on DoorDash. Oh, Winchester, you're playing a dangerous game. I'm too scared. I'm too scared. Ooh. Good submissive Leon's Moans. Thank you so much. Okay, girl. Okay, I can't save that. I can't save that! Oh, someone did? What the fudge? Please. It'll be so funny. Yippee! That didn't work! Just kidding! But I did get a double killer blind. How did that not work? You have a degree in looping? Shut the front door. I need to download that. You're so right. Did you guys see the certificate of like graduations or like of certificates of looping that what? That Stanley was posting on Twitter? They're so dope. They're so cute. Easy pickings. Me? I just looked at the ad closer. Oh, okay. Guys, it's almost midnight, which means we're about to do our last giveaway. Oh, that was only my first hook? Yippee. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are because I love them so much. Also, Stanley, can you give roots ya? Mwah! But like, from like 6 feet away so you don't get sick. Thank you. The mod's super amazing. Almost as amazing as you are. Shadowhawk, did you get your post-stream self-care? Oh, what did we think about the barrel aged? What kind of soup? We had someone eating chicken noodle soup earlier. Yum yum. Alright, the mods, you guys are so sweet. Thank you guys so much for giving mods love. They deserve it. Poe, please do. I would love to see it. chicken and rice. Guys, I want to know what everyone's favorite soup is. My favorite soup is... Oh, what's it called? New England clam chowder. Now, on a scale from 1 to aggressive, how white does that make me? Right, it's good, isn't it? I think I still have mine. I think I still have mine. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it, Shadowhawk. Now, are you going to keep a bottle to save, or are you going to drink it till it's empty? You say chowder? Wait, how do you guys say chowder? Oh, whatever, Panda Pan. You have a lot of soups? I also love. There's actually a lot of soups that I enjoy, and I have a lot of soups on hand in my home. I love New England clam chowder. I love clam chowder. Sorry, I choked on my spit. I also love chicken noodle, obviously. I love the chicken noodles, like with the thick noodles, like thick noodles. I also love Italian wedding soup. Oh my god. I love Italian wedding soup. What else do I love? I don't know. I'm kind of like an equal opportunity soup enjoyer. Like, if it comes in a can, it's Campbell's, I'll eat it. Or whatever. What is it called? Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow. I love your name. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. And I love soup. You know what? Fuck pizza. Fuck pretzel pizza. I'm gonna have some soup for post-stream. I'm thinking. But that's the, what would you say? That's the... After having my jaw wired shut, the only soup I can eat is potato or chicken and dumpling. Chicken and dumplings. That's the other one I was thinking of. I couldn't remember it. I love chicken and dumpling. Pretty white, but I can't blame you because I also love New England clam chowder. I love Italian wedding soup. But there's this Thai coconut shrimp soup. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, that sounds lovely. Oh god, I have like a bunch of soup in my pantry. I would like to have some of that. Potato soup? I don't like potatoes. Like, I'll eat potatoes if I have to, like in fry form, but I don't like potatoes. No, it's all sold out, Hex. It's been a long stream. Speaking of, we're gonna end stream. But first, thank you guys so much. Magical Chick, Leon's Moans, Spade System, Shabby, Nikki, everyone who played with us today. Thank you guys so much for playing with us. I'm going to put all my blood points. I'm going to put my 2.8 million blood points into Ghostface. Disgusting. I know. He's Prestige 16, now Prestige 19. We got 3 Prestiges in one day. Alt F4. Yippee. Bye-bye. We're going to do our last giveaway. Good last game. Hey, we escaped. As far as I'm concerned, that's a W. I agree. All right. You guys have one last chance to get into this giveaway. There are 48 entries in this giveaway. See no more of how close are you right now? Are you kidding me, Spades? Thank you. And huge shout out to everyone for participating and playing the games and helping me live longer than I should have. Thank you so much. We're going to do our last giveaway. Again, thank you so much for Dead by Daylight, or thank you so much to Dead by Daylight and Behavior for supplying these giveaways. And don't forget, the last giveaway is going to be for a Trapper skin that we're doing in the Discord for anybody that couldn't make it to stream today. To 26, not too shabby. That's lovely, isn't it? And thank you for the 10, count them, 10 people that have already installed Opera GX on their PCs. I will be so annoying where I am going to be bothering you guys for this for the whole month because we have our Opera GX sponsor for the entire month of May. Yup. And we're going to pull the giveaway in 5, 4. It's for Sasha AOT skin. Sasha Talita. 3, 2, 1. Danny, I know you're here. No, you, Reaper Bunny. What the heck, you? Really, Hex? Did you enter in the giveaway? Daddy! And I don't want to hear nothing about how mod won. Only 2 mods won. Congratulations. I am going to send you the code for it right now. I'm going to send you a whisper on Twitch. Which? Denny, congratulations. Thank you so much. I am sorry for anybody who didn't win. I know, it sucks. We had, what, like over 100 people that entered in the giveaway throughout the day. And I wish I can give giveaways we to every single person. Unfortunately, that is unrealistic, so I cannot do that. But congratulations, everyone who won. We had 9 winners today. We're gonna have 1 person from the. Oh, let's pull the. Let me pull the winner from the announcement. Should I do it now? Should I do it now or should I do it? I don't know. I should do it now, right? Now, this person does not have to be here because this was specifically for anyone just in the Discord. All right. We have 27 people. I guess technically 26 people because I reacted to it. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Okay. 28 people. I'm going to get rid of me because I don't need to be in there. I just did it for the reaction. Do it? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If they're here, we'll just do it. So we're going to do random number generator. Random number generator. All right. And so you guys don't think I'm lying. Display capture. Game. Random number generator. We have 1, and then we have 20. Oh, 29 people. All right. 29 people. All right. Ready? Generate. Number 24. All right. And then we're going to do this. All right. We're already scrolled up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Me is 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24! Tiara, I'm going to double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Tiara Lovely has won the Trapper giveaway from the Discord. Congratulations, Tiara. I will send them a message on Discord. Congratulations. All right, guys, don't let me forget that. W winners. A Discord invite. Uvu, I got you. Uvu. Blame it on my ID, baby. All right. Copy. Wait, who wanted it? Uvu! Uvu, I got you. All right, I'm sending you a Twitch whisper right now. No, thank you, War. Thank you. I got it. Thank you so much. Bye, Hex. Hex, have a great day at work. That was all 10. That was all 10 of our giveaway codes. Congratulations, everybody who won. Thank you so much for being so hot and tall and talented and handsome. And congratulate all the winners. You guys are so sweet. I really appreciate that. We are at 10 hours stream. Big stream. I'm so glad I'm not streaming tomorrow. No offense. But I'm so heckin' tired. I'm gonna go eat some soup. I'm gonna eat some soup. I'm so excited. I'll let you guys know. I'll post in the Discord what soup I'm gonna eat. No, wait, I haven't seen it yet. Hold on. You put in the foods usually is what you do. I'm so tired. Mango Rush. That does look so good. It looks like it's a big can too. Oh my god. Is that a potatoes and molasses? Oh no, it's not. It's stir the pot. Okay. I can never do 10 hours. It is not easy. I had a great stream. Despite my like weird audio issues I was having all stream, I had a great stream. I can't thank you guys enough. And like, I seriously cannot tell you guys how grateful I am for I'm gonna cry. Ew. What are these emotions? We gotta end stream because I'm about to have emotions, guys. Thank you guys so much for everyone who played with me. Like, I cannot tell you guys how grateful I am for you guys playing with me. And thank you for everyone for being here. You've got 7 more minutes? 7 more minutes for what? Wesker, looking ass. Ew, feelings. Wait, Ward, do you really need me to stay? Because I will. If you need me to. Oh my god, we're 69 subs away from our sub goal. That's funny. I like that a lot. Ooh, I know who we're gonna raid. I know we're gonna raid though. 9 hours and 6 minutes. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I have 6 minutes in me. War, would you hate me if I was a worm and didn't stream for 6 more minutes? Would you hate me? I'm allergic. I'm allergic to feelings. Guys, I know who we're gonna raid. Are you guys ready? Do you guys mind? Yeah. Especially for like any sort of like neurodivergent folks. Big streams like this is rough. Guys, what if we rated a super duper cutie? Wait, you're not in the stream, right? Okay, I don't think you're ending. So, and if you are ending, you better stay on for a couple more minutes. What do you mean, War? What do you mean? Dr. Worm? You enjoy your worm. Guys, would you love me if I was a worm? Guys, we're gonna raid Graveside! Graveside is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. We're gonna send them lots of love. I think most I've done is 5 hours. 5 hours is a long time too. Can you guys see like I'm like dead in my face a little bit? From the bottom of my butt, thank you guys so much. Brown Penguin, thank you very much for my nerd wax. Moses, thank you so much for my horror tapestry. Alestrals, thank you so much for all of the trading cards and the plushie in the box. I'm so sorry it took me 1,000,001 years to open this. Thank you guys so much for all the follows, the raids, the subbies, the wubbies, the lurkies, the turkeys, the follows, the wallows, the titties, the bitties. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much for everything. I'm literally getting emotional. It's because my constitution is lowered. Because I've been streaming for so long. My constitution is gone. I gotta go. Oh my god, look at Boo doing cute things! Boo, you're so cute, I love you! Do I go outside? Do I go outside? Yippee! Oh my god, you're so cute. I hope you guys have the best night ever. I love you guys. Bye-bye! But our butts would make like a really like good like couple. Wait.